Big bucks, Bronco. Remember Jack.
You don't wanna miss this, baby. Oh yes, believe it, baby. We make the place go crazy.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No
words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back.
It is Simon Wiciak
Who takes the trophy?
Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona, where we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is day 5 of the main event, the day when we play down from 5 tables to the final 2 tables. 40 players returning today. We will end the day when we are down to 16. The very real prospect of making the FT, the very real prospect of making 1.5 million euros in the minds of all these players today. 2 more days to go. Penultimate day tomorrow when we play down to the final 6 and we play down to a winner on Sunday. Live tomorrow at the same time, 12:30 local. And on Sunday, we're live at 1 p.m. Central European summertime. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hello.
And you can talk to all of us via the live chat on Twitch or the live chat on YouTube. And also stay across everything that's happening here at Barcelona via X, Facebook, and Instagram. Hope you've enjoyed our live coverage so far. Here's what you missed if you didn't watch day 4, which saw 113 players return to Casino Barcelona, with Rania and Nasreddine headlining the feature table, looking to make back-to-back final tables. At the secondary table, Ronan met the Eliminator.
Does it say Team Pro on your sleeve?
Yes.
What's your name?
Ramon.
I'm Kian, the Eliminator.
Out in the field, Wolfgang Poker was eliminated in 99th, cashing back-to-back EPT mains. Shortly after Ramon lost a flip, he hit the rail. And then the Eliminator became the Eliminated. Out in 73rd. Rania made a huge hero call against Tim Chung for her tournament life.
Fortune favors the bold.
To end proceedings, Mark Telcher had aces cracked by 8s. Hashtag death by quads. Stephen Song ended the day with the biggest stack, bagging just over 4 million. 4,130,000 to be precise, which means he has a 165 big blind stack. David Coleman sits second on the leaderboard. Harry Lodge and Lin Jianwei also inside the top 5. Tim Chung and Rania Nasreddine still inside the top 10. We still have 48 minutes to play at the 10K, 25K blind level. With 40 players remaining, everyone's locked up just over 23 grand. Tomorrow, we start paying out the 6-figure sums. Everyone who makes the final day will be guaranteed at least 300 grand, with nearly $1 million for the winner, sorry for the runner-up, and 1.5 million for the winner. Players arriving for day 5, about to take their seats, including Simon Wiciak. Guys, we need to start talking about the prospect of Simon winning back-to-back Barcelonas. Jack Sinclair, he's got a 2nd on the EPT. He's looking for a 1st. Govert Matal has been playing on the tour for many, many years. Another player who's made many deep runs in EPTs is UK pro Andrew Hulme. Sing a song of Stephen. He is chip leader coming into today. There is the reigning PSPC champ, Alexander Shilko. And Rania Nasreddine back on the main stage. 3rd in Monte Carlo. Where will she finish? In Barcelona. And what I love most about this table, Maria, is you've got Rania, who is tiny, and Harry Lodge, who is huge. It's like Chewbacca and R2-D2. Harry Lodge is a big stack. He is table chip leader with 3.4 million. Rania Nasreddine, 3rd in chips at the table. Lin Jianwei, there were a few big clashes between Lin and Rania yesterday. See what unfolds today as we get the action started. Good to have Jack Sinclair at the feature table as well. Blinds are 10,000, 25,000, the 25K big blind
Right, we got
ante.
Barbosa back at the table. We've got the gentleman in the Hat.
I have one.
5 raise, 50,000.
First hand of the day. Harry Lodge opens under the gun with ace-king.
6 fold.
And Harry had quite the spin up yesterday.
4, 5, 5, 5, 6.
Oh, we call the boxes, not the blinds.
Okay.
5 7. 7 folds, 8 folds.
Round to Alex Fournier. Ace-jack off in the cut off.
No relation to the cards. The maker, no. Because then, you know, maybe...
To the best of my knowledge, I mean...
10 raise, 100.
Fournier 3 bets.
1 fold.
Piero Aliotto folds the button. Jack Sinclair out from the small blind. Rania Nasreddine ace-5 off in the big. Passes, so action back on Harry. Even though they're both sitting down, you can see how ludicrous his height differential is.
Right, I wonder if, you know, that chair can even go up that high. She might be at the highest setting right now. You know, Lodge just really has a big hand under the gun. Maybe Fournier thinks, oh, well, the chip leader here at the table just wants to set the tone, gonna raise the first hand, not gonna be quite this strong, but he would be wrong if that's what he was thinking before he decided to 3-bet with ace-jack.
So the 4-bet is to 375,000. Doesn't really leave Fournier with anywhere to go now.
Yeah, when you start with 37 bigs, it's really just gonna be a determination of whether you decide you want to go with it or not. I mean, yes, if you called, you would play in position, but if he has a value range here that's, you know, definitely going to be better than ace-jack.
So Harry Lodge wins the first hand of the day. 3.6 million chips, nearly 150 big blinds.
Nope.
Well, Harry is an EPT regular. And here's a hashtag fun fact about Harry. He came 8th in EPT London the same year when Jack Sinclair came 2nd. And here they are sharing a table again today. Qualified for this event via a €530 satellite on Stars.
You can wait for 30 seconds. Because of that.
You can wait for half of 30 seconds.
Jose Barbosa from Brazil, ace-9 of spades.
7 raise, 50,000.
Raises to 50K, gets a fold from Metal. Ace-9 for Fournier. Ace-9 not suited.
10 fold. 1 fold, 3 folds.
Jack Sinclair folds the button. Rania Nasreddine in the small blind folds
4 fold.
King Deuce. Harry Lodge with 9-8 in the big blind. Defense.
5 fold.
A domination situation.
I can't even remember what hands you would fold in the big blind back when you weren't defending everything.
Oh, it's
9-8's still been a defend for a while, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a post-flop flip. Lodge with the diamond draw. Barbosa still ahead right now with ace-high. Both players check, and it's the ace of diamonds on the turn, giving Barbosa top pair, but giving Lodge a lock on the hand with that diamond flush.
5 checks.
Yeah, Lodge, you know, just going to play this as a bluff catcher. Just not quite strong enough to start betting himself. You know, not really going to get 2 streets of value from
7 bet, 35,000.
this type of hand. So, you know, allows Barbosa to bet 35K. with a pair of aces.
Fold.
35,000 apiece going to the river. 7 of hearts.
This changes everything.
Well, Barbosa has to be, you know, a little bit concerned being called on the turn. Doesn't necessarily mean he's beat, but, you know, also just needs to be cautious. You know, if you bet here, you have to wonder, do you get called by worse?
Yeah.
Do you want to just take your showdown? You know, are you going to get a better hand to fold? I don't think so. And this is just kind of a peculiar sizing, you know, just going a little over half pot with a hand that, once again, I'm not sure how often you get called, and ace is going to be the best hand here. So, you know, maybe if you went a little smaller, you're going to get a lot more hands that are worse than yours to call, but here just Lodge won't be folding the flush.
2 hands played at the feature table so far, both of them boosting Harry Lodge's chip lead up to nearly 3.9 million, 155 big blinds. And we're going to step away from the main stage. We've got action at one of the outer tables. It involves David Coleman. Coleman has shoved. Action is on this Foggin guy. Mark Foggin. Calling for his tournament life. Coleman with ace-king, Foggin with jacks. It's an ace-king high board.
King high board. There's the ace.
And that will see Mark Foggin eliminated in 40th place. First KO of the day, 23,350 euros.
Oh, is that what you've been saying, Foggin guy? I've been saying the F word.
So down to 39, and this is the lineup at our secondary feature table today.
31? Yeah.
Next per jump.
Simon Wiciak, the reigning champ. A middling stack with 41 big blinds, but still a contender. So let's see a few hands at our secondary table. Let's keep tabs on Simon Wiciak's progress. His second deep run in EPT Barcelona, 2 years in a row.
One raises to 50,000. 3 folds.
So Yuri Zabrodotsky has opened here with Queen 9. Round to Daniel Myers with Jack 8 on the button.
5 folds.
Andrew Hulme has 10-8 suited in the small blind. He's got the Toby Lewis. Not going to play it. Luca Sorainen, 7-4 off.
7 folds.
I miss Toby Lewis on the tour. He doesn't really travel much.
Is this a
these
golf
days.
pro now?
I mean, pretty much. He's very good. He's very good at golf.
Nice fella. Maybe we'll see him at NAPT Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. No, I think there's a good chance. Especially with this beefed up new schedule.
What do you like about the schedule? The more high rollers?
Yeah. Well, you know, even just the increase in the main event buy-in. Nice.
So Wiciak has 4 EPT main event cashes, including this one. His biggest, suffice to say, was that win here in Barcelona last year. It was worth more than €1 million. Remember, 1.5 million up top this year.
Definitely really impressive to see him make a deep run again. And you know, I've played with him a few times. I actually played with him on day 1A. He fared much better on his second bullet. He got knocked out at our table, but you know, I think he's playing with a level of confidence and the type of confidence that you would expect the reigning champ to have.
Yeah.
4 raises, 50,000.
Wiciak opening from the hijack with ace-jack.
Follow Simone.
A lot of axe in that sentence.
Follow Simone.
So Hulme with a dominated hand on the button. King-jack. Flats.
Too pretty to get away from.
Yeah, sometimes you can, you know, maybe mix in some 3-bets, a little bit opponent dependent, of course, in terms of what their opening ranges are going to look like from the hijack, and, you know, stack dependent as well. It looks like Hulme elects to flat this time, and, you know, again, today is where the pay jumps also get a lot more meaningful, so always something to just keep an eye on when ICM is in play. You do approach hands a little differently, maybe sometimes more cautiously.
This is ridiculous. Ace-jack, king-jack, and it's Jack-7 that flops best here. It's Evgeny Svev who called out of the big blind.
8 checks. Four checks.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough board to see bet as the pre-flop raiser with just ace-jack. And it's kind of nice for Hulme, right? Because when you do just call pre, you kind of allow some of the other hands to be in your range here as well. You know, all of the 10x suited type hands that you might decide to call a raise with. And it just allows you to go ahead and bet with 2 overs with some backdoor potential.
Put those shields back down.
Eight goals, 60,000, and 4 folds. Heads up.
So Spurv has called. Wiciak folds, heads up to the turn, which is the 6 of spades. Hulme down to 8%.
Yeah, unfortunately, no additional equity for Hulme on the turn. And this board is becoming a little bit more favorable, I think, for the big blind.
Bluff a 7.
Yeah. You know, unless you have a set here as Hulme, it's going to be hard to continue to bet. I mean, sometimes you will fire with 10x again, but not always. Given this particular turn card, it fills in the straights. It fills in a lot of 2-pair potential that the big blind could have had. So you do see the check back, and that's a nice looking river card.
8% on the turn, 100% on the river. Hulme gets there.
Get there is always my plan A. What's my plan B, Maria?
Well, I know it's not bluff.
Correct. So what does that leave me with?
Fold?
Check fold.
Well, there's the check. Let's see if Hulme goes for value. We've got 305,000 in the middle. Spurv the effective stack with 450k behind.
Yeah, and once the big blind checks here, it's just an easy value spot, I think, for Hulme. Not going to be a ton of check raises coming your way. You know, a lot of times, most value hands from the big blind are just going to lead.
215k.
Now this kind of just polarizes Hulme to a river king, right? I mean, there's just not going to be a lot of other hands that he bets flop, checks back turn, and then bets pretty big on the river with. And so, you know, when you go this sizing, especially, it just feels kind of icky to have to call with a 7. But what about the times when, you know, if your opponent's balanced here and they're just going to try to rep this hand, realizing that when you check the river, you do have some type of one pair showdown hand.
That's a lot to call.
It is. It's a lot of his chips. And it's really just about, do I believe that he rivered a king or not? You know, you take some of the best kings out of Hulme's range because he probably would have 3-bet those pre.
Oh, hero call gone wrong. And that's going to leave Splev with 235K. Andrew Hulme chips up to over 1.1 million. A 45 big blind stack for Hulme.
He's a real hero, a real human being.
Meanwhile, we are down to 38 players in the EPT Barcelona main event. Gabriel Kuna out in 39th, cashing for 26,900 euros.
Big Kuna.
And we're going back to the main feature table. And looks like a blind v blind confrontation here. Govart Metal raising from the small. Fournier calling in the big. 10-10-3, ace king versus sixes, and sixes still ahead.
$65.
Metal continuing with ace king.
Yeah, pretty decent flop for ace king. You know, again, you expect that the big blind is going to defend, not super wide, but obviously there's going to be quite a few hands in their range that they'll call pre with that this board doesn't really hit. And, you know, you do want to fold out any equity that they might have. But the sixes can't go anywhere. Fournier decides to raise, and I actually really like this raise because if you feel like Metal will have some small blind raises that are going to be weighted towards some weaker hands, then you just fold out that equity right here, right now. And even against some of their value, some of these big ace X's, right? They're really still going to be behind. And some players, I think, might have continued there.
$100,000 that I did something this
but
morning that not one of these other players.
Careful with those things.
Would you like to share with the class?
Yeah. I yesterday.
Guess first.
You can guess. Give a guess.
Something poker players never
Give a guess.
This is right up Rania's alley.
Poker players today.
Drank a bottle of vodka.
Okay. Today, you think I'm playing on a bottle of vodka? Okay.
I'd be impressed.
Well, I'm U.S., not Russian. Okay. Next guess.
Based.
Harry. After the hand.
Number one, Americans do drink vodka. Number two, if Rania drank an entire bottle of vodka, that's enough for 3 Ranias.
4 4.
Going for a run around the city.
No. I.
Committed tax fraud.
No IRS.
Someone else might have done that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yesterday when I lost queens versus aces, and I'm sad about that, I immediately go out and one of my nail polish like just completely came off. So I would like 9 painted nails and one that looked like
310,000 raised.
Well, we're just stepping away from the feature table to go over to action at the secondary table, where we do have an all-in.
6 folds. All in call, feature.
Secondary feature.
Kyosuke Nagami at risk with 7s against Yuri Zabrabotski's ace-king. Classic race underway at the secondary feature table. Hey, nice Cosmonaut.
Like the main feature table versus the secondary feature table, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, the advantage here is that 4-bet from the ace-king actually got Hulme to fold pocket 8s, which had Nagami crushed, and now he's got a flip for his life.
Here we go. King high flop. Nagami has to hope that it's always coming 7. Two outs for Nagami. He needs a 7 on the river, or we're down to 37. River is a 4. We lose Kyosuke Nagami in 38th place.
Naga, not going to be here anymore anyway.
26,900 euros. Bringing a WSOP branding in the EPT. Get out of here.
That is not the way to get on James's good side.
Zabrdotsky now playing 3 million, 120 bigs, and the blind's not going up for another 25 minutes. That's when we'll take our first break of the day. Zabrdotsky is the table chip leader right now. Quite some distance between him. Myers, Hulme, and Wiciak all have 1 million apiece. Zverev remains the table short stack with 225k. 10 bigs.
He missed his edges.
And back to the feature table we go. That hand a win for Alex Fournier.
A7 before the...
Piero Aliotto is the shortest stack here, by the way. 17 bigs currently.
I think you must both have not lower than a 5 and a 4, then a 6.
You know, me doing an Office Space reference in 2024 is kind of like if I started doing poker, doing Gone with the Wind references.
Max value.
Not quite, but I get your point.
It's pretty close.
If you were doing kind of like, I don't know, Jaws references or...
Well, I'm still doing Jaws references.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Yes, I agree with Caro Jack. Office Space is timeless. Like Jaws, these are movies which every generation has seen, right, Maria? Oh, yeah, I forced you to watch Jaws, didn't I?
You did. And I have not watched Office Space. Oh.
I think that is a movie that Maria would not be able to relate to at all.
I got my
considering she's never had a real job.
Wow. I've had a few. What do you consider a real job? Like, what about jobs I had in college? That's not a real job because that's not like a career.
If you work like retail or like at Subway or something like that, that counts as a real job. Yes.
I worked at Tony Roma's. I've worked at 9 West. I worked at Todai.
Those are real jobs.
Thank you.
Just not an office job. But
Just not an office job.
But they are real jobs.
So Barbosa's raise called by Jack Sinclair, and we have domination rotation on the flop. King Queen gets the best of Ace King.
7 bet, 40,000.
Barbosa deciding to put in a small C-bet here.
3 raise, 125,000.
And he gets check raised by Jack Sinclair, who makes it 125,000.
Snap re-raised.
Hey, Kiwi Hunter, #1 rule of being a know-it-all, be right.
7 raise, 250,000.
Well, can't say I saw this coming. I mean, I don't mind being a little aggressive here as Barbosa, but I think the problem is when Sinclair check raises this type of texture, they can certainly have a lot of really big hands as well. I think with all of the draws possible, you know, players are going to fast play 2-pair hand sets, you know, top pair with a really good kicker. They will be fast playing those because, you know, they're not going to necessarily just call your continuation bet as the pre-flop raiser in this particular spot. Whereas, you know, if the board texture was a little bit more dry, then I think sometimes with ace king, you know, blocking obviously all of the premium holdings and all of the good queen X holdings, right, like ace queen and king queen, I can see how that would be good. But this actually works against Sinclair, and I have to say I think Barbosa might be playing his image a little bit, because I don't think that this is going to be a standard fold, especially to that sizing very often with the king of hearts as well.
The sizing is weird, but the amount of chips he left behind was weird, and it looked like he was not about to fold to a shove.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting spot for sure, but you know, usually when you have king queen, you check raise with the intention to be okay with getting it in against that stack, and not really check raising to fold. But I mean, good on Barbosa for making that play.
So day 5 of an EPT main event would normally be the second to last day when we play down to the final table. But you might remember, with the fields quite big here in Barcelona, last year they took the decision to add a day to the main event. So Barcelona now plays out over 7 days. So day 5 will see us play down to the last 2 tables, down to 16. Tomorrow, Saturday, will be day 6 when we play down to 6. And then on Sunday, day 7 of the tournament, we'll play down to a winner. We have a raise here from Jianwei with ace-10. Alex Fournier in the cutoff with ace-7.
10 fold. One fold.
Jack Sinclair in the small blind.
Three raise, 200,000.
Ooh.
Sinclair 3-betting out of the small blind. With ace-king, Rania and Nasreddine folding the big.
What's the matter? The whoop band?
No.
The pig?
The pig.
I know, we used to have a hippo and he's replaced it with a pig.
He's certainly got a type.
I mean, it looks like Jianwei also has a little creature on top of his chips.
Is it chubby? Because Jack would probably like it.
Is it a sloth?
It does look like a sloth. Jack likes them thick.
Oh boy.
THICC.
Thick.
Well, let's check out some other players out in the field. There is Tim Chung, who spent extended time at the feature table the last couple of days. Still among the biggest stacks in the tournament right now.
I signed his comic book. Everybody Tim Chung tonight.
Nicholas Palmer, Nicky P from the USA.
I couldn't play 1A because I made too good of a line until 2200. But what are you going to do? You know?
He's a character.
Panos Mavroatsakis qualified for 530 euros.
That's like €4 per letter of his name.
Shriyasha Dodapaneni, the last remaining Indian player.
Never mind.
There's Jack Kiriakus, a player who successfully bluffed Griffin Benja earlier in the tournament. And a former Barcelona finalist, Fabiano Kavalski, made the FT here in 2022. Of course, we also still have the reigning champion of this tournament, Simon Wiciak, who's at the secondary feature table right now.
Seppi says they love Maria Ho and Joe Stave's banter. They remind them of brother-sister vibes.
What's with the eyebrow? It's awkward.
I mean, have you seen my landing page on this website? It's all brother-sister stuff.
Oh, gosh.
I think you'll find for legal reasons it's stepbrother. Fournier raises from the hijack. Aliotto 3 bets with 9s and jacks for Rania and Nasreddine.
Of course, I was talking about Ancestry.com.
Pretty big hand, but it's been 3 bet to her, so it'll be interesting to see how she wants to proceed. You know, Aliotto doesn't really have very much back, so looks like she's going to try to ISO, and I don't really think Ace-Jack will continue, and Aliotto's not going to love this, but, you know, he has committed a big portion of his stack already. You hate to see the cold 4. He would have been happy to get it in against the original raiser, but
Aliotto gets it in bad. Will need to get lucky to avoid being KO'd in 37th place. And as usual, Rania does not want to look at the board.
I mean, luckily for her, I mean, it's not her tournament life, but she still is sweating it.
Ace, king, queen. Not looking good for the 9s. 2 outs.
Even though I don't want to see it, I think I'd rather see it than hear the reaction of the table.
Piero Aliotto needing help on the turn or river. It's an upside down 9 on the turn. It needs to be an actual 9 on the river, or we're down to 36.
If I was him, if the 9 hit, I'd be like, shh, nobody say anything.
River card is a 4, and Aliotto.
Aliotto.
Indeed. KO'd and cashing for 26,900 euro.
It's Rania in here.
Well, she's up to 2.5 million, 100 bigs at the current level. Blinds up in 14 minutes. So when we came back at level 22 yesterday, Rania was down to 210K. Fewer than 2 levels later, she's at 2.5 million.
Like you were hiding.
Yeah, I don't want to. I just, if it's.
You do that every time.
Over to the secondary feature table. I can see the red triangle of death in front of Simon Wiciak. Looks like the reigning champ is all in. And he's been called by Andrew Hulme. It is the sickest and classicest of all races. Ace-King versus Queens. Wiciak officially behind and at risk here.
Like white meat versus dark meat.
Double quick check, yeah? 815 here.
Will the 2-time dream still be alive after this run out?
I'm sorry, Hume. Is this hand boring you for almost all of your chips?
Yeah, it's a virtual all-in for Andrew. 25K behind. Ace-high flop. Wiciak, now a 9-1 favorite.
A little sigh of relief, but there's still 2 cards to come.
Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Just 2 cards for Szymon Wiciak to fade.
A little resignation there from Hulme.
River card.
Oh my gosh!
And in the cruelest fashion, the 2-time dream is over. The reigning champ dispatched in 36th place.
What a race.
Definitely the classicist, definitely the sickest. 26,900 euros. Look, this has been an incredible run. It's a great result, a superb achievement, but understandably disappointment right now for Szymon, knowing he was so close to making the final table 2 years in a row.
The river for me.
The Hulman race.
And Hulme now playing close to 70 big blinds.
Very, very triste for Szymon.
That river card hit. Hulme accepts it, but feels slightly awkward about it. Wiciak, slightly shell-shocked. Should have worn the lucky yellow hoodie.
Really rough.
Hated you forever.
Forever.
I mean, Andrew Hulme's a much better story than Szymon winning the same event 2 years in a row.
11 bigs. 225.
One of those things is correct.
225,000 total.
It's 9. Yeah.
225,000.
So we're down to 35 players from a starting field of 1,975 entries.
Mike asks, do they never shake hands or fist bump? Not always. I don't think it's always rude not to either. That seemed like a perfectly reasonable situation to have a reaction and bounce.
And we've got all in the call on the very next hand at the secondary table. It is Evgeny Zverev, who's all in with Jack-10 and dominated by Patea's Ace-Jack.
You're Romania.
No help. The Jack-10 on the flop. Zverev with 2 immediate outs. The 2 remaining 10s in the deck. One last chance to hit. Down to 5%. Andrew Hulme did it.
Yep.
Didn't start off as a domination, though.
Zverev does not hit the river. Jack is not enough. And we are down to 35 players.
Zverev spusted.
That 35th place finish is worth 26,900 euros. I think I'm right in saying that with Wiciak gone, there are no other former champions in the field. Certainly no more red spades. He was the last remaining team pro in the hunt.
It's all resting on Rania.
Rania looking to make back-to-back final tables, having come 3rd in Monte Carlo earlier this year.
All out.
The Jack Sinclair redemption story, not bad either. If he manages to finish this out.
But, I mean, you are Canadian. But the little French, it's a little different.
I'd say the Brazilian rows compete.
Are the best? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, Brazil is getting...
I was fortunate enough to go to the World Cup
With every game, eh?
when it was there.
With every
I've
game,
never
they are the
seen
best.
men, like,
with football,
cry.
Everything.
Funerals. Never. When Brazil lost that year, like, it was,
Football is life.
football is life.
So back at the feature table, we've had an under-the-gun raise from Govert Metal. Jack Sinclair flattered from the hijack. King 8-3 on the flop. Metal with the best hand, and he is continuing.
Yeah, not a whole lot going for Sinclair. Just going to give it up.
Yeah, so to summarize, no former EPT winners. We do have Alexander Shilko, who won the PSPC in 2023. We have Jack Sinclair, who was a runner-up in London in 2022. Rania, as we've referenced, was third in Monte Carlo this year. And then we have Fabiano Kavalski, who came fourth here in Barcelona in 2022. So a PSPC winner and 3 EPT finalists, but there will be a new champion. There will not be a 2-time winner here on the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour.
Pretty standard, really, to not have a 2-time champion.
Fold. 3 fold.
Action folded to Rania and Nasreddine. She passes.
Montreal, do you say what's your name in French is Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles?
Alexandre.
Alexandre. Okay.
Et toi, ton nom, c'est quoi?
Pardon?
Toi, ton nom, c'est quoi?
Rania.
Rania?
Yeah, Rania.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
He's no longer Montreal. He's now Alexandre.
It's beautiful, suited.
I can defend, I can defend.
What's your wife's name?
Sam.
Sam?
Yeah.
Does Sam play poker?
No, she doesn't. She's a lawyer.
Oh, does she like to bug you, like ask you a lot of questions, depose you?
About poker? Oh no, like just in general.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
How long have you been? You've been married like a year?
We've been married for a year. We've been together for 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah, we met.
She stuck around
at
with you?
university.
Wow.
Almost went there.
Wow.
Not everybody trying to put a ring on it. You know what I mean, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, you've got the most understanding girlfriend in the world.
5 fold.
Nasreddine has opened with 7s. Round to the button. Jose Barbosa is the shortest stack at the table, but is not short stack with 32 bigs.
7 fold.
He calls. Govert Metal with ace-9.
Okay, maybe you are thinking about squeezing in this spot, which, you know, I wouldn't mind that. I don't think I like the call button nearly as much as a fold or a 3-bet. Decent spot to consider squeezing.
Squeezy does it.
That's why we call him Squeezy Mattel.
Squeezy and squeaky. So he's made it 215,000.
Oh, I hope she does something crazy here.
And again, image is something that you want to consider in these spots, right? As Rania, if you're thinking about, you know, how do you want to continue with this part of your range? A part of it will have to do with what type of hands you think Metal will be willing to do this with. And, you know, if you think he's going to be more weighted towards value and he's not really going to be 3-betting light very often, then you can understand why she decides to fold.
What's my position called right now? Under the gun, what am I? Middle position?
Low jack.
Squeeze play works.
Low jack.
Can I have one time bank, please?
Yeah, I'm talking about former finalists. Let's not forget that Gova Matal had a deep run in EPT Prague last year, finishing 7th.
Low jack. Okay.
But on TV, I think they call it under the gun +1.
No, that was under the gun. You're under the gun +1.
He was big blind.
I prefer
He was
FTA,
big
first
blind.
to act.
No, he was small.
Oh, you're right. He was small blind. I was under the gun.
So I was what I would call...
Well, time to hear from Wiciak following his KO.
Well, it was pretty hard, you know. I don't know what to say, but you felt that it was not your time. When you see ace on the flop, ace king, and you have a bad feeling, I don't know what to say. Sometimes you feel confident doing a flip, and I was not feeling confident doing this flip. It's stupid to say. And a queen on the river is like brutal, but in the same time I was feeling that it was not my time, this one, so obviously I'm really disappointed. My next stop will be Aix-les-Bains in France, organized by PokerStars 2, and then Cyprus, and then EPT Prague. So that's all the stops until the end of the year.
5 seconds.
Oh.
Seemed pretty well measured for me. I mean, that's a professional poker player for you.
Yeah. I also think there's what you say to the camera and what you're feeling inside. In all seriousness, how can you not be bitterly disappointed? You must have come back today with so much hope, so much expectation. But still, again, to cut through a massive field in an EPT main event 2 years in a row is huge.
I remember it, and I'm going to totally forget.
If French movies have taught me anything, they don't really have a lot of hope.
Assuming this one made it. I don't know if it'll make it since nothing happened.
Most of our hands will be on the stream.
We'll see.
7 points.
Can't pick one.
Barbosa exercising some patience, although it looks like it's waning a little.
You know what it is?
One time back, please.
I still think it's kind of messed up we let the guy who makes the cards play in the tournament. Fournier, hello?
I mean, it's rough with the
Check his sleeves. He's got a card printing factory at his house.
Dad, I want more aces.
At the very least, I'd be like bending all the cards.
Can I ask a
Oh, do you have to
question
buy
here?
another one?
Is this technique
Sorry.
less on the wrist, or what's the...
It's very loose on the wrist.
So better on the wrist than this?
Better on the wrist.
They're training all the dealers to do it like that.
They are?
Nice fold.
Okay.
6 fold.
It's a better way of dealing.
Oh, wow. Little aggression, Harry. Prince Harry throwing stools. Wow, guys.
7 folds.
Getting real up here. Throwing stuff.
Take it easy, Nick Ranu.
Wow. We have a break?
I think they're just sick of you.
No, we're on
This will be
break.
the last hand of the session.
Rude.
10 fold.
Time to raise the blinds.
It's just 15 minutes.
After a 15-minute break.
Getting
You've only been
scammed.
playing for 48 minutes. You don't deserve more than a 15-minute break.
4 check.
And I'm all for, you know, when there's less players in the tournament to take some time off of the breaks because, you know, the bathroom lines are just less long.
Speak for yourself, Maria. This is the one event, this must be the one place in the world where the line for the women's is like insignificant compared to the men's.
Love it.
I know.
How about the Taylor Swift concert?
3 check.
You must have had an easy time there.
That's what I'm saying. Normally men have it easier. Poker, not the case. You'd be surprised, actually. I was surprised at how, in terms of generation, gender, it was a very cross-section of the populace.
I mean, who's paying for the tickets, right?
She appeals to every segment of the population.
3 check.
So 2 pair for Rania on the river. Sinclair is checked. She bets. What's Jack thinking about here?
Yeah, I think he's wondering, you know, what hands is she willing to bet turn and river that she didn't bet the flop with. You know, you would assume if Rania had top pair from the flop, she probably would have bet then. So it's a little strange to him because, you know, maybe just a pair of jacks wouldn't bet both turn and river, maybe being a little bit afraid of a king in Sinclair's hand. And of course, Sinclair blocks Broadway.
I'll show because it's going to stream.
And that will bring us to the end of the session.
That was ahead of me.
What?
That was.
I felt like I was pretty good. I regretted not betting a little bit smaller to give you a chance to.
So a short break and we will be back with more action from this table, playing down to the last two tables on day 5 of the EPT Barcelona main event. So 6 eliminations during that session, including Simon Wiciak, the winner from last year. But we still have Rania on course to make back-to-back EPT final tables. Harry Lodge retains the chip lead at the FT. And more action when the blinds go to 15:30 on the other side of this short break, as we continue to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Barcelona.
Line still 20-40. This 9-handed table pretty evenly stacked. Ananas Alekbarovis folds from under the gun. Ilari Samias with pocket 4s will raise to 85,000. Shemian and Duda both fold. Sam Rodriguez folds the King 9. John Juanda has King Queen.
3-betting here is fine because you know Ilari's raising light some of the time.
He 3-bets to 220,000. Queen 9 suited for Joni Jokamainen. Folds his button. Nikolai Pabal gives up the small blind. Sinel Anton folds the big blind. Back on Ilari.
Four bet a coming.
He makes it 550,000.
Okay, this is a little surprising, but my guess is that Ilari's made a pretty good read here, and he thinks Joanna's going to be folding to this 4-bet a lot.
He does. Joanna blown off a fairly decent hand, and Ilari shows a 4.
Plus, Ilari probably didn't want to call and play the pot out of position against Luckbox Joanda.
Sizable rail growing. Among the players watching the action is Finnish pro Juha Helpi. Well, Shemion folding from under the gun. Duda passes. Queen 9 for Sam Rodriguez. He'll let that go. Joanda and Jokamainen are out. Obal will pass. Ace Queen for Sinel Anton, and he raises his button, makes it 105,000. Alek Barovis gives up the small blind. Ilari has King 6 in the big blind. And he throws in a chunk of yellow. It's a 3-bet to 300,000.
He's attempting a 3-bet bluff. Bad news. Pajama Top's not folding.
Anton calls. He'll play the flop in position.
I might even want to put in another bet against the guy as loose as Ilari.
It's a queen high flop. A great flop for Anton.
Well, it's tough for him to get outplayed on this flop. It's a little dicey with straight possibilities.
Ilari checks. He doesn't follow through on the bluff. And Anton will bet 400,000.
Top pair, top kicker, very strong here.
Ilari is not done with this hand. He check raises to $1 million.
Now, as an omniscient commentator, I'm saying that I'd be pretty suspicious of Ilari 3-betting then checking. He's probably not checking any piece of that board, which leaves air and things much bigger than a piece.
Wow, Anton folds.
I think Hillary's line was fishier than the buffet here.
And then he shows the 6.
Also, if you're Anton and you're betting for value. You can't make a habit of folding to a raise. Got to give Hillary credit for seeing an opportunity in a weak spot and just hammering on it.
The blinds go up to 30 and 60,000 with a 5k ante. And on this next hand, we will sweat with our chip leader. We will only see Mikolai Pabal's hole cards.
All right, let's do it. I'm in.
Ilari Sahamias is under the gun.
Now, I wouldn't be super worried about a raise here. We're on the final table bubble. Hillary knows no one wants to go out next. He's going to be raising lighter than a hot air balloon.
Makes it 130,000. Action's been folded around to Joni Jokamainen. And now to Pabal. Pocket 9s.
We're getting more than decent odds to defend.
How much is that? 130.
And even though Hillary probably is raising light, there's no reason to go too crazy.
And Pabal calls on the button, and Anaras Alekbarovis defends his big blind. 3-way to the flop, which is 8-5 deuce. Not bad for 9s.
We love this flop. An overpair with 9s, it's a dream.
Alekbarovis checks. Eri Sahamias continues. The 230,000.
Tough looking down the barrel of an Hillary C-bet, but if he's got air, he's going to be firing almost every flop.
Pabal calls, and Alekbarovis folds. He had Jack 10 and completely missed the flop. Heads up to the turn, the 7 of hearts.
Not a terrible card for us. We're not too interested in the flush draw, but we did pick up a gut shot and still got an overpair.
Hillary fires again. 750,000.
He could have been C-betting the flop with a flush draw. Don't think we can fold based just on that, though.
Pabal calls a second time. 2.4 million in the middle. We're going to the river.
If the river bricks, I think we have to just station him.
It's a 9 on the river. We now have a set.
Well, you would never expect Hillary to have a 6 in this spot. And we've got a set.
Hillary counting out a bet. That's 1 million.
I think we have to call.
Call. Straight?
Hillary had ace-6.
Ew. That was just the perfect storm of unluckiness. Hillary did a great job to get full value from a super disguised hand. Poor Pobal. The turn was the biggest sweat card in the deck for Hillary. No shot he was slowing down.
And the chip lead has flipped.
Not that bad for Ace of Hearts.
Pobal back down to 3.5 million.
With all those chips, Hillary is going to be an absolute nightmare. Now you're all in big, big trouble.
Hillary, first to speak. Pocket 8s.
And now he's got a hand. This should be a no-brainer for him.
It's an under-the-gun raise to 130,000. Ace-king suited for Shemian, playing a stack of 1.2 million. He shoves. Duda folds. Rodriguez is out. Joanda's not interested. Jokamainen, Pabal, Anton, they all muck. Alekbarovis has given up the big blind, so it's back on Hillary.
Hillary taking his time. But I think this is a call. He wants to make Shemian sweat it out a little bit.
I call.
He does call, putting Shemian at risk.
Pocket 8.
Yeah.
He got ace-king suited.
And he will need to hit to survive.
Not only is this for the final table bubble, but if Hillary's hand holds up, he'll be at the top of the chip counts with more than 1.4 million more than his next closest competitor.
It's a queen 3-3 flop. The 8s are holding.
It's funny because if you look at the girls in Hillary's Facebook photos, I'd say 8s are the bottom of his range.
Joe Stapleton in Looking at Girls on Internet Shocker.
Ace!
No ace on the turn.
Shemian loses his spade outs but picks up 3 10s.
7 outs for the German. An 83% chance this will be the final hand of the day and our final table will be set. Olashemian busts in ninth. It's been an up and down day for the German. It ends on a down. He bubbles the final table. The other 8 players will return for day 6 and a shot at the title. Olashemian's consolation prize, 55,100 euros.
I bet he was really looking forward to not watching the final table from the rail again this year. So who do you think's the favorite to win this thing? Are you fond of Jawanda? Are you silly for Ilari? Or is it Hearts of Fire for the online qualifier?
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cry. So it was a pretty special moment.
Have you been celebrating?
Oh yeah, of course. I've been celebrating in Barcelona, my hometown now, and yeah, I'm gonna still enjoy it a bit more. Just playing the series right now, online too. So I will be in Cyprus too.
Okay.
So I will really enjoy it during the end of the series and before Cyprus. But yeah, it's coming slowly. But yeah, I just see every day when PokerStars post a new YouTube video on the best 5 hands, epic call, or that kind of stuff. You know, it's still a lot of emotion. We still watch it with a lot of surprise and a lot of yeah.
Yeah, it's actually something we noticed is that you watched the last hand back while on the set. I saw you and your pals had like a little tablet on the table watching that final hand moments after it happened. How many times have you watched it since then?
I watch it in French. I watch it in English too. I wanted to see all the reaction of the commentators on all the final table, of course, like a movie, you know.
Yeah.
So I think I watched it like twice entirely, but some part of it, you know, the highlights of that kind of stuff. Every day a bit every day. So yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Having made a call like that, did that make the feeling afterward amplified?
Everything was gathered together to make a special moment, you know. If I didn't had ace queen against king queen against Carl, when he makes the king on the flop and an ace on turn, that's part of the magic too, you know. That's moment that stays, what will stay in my brain for forever. So obviously, the hero call, the crew, the pressure, everything in the same time. It's like a perfect ending, you know. It's like you want to write a pitch, and you said, if I would have dreamed about it, with a camera, taking my time to make a big hero call, and being right in this moment, and you can turn back to your crew, and you are like, it's over. You are a bit lost. That's precious. These moments are precious, really. So yeah, a lot of emotions, and yeah, everything at the same time. If I would have wrote the story, I could have wrote a better one. So yeah.
Yeah. In addition to watching you look back at the final hand on the set, we also saw you make a few phone calls immediately afterwards. Who did you call to tell about your win?
So it was to my father and my mother. They couldn't be here, but they don't know anything about poker. They were always a bit reluctant about this, even if they know that I had good years in poker. it's something mysterious, you know, when you play online and you said you spend 10 hours behind your screen and they don't understand it. And now they see the atmosphere where everybody, even the family, even some friends, even some at the marketplace, everywhere is talking about it. So it feels the emotion comes to their in their heart, we can say. And it's the first time I said that I heard my father cried. So it was a pretty special moment. So it felt really, really special to me. Like in this whole atmosphere, someone gave me the phone, and having them on the phone, I couldn't say anything but I won. Like, so yeah, it was a really special moment to me.
So what you're saying is, it's the kind of the cliched parents who like, you know, our son's a football player, our son's an engineer, our son's a poker player.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's you said it all. Like they were really proud about the football part, and because they were happy they encouraged me to continue, even if I would have less study. They were happy about it, but I said no. I'm pretty good at math. I will be disturbed to not have a big career. I was thinking, you have 18, you don't know anything about life. You think engineer, or it's big career or something like that. And finally, I went to engineer, and then I stopped for poker, and they were really upset. It was really hard at the beginning, you know. They even wrote me a letter to say, stop,
they were like,
please.
can you please go back to being a soccer player?
Yeah, do whatever you want, but please, come on. You make all this study, all of this for nothing. It was not for nothing, because obviously everything in football, everything in engineer, in mathematics study or whatever, helped me to be that good, to be rational, pragmatic, take fast decisions, being responsible, have no fear, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, all this way long was finally to say, okay, now you know that it was worth it. You know that it was not a stupid game, and I hope they will learn the rule of poker one day to follow my stories in if I go in a deep run again.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We just heard there from Szymon Wiciak, the winner of last year's main event. Sadly eliminated during the last session, no longer a contender to go back-to-back. These players, very much contenders. These are the chip leaders coming into level 24 of the EPT Barcelona main. David Coleman out on top with 4.3 million. Harry Lodge, who is at our feature table right now, has 3.8 million. Start of day chip leader Stephen Song has dropped down to 4th, but still in the top 5. And a reminder that in addition to Harry Lodge, we have Rania Nasreddine at the feature table. She came 3rd in Monte Carlo earlier this year. Jack Sinclair is a former EPT runner-up. Still plenty of big names trying to make it to the last 2 tables, trying to make it to the penultimate day of this 5K tournament. It's James Hartigan alongside Maria Ho.
Hello.
And as you'd expect, Maria, we're at that point where decision-making is so impactful, and I guess no real surprise to see players with previous, players with pedigree making these deep runs, putting themselves in contention to make the FT on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a starting field of 1,975, but when we get down to the nitty-gritty, you are going to be left with these really tough players, some really elite players in the field.
So level 24 getting underway now. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante.
I mean, he's like average, right? Like not that good.
You talk about the decisions being so impactful at this point, James, and this is also when fatigue starts setting in. I mean, granted, you know, they have been lucky to have a couple kind of shorter days than originally scheduled, but it's still hard to just go to sleep at the end of the night. You're probably running back hands in your mind. And also, you know, there's just so much anxiety, I think, when you go deep and you realize that the money is more and more significant, more and more meaningful, and there's more weight on your decisions. it also just puts a lot more pressure at this stage to always make the correct decision. And so even if you're a seasoned pro, it doesn't really get easier.
So Govert Matal opens with ace-jack, gets flattered by Jack Sinclair with threes and by Harry Lodge in the big blind, who also has ace-jack. And threes are still good on a 9-6-5 flop. Wooly asks on Twitch, is the final day starting the same time? No, so just to be clear, there's still 3 days to go, including today. So tomorrow is playing down from 16 to 6. That's live at 12:30 local time. The final table is on Sunday. That's playing down from 6 to a champion. That starts at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And look at Rania making a castle out of time bank cards.
Sinclair betting for protection here. Feels like there's a chance he could just be up against overcards and just hoping to fold those out.
Oh, sorry.
And he does get both ace-jacks to fold, and that is a very good result for threes here.
Too much, too greedy, too greedy, too greedy.
So are we supposed to go down to 9 today?
16.
Down
Yeah,
to
I think
16.
16, but they haven't told us that.
Because somebody random yesterday told me 9 and I was like,
No, because there's still 2 days after this, and they want 6 on the final day.
Yeah, it'll be 16 today. Sure.
Yeah.
Harry Lodge knows where it's at.
He's been here before.
Literally.
Always good. You must
if I finish
cancel your
first,
flights, always good.
I'm gonna live in Europe forever, I think.
When you win the tournament,
If I
we
win,
never go back to Canada.
If you say it, it's true. Oral is binding. All right.
when I buy an apartment somewhere.
You're
on
abandoning
the-
Canada?
No.
Average stack right now, 1.7 million with 34 players remaining. So still playing above a 50 big blind average, even at this late stage.
Yeah, it's a really great structure, and you know, with this great structure, obviously, and having time banks, I think it's a nice viewing experience as well as a nice playing experience.
Sinclair has opened in late position with an ace. Harry Lodge calls in the small blind with eights. Then Jianwei's been relatively quiet so far today. Granted, we've only played 18 hands. He's going to defend his big blind here with ace-3 of diamonds. In fact, that is a re-raise. He's squeezing to 300K.
Do you have black chips there?
Yeah, and I do like this squeeze with this particular hand class. You know, the suited ace makes for a really nice squeezing hand, and you know, if you get called, it definitely has good playability post. But Lodge, when he calls here from the small blind, certainly he does not plan to fold against this 3-bet, just recognizing that the big blind's going to have some squeezes that he's going to be well ahead of. You know, obviously really in good shape here with just one overcard in Jianwei's hand.
If I've got eights, I'm not hating that board.
No, I mean, you're definitely beating the 3-bet bluffs and a lot of the 3-bet value hands, right? A lot of the big ace X's, the king X.
Can I get a Diet Coke? Is it Diet Coke? Or Diet Pepsi? Do you have a Diet Pepsi? Oh. Can I get a Diet Pepsi or a Pepsi with a cup of ice? Cup of ice and some lemon? Thank you so much.
180,000 is the continuation bet from Jianwei. Deuce of diamonds. What a card.
Yeah.
Jianwei picking up the wheel draw and the nut flush draw.
And you see why a hand like a suited ace makes for a good 3-bet candidate, because, you know, on most flops, you're going to have some opportunities for a lot of backdoor equity, which is exactly what has happened here, in addition to the fact that you have the betting lead, and you know, you're just going to be able to continue to barrel off and put a lot of pressure on a hand like Lodge's.
6 bets, 500,000.
Going for about half pot here. And again, you know, there's this feeling that eights could still be good, but this pot is starting to get really, really big here, and you're out of position. You know, what happens if you call here? You know, what's your plan on certain rivers? Jianwei with just about pot back, and that is enough pressure to get the eights to fold.
And then Jianwei is now table chip leader, has the slight advantage over Harry Lodge. And we reached that inevitable point, the PSA that I hate having to do, but happens every time we're covering the late stages of an EPT and there's a female player at the table. Just think before you write. Choose your words carefully.
You know, just think, would you want somebody saying this about your sister or your mother?
I mean, look, I speak as someone who in the commentary booth has fun with all the players, but treating everyone respectfully is key. Chris Arthur, you can have a ban. Seriously, I'm not going to take any crap from anyone today.
Thank you. Always on top.
Nasreddine deciding to limp in the cutoff with 5-4 offsuit after Matal limped in from under the gun with deuces.
MG, goodbye.
Yeah, y'all better be careful out there, because James is going to be more trigger happy than Joe is with the ban hammer today. But don't say he didn't warn you guys. 3 ways to the flop with Barbosa and the big blind with Jack 10. And that's going to be bottom set for Matal. Limped in under the gun, really hoping to see a cheap flop with this baby pair, and he got exactly what he wanted. Interesting turn up and down for Barbosa, and you know, Rania, who had checked back the gutter on the flop, and Matal still sitting there with bottom set. Was hoping that Rania would bet the flop, but she didn't, and now, you know, definitely might consider putting in a raise with all of the draws possible. You know, there's going to be the 7X out there, the 10Xs, the flush possibilities, Jack 10, of course.
$180.
180. See, 8 raises to 180,000. See, 4 folds.
And it is a little peculiar, you know, what kind of hands is Matal going to be limping in under the gun, checking the flop, raising the turn? You know, can certainly have a wide range of hands if you feel like he doesn't just limp in as traps, but he also maybe has some of these types of pairs that could have hit a set, or maybe even some type of suited connected hand that has 2 pair. You know, you don't really expect to be raised by just 1 pair hands very often when the big blind leads into 2 people. You definitely know that you have equity in the form of your straight draw, but what if you were to hit a pair? What if you were to hit a jack or a 10? Would that be good? You know, are the implieds worth it to call here as well? You know, are you going to be able to extract more chips from a tall if you were to hit? And I think it's just a little bit tough with, you know, the clubs out there as well. Just not clear, you know, if you're always going to be drawing to the nuts.
Kovat Metal playing 1.85 million, which is approximately the average stack right now. But we are going to the outer tables. Oh my word. Huge hand, huge pot, huge cooler. Wow. 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Steven Song with aces, Tim Chung with kings.
Yikes.
A jack 10-4 flop, 6 on the turn, and a queen on the river. Aces hold.
Well, that's gross at this stage.
These guys were both massive stacks. They're just double checking, but it looks like Chung has been eliminated. I don't think anyone saw this happening at the start of the day, that he'd have to make do with a 34th place finish. But he's going to cash for 26,900 euros. And by virtue of winning the biggest pot of the tournament so far, Steven Song will be chip leader with 6.25 million.
That was done,
Huge stack. Song with start of day chip leader once again.
Coca-Cola grew, and it's basically funded by Coca-Cola.
Okay.
So like my college years were definitively drinking Coke.
Yeah, I drink way too much. At least this was 0, but...
You drink a lot?
But
Is that why your hair's red? Like it just like changed everything?
I think that happened fast.
Is your family gingers as well?
My mum is.
Do you come from a family of gingers?
Gray.
Okay.
Or is it just
what
you?
Was it before it was gray? It did not come out of the womb gray?
Black.
Okay.
So back at the feature table.
I run with a ginger, and there's some like really funny like memes like, you know, don't turn your back on a ginger, you know what I mean? Just like the ferociousness inside.
Rania, seriously.
I mean, do you think Harry is enjoying this convo, or it's like, if I hear people call me a ginger one more time.
She does? So you guys could produce.
That hand won by Jack Sinclair. To be fair, when he wasn't at the table, it was either yesterday or the day before, Rania was referencing Harry and kind of implied that she might have a little crush on him, saying that,
really?
that she reminded him of Prince Harry. Eddie, have a ban.
Oh, I think they do random table breaking now.
Yeah, I don't think.
Sorry, mate.
It's
Can I
not
get
high to
my
low,
phone?
so yeah, any table can break.
So we could break?
Yeah.
Oh. This will be interesting.
Yeah, 1 in 5 chance. I think when they get to 5 tables left, they break the table randomly. It's not high to low, like they draw a card to see which table breaks.
That is correct.
It's so that if you're under the gun and you know like you need 1 player to bust, then they would like tank so to avoid the big blind.
Vaughn, have a ban.
It's a good rule. Probably makes it hard for the TV crew, though.
Harry Lodge, you are correct. This breaking of tables at random, once you get down to 40 players, once you get down to 5 tables, is an absolute nightmare from a production point of view. We just need to run good, right? We're now at 32 players. There has been another elimination. We'll get to that in just a moment. So that means a table breaks. Now, previously, they would break high to low, but they've now introduced a random breaking system, so any one of the 5 tables could break. But I hear we are running good. Neither the main feature table or the secondary feature table has been chosen as the table they're breaking. Boom. Celebrate good times. Come on. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Maria, get jiggy with it.
Why does it sound so much better with your accent, though? Matal being very aggressive from the small blind, raising with the king 6. Gets called and decides that he's going to check the flop. And now it's kind of interesting because Matal has the pre-flop raiser, might consider repping this ace on the turn, but it is Fournier who has the ace in his hand.
Wow, Maple, I mean, I can do this all day. You're banned. Bully Maguire, you're banned.
Wow. You're way more aggressive than I thought.
Okay.
I see you.
Maybe don't say that out loud.
Okay, so here's what happened to take us down to 32. Alexander Shilko all in against Jack Kiriakus. King Jack against Ace King, a domination situation. No help for Shilko on the flop turn or river, and the PSPC champ out in 33rd for 26,900 euros.
Like one card, burn, and I'm out.
If you didn't call, I'll call King Queen. If you didn't call. Yeah.
So in the main event, please.
You call him.
We have 32 players. Please stop now for this one.
Another deep run from Shilko, and oh, would you look at that? The NAPT. I'll be there.
Yeah, just talking about this during the break, because one of the changes, I know that during the last level, Maria, we discussed the fact there are more big buy-in events, 5K main event, 25K high roller, but also they are going to be using PokerStars Live at this event.
Yeah, people who have not had the opportunity yet to use PokerStars Live.
And of course, we are filming a new season of the big game on tour, which means chances to qualify to be a loose cannon. We'll give you details of those qualifying tournaments very, very soon. But it's going to be the same process as last year. Qualify to get through to the casting stage. There's going to be auditions. We will ultimately be selecting who gets to play on the big game on tour. It is a TV show after all. Staked 50K to play against pros, celebrities, business people. Get to keep any profit you make above the 50K starting stack after playing 150 hands. Hope you enjoyed those shows. They are all available to watch now on the PokerStars YouTube channel, all 10 episodes. And if you are a fan of cash content, don't forget we've got a new season of the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge coming this month. Maria, you played in the first season with Sam, Griffin, Fabiano Kavalski, who's making a deep run here in Barcelona. This time around, the players are Barney Boatman, Lex Veldhuis, Spraggy, Tonka, Wolfgang Poker, and Olga Yemelcheva. These shows will be released on the PokerStars YouTube channel later this month. Mystery Cash Challenge Season 2 coming soon.
Looks like we got Coleman, who went from that broken table up to the secondary feature.
Cool. And Sriharsha Dodapaneni is the other new player at the secondary table, also taking a seat there. BMX44 asking, what is the mystery aspect? Watch season 1. Again, all 6 episodes available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel. It's a fun format.
Was a burger one of the things that you could win?
Nope, mixed it up this year.
All right.
All I will say is that there is still a prize of low value in the mix. And I can tell you the person who won that prize of low value was not happy about it. I'm not sure they particularly saw the funny side.
But low value according to whom? Because relatively speaking, like that burger was actually quite coveted in season 1 from my recollection, but I'd love to see who gets mad at, I mean, come on, they're all free. How can you be mad at something that's free?
If you spend several buy-ins chasing entry into that bomb pot, if you spend several buy-ins trying to win that hand and win an envelope, you're kind of hoping it's going to be a gold power pass and not something of insignificant value.
I don't know. I think that person's a little bit of an ingrate. Just kidding. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know who it is. You're probably my friend. I like you still.
Welcome. You're supposed to be there.
So Panos Mavroatsakis is one of the players coming to the main feature table. Panos qualified online to play in this EPT main event.
I make no confirmation bet.
How do you pronounce
I bet on the turn.
No. Panayotis?
And
That's
I
your
make
first.
confirmation bet.
Okay, Pano?
Yeah.
Pano Otis.
Maybe I can.
Yeah. I like Pano.
Maybe you call.
I think it's nice, but since I moved out of Grave, nobody say it here.
Where do you live?
Dublin.
Oh, Dublin. Why Ireland?
I'm working there.
Okay, what do you do?
Amazing.
Nathaniel Elliott, I have no inside information on any poker content that is not produced by PokerStars. Thank you for your question.
Sinclair, where are you? Sinclair. Don't want you to miss your under the gun.
Take your seat, Sinclair.
And you don't live in UK, you live in Georgia?
Yep.
Why Georgia?
It's nice.
I saw Georgia and I was thinking Georgia, US, and I was like, I don't think that's
Yeah, no.
Do they speak English in Georgia?
It's weird they're writing and stuff.
Come again?
In Georgia, in Europe, you mean?
Yeah.
It's pretty special, they're writing.
Oh, yeah. The alphabet is nuts.
Yeah.
What, like?
Cyrillic alphabet.
No.
It's a what alphabet?
No, they have their own alphabet.
They do?
Georgian alphabet. Every letter looks like a W. Just W, upside down W, sideways W.
Seriously?
C, like, it's just everything is a...
Because all they do is win, 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 win.
Do you want a Bond trivia
Looks like
question,
beautiful
Maria?
nature there.
Sure.
Which Bond villain specifically came from Georgia? Again, not the US state, the country.
Can we make this multiple choice?
But it's still okay.
You can ask a friend. You can ask a Stapleton.
Stapleton?
Much cheaper than
Can I give you a clue, Joe? You watched this film very recently.
Alec Trevelyan.
Right film, wrong character.
Cracker.
SG, watching on Twitch, says it was easy. Xenia Onatop, when he meets her for the first time in the casino in Monte Carlo, he says, "Your accent Georgian?" To which she says, "Very good, Mr. Bond." That's right, on a top. They do love the pun names of Bond girls. 10-9 versus Queen 10. King 8-4 on the flop. Jianwei was the pre-flop raiser. Mavroatsakis called in the big blind.
Yeah, not much out there for the 10-9 suited, and you know, you're not really going to be able to continue very often against the hijack opening range on this texture. It's pretty ambitious to try to go for the backdoors. I mean, if you had like 2 overs to the board, definitely more of a consideration, maybe even 1 over, but it looks like hold on is going to try to go for check raise here.
Keaty says, I'm useless at movie trivia. I once got the name of the prison in the Shawshank Redemption wrong.
You know, if you feel like your opponent's going to be c-betting this at a really high frequency and just never really has any checkbacks, which, you know, they probably shouldn't with this texture, then sometimes you do go for these check raises, you know, hoping to fold out some of the ace-x type hands and something like this. And it is going to work. I think a lot of times you will get a good portion of their range to float, though. You know, you're not going to be folding to a check raise with a hand like ace-queen or ace-jack very often. But that time, you know,
look at that.
Just a little bit more of the bottom of Jianwei's range there.
You what?
Many time, Manxusi. Don't need them?
Do I need them?
Yeah, no, I mean, you haven't used them.
No. It's a problem I have. So when I do use them, oof. I used 2 or 3.
She's in the think long, think wrong camp.
Jack 9 folds under the gun. Steven says, can you share the time cards? No. And if you are eliminated, those time cards are just taken out of play. They do not go to the player who knocked you out. What's the blind? Call. I think he said he was calling that. Ace, King, 10. 3 still good, but how are you supposed to know on that board?
Yeah. A little hard to proceed here. Limped pot pre, though. So you can take some of the strongest hands out of Sinclair's range. You know, it's not going to have 2 pair here very often. Not going to really have any sets. But the random ace-x, king-x, you know, 1 pair type hands still will be in there. Those hands are going to be in the check back category pre a lot of the time.
Well, that is Broadway for Jack Sinclair, plus he has a flush draw.
Yeah, and I think Mavroatsakis is probably going to be done with this hand. You know, he was betting the flop, just hoping to fold out any equity, but just can't really come up with many ways to win this pot on this board.
Mavroatsakis does not bet again. Jack Sinclair checks behind, 8 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, being really sneaky there, just wanting to get one big street of value. Feels like if he bets turn and river there, you know, his opponent is going to need to have a pretty big hand in order to call 2 streets. But maybe if he disguises his hand with a check back on the turn, he might be able to get a little river value.
Bet 100,000.
And also this line just really feels like a lot less bluff heavy. You know, you can now be betting some really good 1-pair hands when you check back turn and bet river. Doesn't really mean that you're polarized to just having the nuts or nothing. So it's time to fold.
Jack Sinclair hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Jose Barbosa, the low man at the table, just shy of 20 big blinds. And Jianwei, table chip leader, just ahead of Harry Lodge. Both players with more than 3 million. A reminder, after that ridiculous aces-kings hand between Stephen Song and Tim Chung, Song has 6.25 million right now and is chip leader with 32 remaining.
We're also on the verge of a pay jump, 31st place. It's going to pay 30K euros.
Dad, why can't I have King Queen suited? Mavroatsakis folds the King 8. Rania Nasreddine, ace 5 in the big blind. Does she feel like squeezing here?
Good call.
Just a call, 3-way to the flop, which is Jack 10-4.
Pretty good flop for King Queen. Decides to check back. Gives everybody a free card. You know, I think with 2 overs and an open-ender, I would be c-betting that in position quite often. Now, Jianwei with the gutter. What does Matal want to do? I mean, you're going to be in position. I'm very surprised to see this fold, you know, with an open-ended straight draw, just folding in position.
Yeah.
I just, with 2 overs, I feel like there's a lot of other ways you could win the hand, you know, without needing to hit your straight. And then you have Rania with the gutter of her own to the wheel here, continuing.
3, 4, 6, 7, 8. That's not a straight. He does not have a straight. Ace high's good.
Yeah, and you know, when you show up to the river with the bottom of your range, and you know, there's some natural missed draws, right? Some flush draw from the flop, some straight draws. I mean, you would imagine that if it's checked to Jianwei, he's going to have to try to bet and get Rania off of whatever holding she has.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes she's going to have some 10Xs here. You know, she's going to have some draws, which a lot of the draws beat Jianwei at showdown. So you just can't reasonably expect to win this hand by checking back. You do see him reaching for chips.
250,000. We saw her make a phenomenal hero call yesterday with second pair. Can she make an ace-high hero call here, which would be right?
I don't think that it's a good thing that she blocks a lot of the draws, right? I think, you know, she blocks, you know, the flush draw. She blocks a lot of some turn straight draw, some, you know, other ace X, ace deuce suited or something that would have opened pre-flop. I think the reason why she's even thinking about it is because he checked the flop.
Yeah.
And so maybe she's wondering, you know, if there's any way that her ace high could be good, you know, if better ace highs end up. Ooh.
She's made the call. Rania heroes with ace high and is right. Two heroes in one tournament.
I took time. I took time this time. I took time this time.
That was worth it.
Rania Nasreddine up to 3 million chips now, 100 big blinds.
Wow. Nice, nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
That's cute.
Nice. I like the fact that Lin Jianwei shows a respect there rather than pretending he misread his hand. Rania is third in chips at the table behind Lin Jianwei and Harry Lodge. All three of them have 3 million chip stacks.
Show me here.
I mean, we've seen a fair few confrontations between Rania and Lin, and to be fair, he's got the better of her a couple of times, and then vice versa. A lot of history between these two players who seem to have been drawn at the same table. I want to say the same two seats a lot.
Yeah, there seems to be a dynamic that's established between these two. And so, you know, some of the things that might happen in these hands between them is going to be a result of the fact that they've had that history. And, you know, I think that fair play to both of them on that particular hand.
Maria, would you like to answer this analysis from Fitzar, a multi-high roll? Oh no, he's just someone watching on YouTube. Horrible call. Maria didn't even challenge that with words, just made a noise. She just went, huh. Huh.
Well, somebody who made a horrible call has 3 million in chips now.
Indeed. And we are moving over to the secondary feature table.
Open.
C4 raises at 210. C5 plus.
Not up in any with ace king 3-betting. Mavroatsakis, who has king jack with everyone else folding. The action is back on Yuri. Oh, Hold on a second. Yep, Coleman has folded the big blind. Now it's Yuri's go. And it's a fold from the King-Jack. Chip stacks of the players at this table. And a question from Sicarius GTV. When you say someone has 50 big blinds, are you taking into account the big blind ante? No. Taking into account how many big blinds they have, which is the minimum bet. And ultimately, it's not like the ante is a double big blind. The big blind is still 30,000, so the min raise is still 60,000. You still measure your stack size in bets or big blinds, if you like. Glenn asks, do they play 9-handed or 8-handed at the EPTs? 8-handed. As we do at the NAPT, I would say, Maria, that was one of the things that we had most positive feedback from NAPT Las Vegas last year. So many Americans who are just not used to playing 8-handed.
It just makes such a big difference in every way. Like, I wish every tournament would be 8-handed. It's ideal.
So this time around, not only do you get 8-handed tables, not only do you get the USB chargers and all the mod cons that come with playing one of our live events, but also all tournament information in the PokerStars live app. Bobby asks, what was the starting buy-in? This is a €5,000 buy-in, 5,300 to be precise, with 1,975 total entries, a prize pool of nearly 9.6 million euros, and a first prize of more than 1.5 million. Daniel, has a woman won an EPT main? Yes. Thank you for your question. Strictly speaking, 4 EPTs won by women, 2 of them by the same woman. Victoria Corin Mitchell, the first ever 2-time winner on the EPT. The other female winners being Liv Bourrie and Sandra Noyox. The PCA was part of the EPT until 2016, so Maria Lampropoulou, while a PCA champion, is not an EPT champion.
Who knows what Sandra's up to these days?
The Black Mamba.
I miss seeing her around.
Sorainen versus Mavroatsakis. Trip Kings looking pretty good here. Very good. Full house now.
Yeah, when your opponent calls that flop bet, you're going to assume that they have some King X, some 3X, some Ace X, and then sometimes some of the middling pairs. So, you know, you're not really going to be able to bluff them off of most of their range there when the 3 pairs.
Larry Greenstein not changing the outcome of this hand. Wow, the questions keep coming. Jerry, watching on Twitch, what country has the most EPT winners? The United Kingdom. Thank you for your question.
That's 140,000.
Now Mavroatsakis decides to lead on the river, and yeah, there's just not really very many bluffs in this spot. Such a dry flop.
Let's go back to the main feature table. No, Cheshire, Vanessa Selbst has not won an EPT title, but she did win 2 NAPT titles during the first run of the tour from 2010 to 2011. She took down the main event at the Mohegan Sun leg of the North American Poker Tour, 2 years in a row.
Anyone else cold?
Okay.
Kevin says, hasn't Liv won Barcelona? No, she hasn't.
Your palms are freezing.
My hands are freezing, I know. He's got a cold though, so he's of course like not feeling his best. What do water engineers work on? You said you're a water engineer. What do you work on?
Water, I'm guessing.
But water, like what you drink or like in the ground or like in a building?
Schreiss, what are you
There's
quoting
lots
there?
of water projects.
If it's Wikipedia, don't even bother.
I miss EPT San Remo.
Yeah, indeed, there are many different things, as you said.
All of our stats verified
Ranging from like
by Howard Swains and the EPT communications team.
to dams. What I'm doing mostly now is groundwater engineering.
What does that mean?
Many things. Many things. Let's say everything related to the water that is in the subsurface.
Okay, to make sure like streets don't flood with water, like
Yeah,
you.
also
Okay,
that,
okay, okay. Do you work for the government in Ireland or a company?
Company.
Company. Okay.
Shows 8-2 info.
How long have you lived in Ireland?
3 years now.
Do you like it?
Yeah, love the country.
Okay, is your family still in Greece?
Yeah.
Vincent asks, when will the EPT come to Africa? Gonna say it's unlikely that the European Poker Tour would go to Africa.
Oh, Brazil.
I mean, I would never say
People
never.
posted some Right.
We did
things
just
in
reference the fact that
Portuguese.
there was an
You're gonna have to
EPT
tell me at
in
break
the
what
Bahamas,
they
which is
mean,
very much
because-
not Europe.
I won't not want to know.
But it is closer.
Well, everyone's mostly nice.
I would expect that for the foreseeable future, the European Poker Tour would stay in Europe.
61 raise, 65,000.
And I don't think we should be using the Eurovision Song Contest as a metric of which country should be considered part of Europe.
Got it.
10 calls, 65,000.
Queen 3-3 on the flop, advantage Fournier.
Yeah, you will proceed cautiously against an under-the-gun open.
So here's the problem. When someone writes Australia is in Europe, right? My natural instinct is they're trolling. And then I remember this is the internet. And I wonder, is someone's knowledge of geography really that poor?
You know, I feel like a stereotype that does actually hold true is that a lot of Americans are pretty bad at geography, myself included. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily put it past someone to think that that is where Australia is, but
Austria, Europe. Australia, not Europe. I appreciate there are many countries in Europe that don't have EPTs. A lot of people throwing out places like Norway, Finland. Have to remember, has to be a big destination, easy to get to, with a venue that can legally accommodate an event on the scale of an EPT. And that discounts a lot of places in Europe.
do you think, James, there's a chance of going back to any of the previous locations where EPT once was held, but
yes,
no longer
I've
is.
heard a couple mentioned. I'm not at liberty to discuss, but yes, there is the prospect of a couple of former EPT destinations or variations on a theme for future seasons.
Versus Queen's hand, who was the guy who had aces?
Are you trying to jab me?
No.
You're trying to jab me,
not. I didn't
Harry. Are you trying to pick a fight? Yeah, he had the aces.
I see.
What was that accent?
I don't want.
Harry, you're trying to pick a fight.
No. Don't try to assume any sort of logic to my play. Your head will explode. But
never bluff.
I think he was the biggest fan of your call.
yeah, I know. He was so. That's the thing. China, like, so gracious. Like, I took my whooping with my queens versus like aces, like a big girl. And he's promised me a jade. He's promised me a present. He didn't specify jade, but I feel like it's going to be jade.
You wish.
I did give him a ton of chips. Like,
That's worth a lot.
I gave him like 1.2 million chips.
6, fold. 6, 7, fold.
No, he's very kind. Good guy to play with. Always to my left, though, the last like 2 or 3 days.
5, 6, 8, fold.
Harry Lodge opens with Jack-10. Gobert Matal flats the button with 9s. Fournier with artisanal sourdough. Players often like to squeeze with this kind of hand.
Do you ever like look at a hand like this and feel like it's a party and you wish you could be reinvited to? Like just for like, you know?
With my hand? No.
I'd happily call with my bad cards. Here.
Fun little four-way pot here.
Yeah, Fournier just flatting in the small, and Mavroatsakis coming along with Queen 7 of strawberries. And we have a 7-high flop. Decent draw for Fournier. Backdoor hearts work for him. He's got the wheel draw, ace high. 46% equity, actually, in this four-way pot. 9's officially ahead right now.
Yeah, understandable lead from Mavroatsakis with top pair here. You know, if you're going to be balanced in this spot, you will have some pair straight draws. You might have, you know, some of the gutters, but you will also have some strong hands that you decide to lead here, which, you know, just makes it hard for some players to attack your lead. But Matal has a real hand with the overpair.
Makes the call. And Fournier is in as well. 3-way to the turn. Pot already over $500,000.
Queen.
Jack of diamonds. And that means Matal is now a 70% favorite.
Yeah, I think it's quite tough to just continue betting with a pair of 7s when the flush draw gets there, when you get called in 2 spots on the flop. You know, because you're not really trying to turn your hand into a bluff. You have quite a bit of showdown value. You don't really want to bloat this pot. And from Matal, I mean, similar considerations, right? I mean, there's an overcard to your hand. Now there's also, again, the flush out there, straight as possible, the small blind overcalled. Doesn't really seem like a spot where you're going to be betting very often into 2 players.
Board pairs on the river. Matal still ahead. Well, we're just going to quickly cut across to the secondary feature table. There's been an all-in and a call. We'll come back to the conclusion of that three-way pot, but it is Myers all in with jacks against Valanen's tens. So Myers, the at-risk player, but a 4-1 favorite. Queen, deuce, deuce, jacks holding. This looks like a double up for Myers. King on the turn. Only a 10 eliminates Daniel Myers from the EPT Barcelona main event. The river card is an ace. Jacks hold, and he doubles up through the fin. So let's see how this hand plays out. In fact, it has concluded. It went check, check, check on the river. Govert Metal won it with a pair of nines. Great point to bring Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
I love a pair of nines, that's why.
Oh, he's the 9. I thought that was 9 of hearts. Nice hand. Sorry. Okay, fist bump. Good fold, Rania.
Very good fold.
Well, I mean, easy. Wow.
Go, Govert Metal.
With 1.8 million, he has an average stack, 62 big blinds, and still half this level to play.
Oh, yeah, he bet
He didn't? Yeah.
Kind of surprising.
Hey Maria, how's it going?
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. Why do you seem so uncomfortable?
I don't know, because I'm suspicious of why you're doing this. You gonna ask me for something?
You're from which part of England?
I ask you for something once every 6 years.
And you're from London.
What do you want?
Your accent is like so like James Bond. Like it's so like.
Finish the sentence.
It's just very like it's like what I call like quintessential like.
Jack or me?
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like Harry's is more more traditional, but.
Harry.
Oh, you're back. Been around the world. Did you get a break or did you go to another table? Okay.
5 raise.
They're like, after dealing with these 8 fools, we give you a little break.
Yeah, dealers don't get breaks. Ace Queen for Lodge opening. Jianwei, wow, ditches the ace-10, discipline.
Yeah, but I like that, you know, he feels like he's always wanting to get in the mix. Like he has to rein himself in a lot, which I can appreciate.
I want to know what he's using to randomize, because it is pretty random when he chooses to get involved or not.
It's his deck read.
You go with the good fold.
Brit on Brit violence.
Jackie Sinclair, that's right. Playing against Harry Lodge. Sorry, I don't do the Harry Lodge bit. I like it. I just can't do it.
Yeah,
King
really
9-9, top pair for Sinclair.
To bet river, but a diamond.
You think it's low-hanging fruit?
So much
No, I just can't do it. Like, I can't. I don't do the accent. I guess that was pretty close.
I think you just did it.
Harry Lodge. Yeah, it doesn't sound authentic coming from me. I'm Brit Violence, like 2 people going for an empty seat on the tube.
They seem like, you know, it seems very civil, though. It's not like New York or anything.
Well, that's what happens is, so when it's 2 people going for an empty seat on the tube in England, what happens is whichever guy gets there first, the other guy pretends like he never wanted it in the first place. Lodge continues for 35,000, gets called by top pair. Top pair now a full house.
And Lodge will be beating some hands that call the flop, you know, like the Queen 10 or the Queen Jack, some of these gutter balls. But, you know, has enough showdown, I think, where he just can check back here. You know, you do fold out some hands with equity when you bet, but you are also going to be up against
70.
Bigger hands as well. You know, I think you're going to be up against a lot of King X, a lot of 9X.
Lodge bets 70,000 this time. Twice the flop bet.
Especially because that queen in your hand does, you know, block quite a few of those hands that continue that you have beat with ace high. But you know, this second barrel does serve to maybe shed some hands like the small pairs, like deuces through eights that just get, you know, counterfeited, but you're ahead of those as well.
River's a 3 of hearts. Very rarely going to be a factor here. Didn't even complete the flush draw.
Sevens.
Wait, what?
What? Did someone say sevens?
They did say sevens.
That's very strange because...
And it went check, check.
Uh-huh. Did someone misread their hand?
Did we misread the hand? Doesn't matter. Moving on.
They say in Barcelona always come in sevens.
We've got Oscar Moss, formerly Oscar Pons, all in against Javi Timmer. Moss with sevens. Timmer's got aces. 7 on the flop. Turn. Ace. How heartbreaking. I mean, I guess we could still see another 7 on the river, right?
That's only on GG.
Joker's one out one time. 7 diamond.
Moss wants the one outer. That's a 10. So aces hold with a little drama, and we lose Oscar Moss. Well, no, Moss is Spanish for more, right? More like Oscar less.
Yes.
Little
Oscar,
less,
no
little,
Moss.
Little less more. That's it. No Moss. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Long way to get there that time. Kind of like the aces.
Yeah. But, you know, you just got back from a break. Got to give you a little time to warm up.
Down to 31 players. Going to quit today when we get to 16. 31 players.
Did I call? 100%. Just so you know.
Guaranteed 30,950 euro. And another pay jump when we get to 27 players.
Wow, I'm so proud of myself. Normally I call there anyway. Whoa, so proud.
Before you look the cards.
What?
You call before you look the cards.
Giving
Normally I'm like, I've got 2 suited cards. Like, okay, YOLO, let's go. But I'm having a little bit of like a little bit, guys. That was huge for me.
It's good to be able to compliment yourself. I've built a whole career on it.
You know, you have to have a kind inner voice.
Nasreddine, worst player ever. Well, Animali, Adorabelli. I mean, your screen name is about adorable animals. And then you come in here saying, Rania, worst player ever? You're banned. Sorry, did I have to make that clear? Sorry. You're banned.
James banned about like 45 people in the time you're gone. It was a person a minute, I think.
That sounds about right, yeah. Blind on blind, Batal. Queen, 9-6, 2 spades. Nothing there, nothing there. Nope, nobody's got anything. Rania checks. Harry bets. This is unraised pre-flop.
Yeah, a little interaction here with the 10 of spades in Harry's hand. And it gets through. You know, I think the interesting thing is once Rania showed that she was willing to call Lynn with ace-5, you know, obviously it puts some of the players.
To the rest of the table.
I mean, it puts them on high alert. But the whole point is, you know, someone like Harry realizes that that doesn't mean that you don't try to bluff this player. You know, you have to make sure that it's in the right scenario where your story makes sense. But, you know, I think sometimes people just end up shutting down, being like, oh, well, I saw her make this call, so I'm not going to try to bluff her. But actually, you know, you could also look at it on the flip side where now she knows that people are probably less inclined to bluff her. And so maybe she might give players more credit as well if they go for it against her. So, I mean, you know, doesn't mean that you just shut down.
10 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold.
Nobody's unbluffable.
5 fold.
Knowing those idiots come to the table when they're waiting for the bigger game and then move all in every hand, that's about the only unbluffable people there are. You ever do that when you're waiting to play your 40-80 limit game at Commerce? Do you ever go sit down in 2-5 and just move all in every hand?
I actually don't really do that because I feel like it ruins the experience for everyone.
Wow. Agreed. You got to read the room sometimes.
Yeah, it's not enough for you to just get some shits and giggles.
Get your yah-yahs out.
Yeah.
Sometimes the tail will be happy for you to come.
Right. They're just like, oh, well, someone's just giving it away. But, you know, people are there. They want to see flops. They don't want to have to play freaking all in or fold with you.
You're really, really good at that in general, Maria. You know, I've taken you to a wide variety of games. You've taken me to a wide variety of games. And you understand that you're not just going to, like, rip it in against people who you know have come with one bullet.
Yeah. I mean, I think you want to give a certain amount of respect for the people that really are there to play the game and to get better. Like, they will learn nothing if all you're doing is ruining their chances of playing post.
6 fold.
Rania is opening this pot with 9-7 off.
Okay, Rania, just a little out of line. I see you.
Barbosa defends with a dominating 9, Jack 8-5.
Pretty interesting flop. And Barbosa, you know, getting a little short, not too short, but obviously has had to be pretty patient so far today. You know, certainly this is a very big hand, and you know, you might want to consider checking it over again to her.
Oh,
you just
yeah.
have so much board coverage, and you're going to want to let her rep this turn card. He's just not afraid of really any rivers, right? You've got the nut flush draw. You're not afraid of that coming in.
What are you afraid of? Another ace? No, you're not.
What you can't be afraid of is bluff catching someone who may try to bluff. Well, surprising to see her give up with just 9 high when she doesn't really have showdown value. And it's a board where, you know, her opponent can't really be too nutted. You know, he's not going to be just calling pre off of 20 bigs with any of his strong hands. But saved herself some money because this time he had it. He was waiting.
Jose Barbosa, shortest stack at this table, 26 big blinds.
No, I was saying, like, the clothes I have are like for like an evening, like a beautiful dinner, like on a terrace.
All right, I'll go.
And I don't wear like my Jimmy's, you know, like my true gym clothes.
Yeah. Well, when she said Jimmy's, I was
The gym.
thinking
I often find myself alone.
twos.
At Hotel Arts.
Strange hours of the day.
No, it's just like between 8 and 10, it's like no one's in there ever. Except for
That's
my friend
true.
Samir. He comes in. His wife has him on a plan.
1 fold. 3 fold.
Rania's not going to play this one. Pocket fives for Harry.
5 ways, 60,000.
9-8 of spades for Jianwei. Yeah. He's only human. Who amongst us wouldn't flat the button with 9-8 suited here, knowing that no one ever 3-bets?
Ooh.
Set of 5s right out the gate for Lodge, and top pair for Jianwei could be a problem. Cinco, cinco, cinco. Checks to Jianwei.
Yeah, and when Jianwei bets here, it's because he's trying to deny equity to overcards, but, you know, he's not going to be thinking that he's beat. Of course, Lodge could have some sets, I mean, but Jianwei blocks top set, so he's really just looking at 5s or 4s. I mean, there are going to be some overpairs, of course, but if Lodge just decides to slow play, you know, there's not a lot of reason why Jianwei doesn't think he has the best hand.
Turns a king.
That could save Jianwei some chips.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's not a guarantee.
Check, check. Luckily for Jianwei, it was not another 8.
Did we wash hands?
A lot of busted draws out there. You wonder if Lodge is going to want to maybe go a little bit on the bigger side. You know, granted, he could have also check called with some, you know, ace king or some king X type hands. And so, you know, he does go a little bit large, but Jianwei doesn't block the flush draw from the flop. You know, he has no clubs in his hand, but he has to wonder, you know, a lot of the draws might have just led the flop, right? The pre-flop aggressor, if they flop some type of draw, they might have just bet. They might not have played that as a check call, right?
Well, whatever it is, he thinks he's going to need some time banks.
Water. Say water again.
Yeah, I think that you can
water.
suss out the fact that
Water.
maybe
Water is hard.
a queen X or something wouldn't go this sizing. So it feels a little bit more like king X or some stronger hands than that.
Some water.
And I like this fold.
I have to say water.
Water. Can I get some water?
And they understand.
What a flop.
Sorry, I just like to hear the
The combo?
the Rania stuff, yeah.
I don't know what his hand was.
Lady can make a conversation out of anything. How do you order water? This is how I order water.
I feel for a massage right now.
All right, Maria, can you handle this?
Okay, yes, I got you. You go on out there.
Something tells me she's a good tipper.
I begged, I cried, I pleaded, I tried to negotiate.
You must be one of their best customers. Every time I see you have Zeus with you.
Well, it's Viola. She's the best.
Oh, it's
She's
always
from
the
Hungary.
same.
I tried.
You sure she said she's from Hungary and not just that she's
today.
hungry?
So excited.
4-4.
Harry gonna play again, King 10 this time. Everyone in chat saying he called. He did call.
Oh, he did call. I didn't see that. Did you see that?
I just took your word for it, to be honest. But
Oh, I think I did
I've
see
gone
one
before, so I
chip
think I
in
can do
front
it
of him signaling the call, now that I think back. But there wasn't really any indication from either player.
we
that
wanted
anything
him to fold.
happened.
We wanted to
Exactly.
compliment the fold.
Exactly.
Sometimes you see what you want to see, my babies. What can I tell you? So Jianwei back involved with Queen Jack. Is going to be dominated in this spot by Fournier. Ace, King, 6, top pair for Fournier, second pair for Lodge, gut shot for Jianwei.
Something for everyone.
I think if you're going to flop a gut shot here, you also have to turn a spade. If you're this far behind.
Well, that's a very interesting turn card because now Jianwei has Broadway, Harry has 2 pair, and Fournier has top pair with a gut shot to Broadway and the flush draw.
Now, I said you got to pick up a spade here. Of course, you can also just pick up the frickin' Broadway.
I mean, what a card.
So what's the grossest river card? The King of Diamonds?
I mean, yeah, that's going to be gross, but it would be a lot easier for Jianwei to get away from his hand with 4 flush and a paired board there. You can see why Lodge is going to make the call here with King 10. You know, there's not really a whole lot of value in raising. You're just really hoping to be up against these type of hands that have equity that you're ahead of, but
I love it. The stalls in the bag, like they
not surprising to see
You like it?
Yeah.
Jianwei
No, it's like shocking.
Because I normally tilt when I go on break.
cut out a raise, and it's not very big raise. It's just a 250 against a bet of 100.
I didn't know that was in your range.
I don't think it's going to be good enough in terms of getting anybody with decent equity to fold out. I mean, you're fine with keeping Lodge in there.
Why do you do it?
Fournier has 21% equity, though, with his hand.
Skill issue.
Okay, well, everyone says you're one of the best, so I don't know about that.
Who?
Everyone's like,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
friends are like, Jack Sinclair. And I was like, I don't know who this guy is. But I mean, I have
Jianwei's
bad
raising
names. I barely know my
250,000.
own.
Action on
Feels so
Lodge,
much better.
who
God, that
gets
was-
away.
Yeah, decides not to make the overcall.
The river is
my
the King
gosh.
of Diamonds.
Wow.
Can you see this?
And you know, Harry made a good fold on the turn, but
Okay.
The full house.
All right, let's switch
he's
sides.
going to regret it just because this river card.
Traditionally have pretty good
So
balance.
sick.
not bad for a
As
guy.
it stands, Fournier with the best hand, that queen high flush.
Oh, yeah,
I
this
just
is not
don't
gonna be
think
pretty.
Janwei's going to be betting very often here.
Okay, I don't
Just
take
don't
it back.
expect worse to call. Might be one of the worst cards in the deck.
Call a doctor.
I gotta play the lotto
I'm injured
tonight.
and Sinclair's down.
Shiba.
Harry Lodge,
So this is Montreal against China.
deeply regretful.
I don't know what happened on the flop, but
Fournier's checked. Trying to induce a bet from Jianwei.
turn went bet, call, raise, call, fold. So
Doesn't get it. Fournier's gonna win this pot regardless.
ace 10, I guess.
He must have ace. No. Oh, he's the queen. Oh, he has the nut flush.
Uh-huh.
No,
Nut.
does he?
Well, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Fournier.
the nut flush.
Okay, that makes sense.
Straight, but Harry, come on, tell him. Harry,
Are you watching the stream?
Harry, you can tell him. You can tell him. You can say it.
Injured you?
My 3-betting arm. Oh, no.
Guys, you can thank me later. I broke his 3-betting arm, so he'll only be calling at this point.
That is true, very arm.
We're gonna have a flexibility table check soon, so hope you guys are ready. Grease, I'm looking at you. Water engineer, I feel like you got some yoga in your range.
Sadly, we got to cut away from this
All right.
coffee housing. For an outer table hand, we've got Ivan Zheshchev against Yella Myrna. Ace-Jack versus the Kings of Myrna. 7-7 deuce on the flop. Turn is a queen. Gonna need to see an ace on the river, otherwise kings hold. That is no ace, kings hold. Ivan Zheshchev out in 31st place. 30,000 and change. And we have
You were
reached
just being, you know,
a new
you know
pay
Rom from the U.S.
ladder.
He's a really, anyway, he's had a deep run in the main. I was like, hey, David Coleman told me you guys run. And I was like, I'm a runner, can I run with you guys? And he was like, sure, what's your pace? And I was like, we can do like a few miles, like 9 minutes. He goes, I can't do that. And I go, oh? He goes, that's too slow. Straight up. I was like, yeah. And then I asked David, he was
Good
like,
end.
no, that's fine. That's fine. I was
Baby,
like,
baby.
just tell me you don't want to run with a girl. That's okay.
You can see it on the live stream.
You can see the.
You must call your colleague.
After the hand, we are in a 20 minutes break. 20 minutes break after the hand.
Seema, you can come over here. You can come over here. You can come over here. Guys, my meanest best friend from college is what? Seema, you can walk in. Yeah, come right here.
Maria doesn't have a meanest best friend from college because she was the meanest best friend from college.
You're funny. You're so. I mean, it's like you know me.
I bet you drove a really sick Toyota Celica.
It was like all souped up.
Yeah. Fournier opening with pocket sixes on the button. And gets through the blinds.
Can you tell China?
Somebody show me Seema.
Okay, guys, I need your help. I need you to chant Seema, Seema, Seema. Guys, chant with me. 1, 2, 3. Seema, Seema, Seema.
Seema reaching into her bag. Is she gonna pull out a middle finger? That's a great bingo move. Oh,
yes.
no,
Nope,
candy.
just peanut M&Ms, a fan fave.
Ah, thank you.
She was eating peanut M&Ms at Monte
Seema,
Carlo too,
one of my
right?
best friends from college.
Okay, you're not supposed to eat the bag.
Time for a conference.
Good timing.
Uh-huh.
That's our meanest friend who just walks around with bags of peanut M&Ms to throw to
Okay.
people. I don't know what the nice ones are like. Pocket sixes again this hand. This time it's for Mavroatsakis. It's also on the button.
Seema was on my college dorm hall
At Kokyu.
at Kokyu.
Check high all hearts. I want to hear the story.
Yeah, nothing for Rania, and not a great flop for sixes with no heart either.
Oh, friendly? I'm going to do friendly again.
Check and dark. 8 of diamonds.
Definitely friendly and has nothing to do with
Am
how
I
bad
sick?
your hand is.
No, I checked. I said I was friendly. I said I'm checking again. I'm going to tell you guys my Seema story.
Well, we've got Stapes on the edge of his seat.
If it's about sorority hazing, we might have to dip the microphones.
Okay, so she organizes a deal where we go to get our eyebrows done. So, you know, women get lawyers done. She's my friend.
Yeah, well, I think
From college, yeah. She went to college with me. She happens to be in town for a conference. So we go to get our eyebrows done, and I'm in the chair getting threaded. Do you guys know what threading is?
Yes.
It's where a woman takes thread in her teeth, and she uses that to remove the hair.
It goes bing, 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 bing.
The lady looks at me as a hairy Arab and says, "Would you like me to do the lip also?" And I said, "No, because my mom told me if you remove your lip hair, it comes back like a man." So I said, "No, thank you." And Seema looked at me, and then she looked at the lady, and she goes, "I'm not walking around with you on campus with a hairy upper lip. Take off that hair." And the lady did. And I was like, okay. And that is my lovely friend.
So now you're mustache free?
I'm mustache free. I've lasered. I've spent like a small fortune in hair removal.
I think your meanest friend would have been like, you don't have a mustache when you really do.
But she started it all.
7 fold.
I mean, you're a real friend if you tell your friend they have a mustache.
I've had my eyebrows threaded.
Oh, you did? Do you think it hurts?
It hurts a lot.
Have you ever had them waxed?
I probably had the unibrow waxed.
Yeah.
The middle part.
And I'm assuming you've like plucked your own eyebrows. Sometimes.
I don't do it.
Or Raquel does it.
I've had a few
People help you out.
People volunteer
in that department
to pull eyebrows out of my unibrow. I get my back waxed pretty regularly because I feel like that's the one thing. You're out at the pool, you don't want a hairy back.
Yeah, it's more for other people than yourself because you can't really see it.
No, I can't see it. It's just the noise it makes taking my shirt on and off too. It's like rubbing a Brillo pad against a strainer.
1 bet, 5,000.
Like, how quickly does it grow back?
Gotta get it done probably every
I folded
6
the king
weeks
of
or so.
diamonds. Oh.
That was a quick hand for Mavroatsakis betting the flop.
Did you have a flush in that hand?
I guess so.
Yeah, I think so.
So the weird thing about getting my back waxed, though, is that it continues down the rest of my body, and I kind of stop at the waistline. So people who occasionally see me from the waist down say that it looks like I'm wearing hair pants.
Oh.
Sick.
I mean, how many people are seeing you from the waist down?
A fair few. I have my own swimming pool, and you know what? If you don't like what I wear out there, you're welcome to go to another pool.
Which is why I never come over. But I appreciate that you still invite me, though, because one of these days I'm going to say yes. I'm going to shock you.
I will be shocked.
No, I came over for your birthday. I came over for this other party you guys
You came
had.
over for one of the 3 birthdays I've had there, yes.
I've come to your house like 3 times.
Yeah.
It's not nothing.
And I've lived there 4 years.
Yeah, but you live so far.
It's 15 miles. Yep. Super far.
It's like an hour and a half with traffic, and you know it.
All right, looks like we're going to have multi-way action here. This could get fun. Hopefully Harry doesn't fold a full house this time. Jianwei, let's go. This is exactly your jam. This is the Jianwei you like it. Ace 10, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, queen jack, and 78. There's a 10. There's a jack. There's a... This is... I mean, come on. Come on.
Wow. Well, it looks like the dealer picked Harry. And he's got bottom set, while Rania has top pair, and Fournier's got a little piece with second pair.
Now, last time Harry flopped a set, it ended up being no good, if I remember correctly. And it's Rania who's going to bet with top pair and a diamond. Now, how many folds is this going to get? Not this one.
Yeah, well, depending if Lodge wants to just check raise here,
Yeah.
I think Fournier is going to be folding quite often against a raise. But
What about the gut shot for
maybe
Jianwei?
no, I think the gut shot's definitely out of there against a raise. But Fournier might find an overcall if Harry just decides to call, but I don't think so because there are just some draws possible. You unblock all of the good top pair hands, right? If Rania has ace jack here or king jack, you definitely want to start building the pot, getting more chips in. You guys are both so deep. I just don't think you can continue here with the ace 10 when it's been check raised to you.
Nah.
So it is going to go heads up. Because you also are not just going to be folding queen jack, you also do have some backdoor straight and flush potential.
I mean, this pot could potentially be real bad news for Rania.
Oh.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, so she picks up the flush draw now.
Yeah.
Remember when I said this could be real bad news for her?
Yeah, she also has a straight draw as well. And Lodge is certainly going to be sizing up because, again, you unblock all of the good Jack X hands, right? Which, again, that will contain ace jack. That will, you know, sometimes be Jack 10 as well. You could be up against two pair right now with bottom set.
550.
And so you definitely want to continue to get more money in there. You know, it's a really good spot. King Queen does get there, which you are going to be a little bit weary of. But again, just so many other value hands. And a very quick call from Rania. And I think Lodge is beginning to understand what kind of cards he does not want to see come in on the river.
The nine of diamonds is on the river, and I said this pot could be trouble for Rania, but guess what? Now it's trouble for Lodge's set again. No good again. It's a flush card and it's a straight card. 2.1 million in the middle. It's exactly what Harry's got left behind, 2.18 million.
Now he might be struggling to find a lot of hands that he beats. So you do see him check. And that
Can
is,
she find a size that will get called by bottom set?
well, whatever the size is, it was a very quick bet that she made on the river.
750,000 feels like too much.
I just think that with the fact that she called the check raise on the flop and she called the bet on the turn and she decided to bet so quickly on the river, I think it's just very difficult for Harry to come up with very many bluffs.
So there's obviously not a lot of running diamonds that are going to stick around on that flop, right?
Unless it is exactly
Queen Jack
Queen
of
Jack
diamonds,
of diamonds or King Queen
Jack
of diamonds.
10 of diamonds, right? Yeah.
You know, King 10 of diamonds
Sure. Yep.
might sometimes be there with calling the check raise on the flop. I do think this is, you know, a little bit of just the timing on the river. You know, the fact that she had a spot she didn't have to really even think about and she just bet so quickly. I think that has to be a factor here. I mean, it's just really unfortunate, you know, because you wonder, is ace jack, is like a good two pair hand going to be betting on the river when the straight comes in, when the flush comes in? You know, if you don't think she's ever value betting with worse, you're just not going to find very many hands you beat.
Harry does fold. And Rania Nasreddine, nearly 4 million in chips at this point, 129 big blinds,
Good hand, big hand.
almost twice average. Fewer than 5 minutes left on the level. We're going to stick with this table. We're going to have more Rania, Harry, Jack Sinclair, Govert Matal after the next break. That's cool. I don't need to switch. when we can just cut to outer tables.
Isn't it great when you have to delay, you have jacks, aces, they're like, take your
And
time.
over here we've got an all-in and a call. Jorge Artiga Pacheco versus, you guessed it, Yella Myrna. Jacks for Pacheco, aces for Myrna.
I almost so bad in the ace king. I was like,
9, 10, 9, 5, king. Aces hold, jacks are out.
Lerner's row today, he's been eliminating a few people.
He's been a force the entire tournament, but there goes Jorge Arteaga Pacheco.
Wouldn't have made a difference.
And we're now down to 29 players. You know that hand with where Harry's set was no good here against Rania? That reminds me of the hand from the opening scene of Trapped.
Oh, right. Trapped.
Trapped, my poker comic book that went on sale this week.
Yes. And there is a Kickstarter link that they can get from chat, right?
That's right, Maria. Thank you. Whoops, I just pasted the wrong link in chat. Those are for my shows next week in England.
Well, you know,
in Derby, Bristol, and
that's worth
Portsmouth.
promoting as well.
The mods have been kind enough to put the Kickstarter in there. I got my first review yesterday, actually. Not the first review. There was a review last week from, it was from like ukcomics.org or something. They gave it 5 stars.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, it's 5 out of 5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then David Lappin put a little something out yesterday that he'd only just read the first chapter, but he had some really deep and nice things to say about it. And then Paul Seaton got it yesterday, read it yesterday, and is over the moon about it. Had a million questions. He's going to try to put a review out today as well.
Yeah, I love to see the support from the community.
Really cool,
You've
yeah.
put in a lot of hard work.
So we do have Pocket Jacks versus Jack 10 here. Barbosa, with not a whole lot to think about here, I don't think.
7-fold.
Does, in fact, let it go. OG Kenobi asking who the artist is on my comic. We've got a couple of artists that worked on this. Now, the way it works is there's a colorist, there's a letterer, there's an artist. Sandro Pizziolo, the main artist. Did you know that, Stefano, that there's a lot of comic book artists live in Italy? Yeah, like a huge community. Yeah. And our first guy who quit also was Italian. Yeah. Sandro's Italian, and I think Felipe, who is the colorist, also Italian, and I'm pretty sure Saida, who, oh, is that Spanish name? The letterer is a young lady named Saida. All right, looking like this might be the last hand of the level. Fournier is going to raise under the gun with ace-9 suited. Mavroatsakis folds in the next spot. Rania's out. Harry's out. Jianwei says no way to the 6-4 suited. Barbosa with an easy fold here. And Matal's going to defend king-queen suited. Kath Alexidonia says those are some wild rewards for the backer tiers. Lamau, never seen a Kickstarter with a back rub or an invite to a poker game. Somebody bought that tier, by the way. The 500-pound backer level comes with a back rub from me. And I don't know. Did you buy it?
Yeah, it was me.
All right, I'll do it. Top pair for Matal. Bottom pair and a spade for Fournier.
It was Rania. I'll hold down the fort.
She can afford it, I think.
No, actually, we're going on break. You can go out there now.
Matal with a fairly easy call here. Does just call. Turns a 4 of hearts. Not very effectual. Check, check this time around, and it's even less effectual deuce for the river card.
Yeah, I think that Matal can safely come with a value bet now after it's been checked back on the turn. You know, there's going to be some 10x, some king x, some missed draws. Maybe you want to go a little bit bigger.
85,000.
Now, you're obviously, when you say that, you're saying that you want to go bigger to rep the misdraws.
Right, to polarize.
Because you're not going to get a big call from a misdraw.
Right, to polarize in the sense of, you know, either you have a strong hand here or one of those misdraws, which makes a hand like ace-9 maybe a little bit more enticed here to make the call. This is just so small that you're almost always going to get the call, but
Nice.
you might have left some on the table, right? Like even if you go a bigger sizing here, you might still get a call from ace-9.
Get the call, Matal. That's what we're going to call him. And those players are headed to break, but we've got an all-in at the secondary feature table. Someone may be going on permanent break if this ace-10 holds.
Setting the RNG.
Luka Sorainen is at risk versus David Coleman. Sorainen needs to hit a king or a queen for now. 7. Queen. 4. So it's looking good for a Sorainen survival. Coleman now needs to hit an ace. Not the fake ace. A real one. Sorainen's still going to be pretty short. Even if this king-queen holds. River does hold for Sorainen, who's going to double up to 635,000. That's still 15 big blinds. So as stated, we are going to keep these same feature tables. Let's have a look at the chips they'll be coming back with after the break. New blinds will be 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Jose Barbosa with 16 bigs. Mavroatsakis, Sinclair doing pretty well as we get healthier. Fournier, Matal, Jianwei, and Lodge. But Rania, Nasreddine, the chip leader. More from EPT 20 after this.
Are you gonna stare at me if we're gonna be in the pot? Like you're gonna do something like
For
this?
sure, yeah. All those tells that were so successful in PCA.
I mean, I'm not in my best shape from PCA.
I did this interview on break and they were asking questions like what's going to happen if you and I get heads up again.
You know, I'm still living the dream, so I don't mind any TV action, actually.
The blinds are 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante. Lamprecht folds under the gun. King 7 suited for Panker. He raises to 11k. Mike McDonald has ace queen.
Yes, these two are playing a pot. Get the popcorn!
He just calls. Daviditis folds.
Ooh, I don't know if this guy should be here with that insurance case still pending. Oh, that's a scarf, not a neck brace.
Senft is out. Victor Shuliak passes. Blackman and Ensan give up the blinds. Heads up to the flop. And it's top pair for Timex.
T-Pay, TK.
Let's see if Panker continues.
Looks like it.
13-5.
Pretty standard. I see Mike just calling here most of the time.
Sure enough, he throws in 13,500. The turn card is a 5.
Does Dominic double barrel with no pair and no draw?
He has picked up a gut shot.
Not much of a draw.
He checks.
Nope. Seems like a good board to check fold. It's a tough board to rep much on, and Mike can be pretty strong because they both play this hand from early position.
I knew you were gonna play a part with me in this situation. I wanted to raise light because we're...
So it's talking.
I was thinking that you were gonna be busy with making a statement.
Yeah.
To the TV.
And then I get dealt a good hand, so I have to play it.
Don't talk like this.
The hand gets even better on the flop, so I definitely have to play it.
So thank God I didn't barrel it off, right? Every time I'm gonna be in a hand with you, I will try to make some,
Just keep it simple against Mike McDonald. He doesn't make many mistakes. You need to keep yours to a minimum.
Yeah. My girlfriend's sister, she says you're handsome as well.
Thanks. Butter up the person on your last day.
Huh?
Butter up the person on your last day.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just telling you the truth.
You're supposed to swipe right, not left.
Well, Vincent Rubianis has just arrived at the table. He's got jacks under the gun.
Welcome to the TV table.
This looks like a raise. 14,000. Hussein Ensan folds. As does Lamprecht. Queens for Panka.
Oh boy. Goodbye from the TV table.
20 bigs for Dominic. And he shoves.
It's a lot of chips to shove, but definitely fine. You'd balance this by also shoving hands like 5 sometimes.
Whoa, Egidus Dovidaitis has ace-king in the small blind.
Okay, cool.
And he just calls the all-in. Back on Rubianis.
That call is very strong, so Rubianis may fold, though he is ahead of Panka's range.
I'm all in.
He reshoves.
This is an absolute must call with all the chips out there. This is a more definite call than when there's something strange in your neighborhood. It is for his tournament life, but it's also for a near triple up.
He folds ace-king.
I thought I had a good hand, but...
You do have a good hand.
Oh, sweet. So sweet. I was ready to.
Rubianis' sadness is about to be nearly as deep as his V-neck.
The flop is queen high.
Good roll.
Results.
There are some action turns.
Would prefer to have a call in my hand, but...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to have everything.
That's not an action turn.
Sweet.
Panka will triple up.
Sorry, Mike. I have to stay here for a little bit longer.
Early on, you were telling me how I was running you over, and probably like 5 of the 6 hands, I had like nuts.
Yeah.
And I still didn't win. That's how good you played.
I mean, it's hard to make a pair, blah, blah, blah.
Hey, remember that time we both won over $1 million? Good times.
Action folded to Panka. He's got ace-king. He raises to 13,000. Mike has ace-10 suited.
Boy, these two are just destined to play together and go to war like Ramses and Moses.
He calls. Round to Maximilian Senft on the button, who's got pocket tens.
I suspect a call here as well.
Sure enough. Hussein Ensan is in the big blind. He's got jack-deuce suited.
A call here is even probably okay considering the pot odds, but only if you're good enough to not go broke with one pair all the time.
He calls as well, and we are going 4-way to the flop. It's a 9-high flop, so Senft is still ahead.
It's a pretty sweet flop for tens, especially when you go 4 ways.
Action check to Mike McDonald.
Dominic didn't continue. Mike might decide he's missed pretty hard and try to take this down right now.
Here he comes. 24,000.
He's going to meet resistance from Senft, though. Senft. That's a hard name to say.
Just call him Max.
Max is calling.
He throws in 24,000. Ensan folds. Panka gives it up.
Ooh, folds a better hand to Mike.
So heads up to the turn. Which is the 9 of clubs. Senft now a 95% favorite.
Kind of a scare card for tenths, but I'm not so sure Mike would have bet a 9 on the flop or call with too many 9s pre-flop.
Or Timex is checked. Senft will bet 41,000.
Senft's done the right thing here, but he's repping a pretty strong range.
Mike folds.
Once again, he makes no mistakes.
You should 3-bet me. I would be very happy about it.
I think I would have been very happy about it if I did 3-bet you. Again, I had such a good hand that I had to call with it.
So what, you had ace-queen, right? You couldn't have.
Oh, this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Folded to Panka in the small blind. He's got queen-jack.
So if he's in the small blind, that means he can only face resistance from one man, Mike McDonald.
Panka's completed. Mike has 9 deuce offsuit.
Dominic's limp might give Mike a free flop, but he's done it, so now he can call a raise out of position instead of a 3-bet with a pretty decent hand.
Mike decides to raise to 17,000.
Mike's raising because 9 deuce plays terribly, and he just wants to win this pre-flop. But while Queen Jack plays pretty awkward in a 3-bet pot out of position, it's certainly good enough to call now.
Dominic calls. These two go to battle again, and it's a Queen 5-5 board. Panka with more than 99% equity. Action check to Mike. He doesn't continue, he checks behind.
Mike's maybe given up because Dominic's limp call range is mostly hands that are not folding on that flop.
10 on the turn. Dominic has a lock on the hand.
Dominic's going to have a lot of broadways, a lot of ace and king highs.
Panka bet 16,000.
And I don't think we're going to see Mike stick around here.
He folds, and we even the score. It's 1-1.
Dominic Panka and his Skynet software were impressive at the PCA, and they're still impressive now. These two are a great match.
And as day 3 draws to a close, we're heading back to the feature table, where the action's been folded to Dominic Panka in the small blind. 8-9 suited.
This means it's very likely to be Panka McDonald again.
He completes. Mike with ace-deuce.
And this is not a mandatory raise. Ace-deuce flops not very well. So he doesn't want to take the chance that Dominic could re-raise him light.
Well, he checks his option. The flop. Ace-8-deuce. Second pair for Panka, 2 pair for Timex.
And you're not always going to bet second pair here, but blind on blind, probably yes.
Panka makes it 12,000.
This is a great spot for Mike to raise because it's hard to rep a strong hand after not re-raising pre-flop. His hand is more disguised than the Saint.
Mike raises to 35,000.
I think it's perfectly understandable if Panka calls this.
He does call. And these two are going to the turn. 3 of hearts. Panka checks. Mike's now a 95% favorite.
And Mike's supposed to bet this again. This board is pretty dang wet at this point.
He makes it 60,000.
Dominic might get away from this. It would be weird for Mike to be doing this as some random bluff, and that's pretty much all he's beating.
He does fold. Final score, 2-1 to Timex.
We were talking so much about that you always have a hand like against me. So.
And I do.
Yeah, and that's why I folded.
Perfect poker being played.
should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, I know. You're too good. I hoped you were gonna float me, but not raise me.
But now we're all floating. Floating on the joy of a newfound friendship.
Gorko just got a double up, but Pasi Sormanen is the short stack at the table with less than 5 million.
There's only one hat at this table, and it's Big Toros.
Sormanen's got King 7 of diamonds. He's clearly thinking about playing it.
It could be the best hand.
He raises to 400,000. Luca Fiorini has ace king in the small blind.
Oh, 3-bet this one hard.
He re-raises to over 1.1 million.
And I don't know what Pasi's thinking about, but you can't call, and you don't really want to 4-bet bluff the tightest guy at the table. I don't care how finished you are.
I'm all in.
Oh dear, bad timing. Luca Fiorini calls. And Pasi Sormanen is way behind and set to exit in 5th.
Favorite schmavorite. We've seen all kinds of suckouts.
Good point. Well made. Here comes the flop. And it's just to prove your point, Joe, there are 2 diamonds on that flop. 12 outs for Sormanen.
Well, that's a friendly looking rail. Yep.
The turn card is the Queen of Spades. Pasi's looking to hit a 7 or a diamond. Any other card, and he's out. It's the Queen of Hearts. He's busto.
Flop the flush draw. It came brick, and he is out of here.
We lose one of the 2 fins.
Gotta give Pasi credit. He was an absolutely fearless player. So much so that I probably wouldn't guess that he only plays poker as a hobby. Well done, dude.
Sormanen collects 253,000 euros. And we are down to the final 4.
You guys want to have the numbers? I can look. I can look. Let's try.
Okay.
Should look early.
The players discussing a potential deal.
Back 1 second.
Lots of great poker minds on Middleton's rail. Off to get some advice.
Back 1 second.
I imagine Toby Lewis will be his first port of call.
Tobes.
Story checks out.
Now, deals are allowed on the EPT. The tour acknowledges that it's the players' money. Tournament director Toby Stone will be called to the table so that he can facilitate a discussion about a potential chop of the remaining prize money.
You ready? Yeah. Just going to tell you what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I have to explain that the winner could technically get less money. If you make a deal, then the winner who takes over could technically get less money, and we would still publish him as the winner. Okay. The next thing is, this is an equity split based on everyone receiving 4th place. So we give you all 4th place, and then we equity split on the remaining prize pool. However, you have to play for
we better do it like 100 more,
60 more,
60 more,
40 more,
40 more, like that.
You can do something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need a bit more than that though. Like synonymous.
Now that's up to you to talk, which we're not going to get involved in. Luca can translate for Luca.
Yeah, cool.
And when you come to an agreement, give us a shout.
Let the bartering commence.
How many pints deep are they? Could affect the deal.
So I need to get like maybe like 15 off each of you.
Fiorini's into this. You think Luca's just showing him Grumpy Cat on there?
I mean,
Nielsen agrees to give up some equity. He seems rather desperate to make a deal.
I would be. Tom is literally sweating it.
If you are strong, strong player, why the deal?
I mean, it's a lot of money in it, but I mean, I got to take into the fact that I'm a stronger player. I mean,
It's only a small amount, but like, I mean, I gotta do it.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I just need to show the numbers over there. One sec. Can I borrow that piece of paper?
Well, it seems that all 4 players have agreed to the deal in principle. Midi wants to run it past his mates. Creston Nielsen's already celebrating. Fiorini's grinning. Kirko's happy about it.
We just play it out completely.
But
yeah.
Fraser McIntyre wants to weigh in.
I mean, when I go back and say no deal, then they might offer me a sick deal.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
Because the chips are too level for anybody to go,
Okay.
right, oh, wait a minute, do you know what, I'll chip that in. So forget that. You're either dealing or no dealing.
Right. All right, let's go. Yeah, go play.
Wait, so everyone agreed and now he's out?
No deal. Got deal, sorry.
What? It's off the table.
No deal?
Yeah, no deal. Sorry.
Why is that?
What's that all about?
He's just saying what we're all thinking. Big Toro speaks his mind.
No deal? No deal. Okay.
So Middleton orchestrated the deal and then refused it.
Mom and Dad said, we don't care if it's the prom. Your curfew is at midnight.
Welcome to Barcelona, hosting the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 5 continues, 2 levels down. How many more to go today until we're down to the last 2 tables? We started with 40 players. We come back from the second break of the day with 29, and these are the 5 chip leaders right now. Stephen Song out in top. Rania Nasreddine is climbing up the leaderboard. She's 3rd in chips right now, and David Coleman sits in 4th place. Yuri Zabrodotsky and Yelemona also in the top 5 as we kick off level 25 of the main event. Blinds going to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante, which means Rania has close to 100 bigs at the new blind level. She is chip leader at the feature table. Harry Lodge, Lin Jianwei and Govert Matal and Alex Fournier, the other big stacks of this table. Only one short stack, that being Jose Barbosa. It's James Harskin alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And Griffin, this is the lineup at the secondary feature table. What a stack for Stephen Song.
Yeah, an incredibly large chip lead here. I mean, he's just going to get to work, and we're going to try to catch as many hands on that secondary feature. But really, our attention is on Rania and the incredible run-up from just about 240,000 she had yesterday. Won that crazy flip with the pocket 9s against Ace King, and then ever since then, just playing great poker.
Yeah, and of course, earlier we lost Simon Wiciak, so there'll be no back-to-back Barcelona champion, but Rania could still make back-to-back EPT final tables, having finished 3rd in Monte Carlo just a few months ago. First place here pays 1.5 million euros right now with 29 players remaining. They've already locked up a significant amount of money, but obviously the jumps get big and the payouts get even bigger when we get to the final day. 30,950 euros, that's what everyone is getting right now. But of course, the ladders are getting more significant the deeper we go. Still 3 days to play on this tournament, by the way, including today. So we're trying to get down to the last 2 tables today, the last 16 players. We'll come back tomorrow and play down to 6, and then the final 6 will come back on Sunday for the final table when they'll play down to a champion.
Bet 550 on turn gets snapped.
Do you think Rania likes playing poker in Barcelona?
Yes.
Maybe a little soft spot? What's your favorite place to play? Well, I have to say Barcelona.
Depends. If she makes it to the final table, Barcelona. If not, maybe Monte Carlo still has the edge. So Barbosa, bottom of the leaderboard at this particular table.
Off the table.
Could be 1 or 2 shorter stacks out in the field.
But this is to be one of the more lively. When I've been here, this table's more relaxed. Than some.
Canadian.
Do you remember that one where you
Fournier.
Like you said, you're only talking
without
to
you
yourself.
here, it'd be quite quiet.
In fact, I can tell you that there are 2 Finnish players, Lori Väyrynen and Lucas Sorainen, who have shorter stacks than Barbosa.
What is that?
So that's my car protector.
Okay.
Alebrije.
Alebrije?
It's like, you know, in Mexico they have this tradition called Dia de Muerte.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a crazy music tradition.
Okay, really nice.
My best friends gave it to me when I visited them in Mexico.
Oh, very nice.
Online qualifier, Panos Mavroatsakis. Coming back from break with just shy of 30 big blinds. Folds under the gun. Action is underway. Folded to Rania Nasreddine, table chip leader.
Fresh off a brilliant ace-high call in the last level.
Yeah. And of course, that huge pot just before the break when she rivered the flush against Harry Lodge's set. Govert Metal in the small blind, Jack 6. Completes. Alex Fournier with Jack 10 in the big blind. Checks his option. Let's have a flop.
Nick.
A flop. King 9-7. Jack 10 still ahead.
The old double belly buster.
Okay. So to clarify, for those of you who didn't follow, play ends today when we're down to 2 tables, when we hit the final 16. Official Craig on Twitch says they'll be finishing soon then. No guarantee of that. I think it could take us a while to get down from 29 to 16. You do see, normally, there are always anomalies in poker. You know the game has its
Yeah, it's good.
eccentricities, but generally speaking, at this stage, we see the rate of elimination slow down.
Yeah. But that's just from the years and years of instances that we've seen.
Can you have the possibility to call like a waitress or something?
Got to get hydrated. Could be a long day, as James just suggested.
Well, this hand sees the action. Folded around to Jose Barbosa. He's out. Metal on the button with Queen 10.
80.
Loving the fit for Govert today.
$80,000 to play. Mavroatsakis in the big blind.
Should we let him finish eating his scarf before he plays his hand? We appreciate Govert taking a little time off from Yacht Day to join us here.
I mean, there is a man who looks like he belongs on a luxury yacht.
Yeah. The hat is just doing it for me.
Not just any old sea vessel, a luxury yacht.
Can I just get some ice, please?
I'll take a cup of ice too. Thanks.
Well, that's a reg. That's a reg trick, huh? The ice.
I brought my own drink.
Oh.
Deeper than the water, you just wait for it to melt.
Yeah, really.
There's our table chip leader.
And she's opening in first position.
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, blinds are now 2040, so min raise is 80,000. King Queen is Nasreddine's hand. Harry Lodge is folded. Lin Jianwei. What's he got? Not a hand he wants to play. Barbosa. Out. Metal. Capping his cards. He also has King Queen.
Why does he keep trying to talk during the hand?
It's shooting a diamond. Not quite, is it? Pretty fold.
Mavi, they can hear you.
I want to fold. No.
Jack Sinclair's in there. Real impressive British poker player. And so good he only plays with one card sometimes.
We've only caught
5 of hearts.
One of his cards. Wonder if he has the best hand right now. Possibly.
Yeah. Advantage Jack based on the 2 hands we see of the opponents. Sometimes one card is all you need to be invested in a
I'm
flop.
getting attacked by a fly.
Mattel with the king queen and the king of spades. Maybe he wants to just start betting here. You know, he's going to have hands like 7s through 10s in his range here. Sort of 50 big blinds effective. You'd just be flatting those hands. You could even have pocket jacks pre-flop against the under the gun open. So not unreasonable to have a betting hand here. But all the same is going to have, you know, more combinations of the kind of hand he actually has, which is a hand like king queen. So Sinclair is going to be acutely aware of that. And, you know, maybe he's going to, you know, obviously we only know what one of the cards, but say if he had something like king 5 of hearts, maybe it's a bit of a tougher check raise here than, you know, say something like a 5-6 or a 5-7 with more equity, and is going to fold. Yeah, it was ace 5 of hearts. So probably the best hand he folds on this flop bet. Or the best unpaired hand at least.
Attacked.
Rania folds her king queen.
Doesn't like losing pots. Our Rania.
Govert Metal now second in chips at the table as we go over to the secondary feature table.
Secondary.
Nines versus 5s.
Camera loves UQ's table. Camera loves UQ's table.
And 9s
What do you
win the
think of
pot.
him now? He has a jacket on? Oh, he's standing up.
Look at those glasses. Have you guys commented on how cool those are?
No jacket though, right? Oh no, he has a jacket.
When he walks in the room, he can still make the whole place timmer.
Is a vibe,
He might have
those
doubled.
glasses. There he is with the 51 big blinds.
Maybe she's waiting.
I think he's waiting, yeah.
Timmer, a middling stack at this table. Song.
Has he grown on you yet?
Steven Song.
Yeah, I mean, he means nice. He means well.
Not just the table chip leader, the tournament chip leader with 6.4 mil.
I seen him walking out. He's like, do you think you can make day 6? I think so.
That's Nicholas Palma eliciting a few laughs from his table mates as he grinds the short stack of about 16 big blinds.
Like he learned 2 years ago.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. He's got some good results too. He's done well. This is nice. Slide's nice.
yeah. But once you get used to this, it's hard to
Yeah,
follow
yeah.
the other tables.
You have to switch your folds.
James and Joe.
There it is.
5 seconds.
Griffin, very familiar now with why.
I'm very familiar. Although I feel like if it's in that order, it should be the Joe and James.
One each card. Wow, you're fancy.
Right?
Let's just
Look at the wrist.
keep the branding simple, please.
Okay. Professional.
300.
7 raise, 300.
Raise is to 80,000, but Kuzmanovic is 3-bet, re-raising to 300,000.
What you playing total?
Started 1-7 bit on the break, so maybe.
So this is actually kind of close for Timmer, and obviously not in the form of ever considering folding to a 3-bet from the small blind when you raise with jacks on the cutoff. But between calling and putting another raise, you know, playing about 40 big blinds effective, elects to just keep those bluffs in and not stack against a hand that could be beating you like queens through aces or lose a big flip to ace king.
Well, the flop is queen high.
Sick way for the flop to go. You have like a semi-sweat each card. You're like halfway there.
Kuzmanovic, 88% favorite.
$175.
Continues the flop for 175,000.
Yeah, flops don't really get that much better when you're 3-betting king-queen with the king of diamonds than queen 7-10.
And what do you do?
Diamonds.
Jacks here, Griffin, just the one over card.
Yeah, you got to continue. You know, you're going to still be ahead of the bluff portion of Kuzmanovic's range, as well as, you know, some of the value that, like ace-king.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes Kuzmanovic just has ace-10 off and is sort of making a smaller size that you're ahead of.
6 on the turn, and Kuzmanovic now with 95% equity.
Yeah, now we really get into the weeds. Now we're dealing with a stack to pot ratio of just over 1-to-1, and Timmer is probably going to be facing another bet, maybe in the form of an all-in. But the hand strength might just,
550?
yeah, ends up betting about half of his stack.
555.
And this might be a spot that you just, when you're Timmer with the jacks, if you find yourself maybe believing him a little bit, making that really, really big fold, and just hoping it's value this time. It would be a very ambitious bluff from the bluff portion of his 3-bet range, something like an ace-8 of clubs or something. Would it really, you know, bet on the flop and then half it stack on the turn? So good read from Timmer to get away from danger there. A little unlucky losing that flip.
They ask, do you have a hand? He can still say, I don't remember. As we go back to the main feature table, where it's 4s against queens, and Sinclair has outflopped Jianwei in a big way. An 80K raise from Jianwei, called by Sinclair. Jianwei continuing flop for 55,000, raised by Sinclair to 185K. And how's he going to respond with this overpair?
I mean, he's not going to be folding, that's for sure. And only playing about 25 big blinds behind, you have to imagine that Jianwei might just try to go for it all. Now, facing this click, though, I don't necessarily think that the jack is always going to shove. He's going to want to keep the bluffs in when Jianwei has something like, you know, 2 overcards and is trying to rep the overpair, right? You don't want to lose your customer here. Your hand strength is too big. But Jack might also deduce, you know, I just think that he has it here and wants to get all the money in before a scare card comes against a hand like queens, like an ace or king on the turn. I think Sinclair's probably just going to call. I mean, it is incredibly strong. I don't know how he would play it against what we might consider a reg on the tour. Alarm bells would really go off. It's just so hard to make a set. And if your opponent does have something like, I know he believes him, so he does decide to put all of it out there.
Oh, wow.
How much?
I mean, he 4-bet to 400,000, and now it's 745,000 to call.
And this is a great read by Jack Sinclair. Really reading strength here from Jianwei. It's also one of those boards where, let's just say you do decide to trap. It's not deuce 4-7, right? Or deuce 4-8 or deuce 4-9. If a 3 or a 5 come on the turn when you just call, you might not get the rest of the money.
It could just be this angle, Griffin, but I don't think that Lin Jianwei has that many time bank cards left. And I know that if he makes it to tomorrow, he'll get another 6, but he's still going to make it through the rest of today with just the 2 he has now. And this is a big decision.
Yeah, and it's impressive he's even thinking about it, to be honest, because I think what Jianwei is really getting to is, even though my hand strength is too big, what would he really do this with? Why would he do this? Why would he spin out here with, you know, 2 8s or, I don't know, what, ace-5 of spades? Like, what are his bluffs here, really? Like, I'm not really beating that much value, so that's where the hesitation comes in. But I think his hand's just a bit too strong for 30 big blinds effective.
Well, he's literally running out of time. I think he may have played both of his remaining time bank cards.
I mean, this would be a very impressive fold.
Just another card. I have.
Yeah, you already take.
You have it, yeah. So it sounds like he has at least one more there, James.
Well, he's on it now. This is his last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is also why there is an argument, and sort of a lot of players would tell you they would just maybe call the check raise here with the queens.
Rather than re-raising.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not prepared to get it in, you're effectively turning your queens into a, let's see where they're at, which seems like too big a hand to do that with. Keep the bluffs in by calling the check raise.
Clock runs down to 0. He's timed out. So that is a fold, and Jianwei is now out of time bank cards. And one thing I want to highlight is pre-flop, your first decision, you've got 15 seconds. If he's got a tough decision facing, for example, a raise and a 3-bet, he cannot extend that clock.
Yeah.
On the one hand, good fold. It was the losing hand, but going back to your point, Griffin, when you make that re-raise to 400,000 and almost commit yourself to the hand.
It didn't explain him that there's no time maybe.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, they asked me to show it.
Maybe he knows it, I don't know.
100% you were fine. I'd bet my whole stack.
Rania, been in the zone for days now. Says 100% you folded.
Okay, if we are like so,
the worst hand.
What's your hand? All we are.
He's gonna make you wait the 30 minutes, I think.
Set. They probably won't show it.
I know already. They call me already what he has. They call me.
We know.
Sinclair playing 1.8 million, 45 big blinds. Average stack right now, 2 million, exactly 50 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty outrageous fold. When you're playing sub 30 big blind stacks and you have queens and it comes 6-4 deuce, you don't expect to put in 2 bets, 3 bets on the flop and fold.
Yeah.
So that's some sick live read stuff. Well, maybe not live reads, but just, you know, live poker thing. You know, it's just, wow.
Okay, Fournier has the spraggy. There is one thing and one thing alone he should do with this hand, and Fournier has done it perfectly.
There you go.
Fold.
The cautionary tale strikes again.
How many times has Grafton sat in this chair this week and told the story about he 5-bet bluffed off most of his stack with ace-7?
I tend to remind him every chip as well.
Round to the blinds. Rania Nasreddine, 10-5, fold to the small. Ari Lodge is in the big blind.
Ari.
King, 7 of hearts. I'm either going to outflop you, or I'm going to cut off your big toe. The good news, Jianwei is going to keep all of his digits. The bad news is he is now behind in the hand. Has got an open-ended straight draw, though, and he has continued.
I'm never folding queens in the history universe on that board. You have the set?
You're John way out of line for betting this flop. Uh-oh.
Oh. Not just going to take your toe. Going to take something a bit higher up, son. And I think you're going to miss it. Jianwei bets again, having semi-bluffed the flop. He now goes for value on the turn with the straight 100,000. Lodge calls. Seven on the river. Lodge with 3 pair. No good against a straight. Known as Yoda. No, you are allowed to talk at the table during a hand. Generally speaking, you are not allowed to comment on the hand in play.
And I wonder how Harry imagines the previous hand might affect Jianwei's range in this one, or if at all, right?
Yeah.
Is Jianwei going to raise under the gun the next hand and 3-barrel on a board where I can have a queen, I can have Jack-10, I can have a king that might not want to fold. So it looks quite strong.
Did I not give it to you?
I think he's probably going to put the puzzle together and get away and make a big fold. But it's not easy, you know. It's hard to make top pair. Certainly Jianwei could have something like ace-10 or ace-jack and maybe be barreling here. And that's a good read from Harry.
He got the better of me. Razors, cut him.
There's a video, so that's exactly for sure.
Can you ask them to double check?
And over to the secondary feature table, where there has been a virtual all-in from Nicky Palmer.
Oh my goodness.
Called by Tomasz Kaczynski. Timmer with kings in the big blind.
Let Timmer simmer.
All in.
So Timmer reshoves. Palmer only has 5K behind. One assumes he's calling here. What does Kaczynski do here?
Yeah, I just think you kind of have to call the extra 800. I don't want to speak for him, but you know, once you put out 555, it's not even 800 more. We're talking about 33 big blinds total. You've already put out, you know, you've already put out
Probably not going to waste all of them, because if I win the hand...
15, 16, it's going to be a snap call, I think, from Kaczynski, hoping that his opponent has something like queens or jacks, or the same hand with ace-king. I mean, Timmer's range is incredibly strong here. Palma knows he's in trouble. Palma knows one of these two guys has a bigger pair, and if not, somehow, if they're sharing ace-king, grand, but not entirely likely. And this is why we, you know, see these players leave one chip behind in the situation where there might be a pay jump.
Yeah. And right now there is a pay jump, 28th place paying 30,950 euros, and then 36K for 27th. By the way, just to clarify, Yunkyu Song was eliminated a few hands back, so he went cashed out for 30K. That also means it eliminates all the song confusion. Stephen is the last song standing.
Battle of the bands.
Come on, ace, queen, ace, king. Come on. Come on. Okay, 6. We're due for a 6. Come on, USA. 6 one time. 6 one time.
Two players at risk
in a
here.
spot like this. These hands in this table, this
Palma
table
does have
specifically
a
is-
devilish
I'm getting
grin,
this back, so.
looking for the 666.
Oh, one at a time too, right? Oh, he's blocking the king, blocking the king. Let's go.
An ace on the desk could
Satan,
eliminate
come
two
on,
players.
Satan.
Yeah, and that is what Krasinski's looking for.
Say it, come on. Say it
Timur
one time.
looking a
6-6,
little
I'm
tenser than
saying.
usual, even though he
Come
looks
on, baby.
like
6-6.
such a cool cat. I had a similar situation on day 3. You need to hold these big spots.
Oh, and it's gonna go one at a time. Oh, I can feel it. Maybe quads. I don't want to be greedy. I don't want to. I don't want to be greedy.
Hulme relishing the moment.
If he hits a king, then you need quads.
Do it, come on, nice and suave. Oh, come on, Steven. Come on, we're due, Steven. 6 me, dealer. What's your name, sir? Come on, buddy, you could do it. You could do it.
Say what you want about Hulme. He does make for some good TV sometimes.
Okay. 6.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Timur devastated.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Come on. There's miracles,
Appropriate
right?
reaction.
There's miracles. Come on, USA miracle. Remember the hockey team? Come on. 6.
You know a set does not beat a straight, right?
Yeah, I think he understands he needs to
Repair the
backdoor
board,
vote.
actually.
Yes. Okay,
Oh,
well,
there's still
he's drawing dead. Looks like a chop between Timur and Kaczynski.
one out for the kid.
Come on, King.
Come on.
And the case king would be very.
King.
No, so only one
Nick,
KO
sorry.
there.
Oh, what the?
Palmer eliminated in 28th place. The other 2 players chopped.
Obviously, it's sick to hit.
Sent right back to the East Coast of the US of A.
And you'll take
a good
that
run
too
for
if
Nick
you
Palmer.
do before the flop.
Takes home nearly
That was gonna be the
31,000
result.
euros. Going to be a good result for him here in Barcelona.
Only one guy's unhappy.
Sequel.
The relief on this man's face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It really broke his sort of mask that he had before.
What a roller coaster.
Oh fuck.
Man, crazy ass hands.
Crazy, crazy. 27 remaining now.
He's a talker.
Kaczynski still playing 2.5 million.
He's open. You know that yet?
Back to the main feature table.
Oh, crazy.
Crazy, man, yeah.
This is like my. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the strike lane today.
And Barbosa's being balanced off.
Wow, that was like, why not just come in like an elegant lady, pull out the chair and sit down instead? I like tried to like climb over.
Yeah, the first time I got up, I knocked this over.
Yeah,
See,
so
there was nothing
basically,
on it. It's hard, they've got to start so close to each other.
Is it on me? Ah, it's at us.
Come on, Alex. Just be very annoying to have to use a time bank card in that spot because you got confused. So folded to Jack Sinclair, a previous EPT runner-up, second in London in 2022. Lost heads up to Ian Hamilton. Opening here with Ace-King. Makes it 80K. Harry Lodge was also at that final table in London in 2022.
Yeah, Jack Sinclair almost feels like a main event specialist at this point. Just constantly seeing deep, has final table of the World Series main.
I mean, he won the World Series of Poker Europe as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of big results in multi-day MTTs.
Really one of the rising stars in the UK
Yeah.
MTT
it's like
scene.
kind of waterproof, maybe.
Yeah, it looks.
Do you know what my favorite thing about
Oh,
Jack
God.
Sinclair is? He
that?
applied
They're
to be a
open
super
containers.
fan on the podcast. And because he did it through Discord and you don't necessarily know what their handle is, like I had no idea until he showed up on the day that it was Jack Sinclair.
Oh, that's
No
great.
napkins, no tissues. Someone?
As we see the table,
It looks like he's looking
feature table
frantically
chip
for the
counts.
box.
Nasreddine, 1.5x. Second in chips,
You mean any
Jianwei.
open
Pretty
containers?
level after that, all the
Thanks.
way to
I would love
our
another
short stack.
Diet Pepsi if I'm allowed to have one.
Mavroatsakis with just
Thanks.
over 1 million
But-
chips.
Can I give you this?
About an hour left
Napkins?
on this
can I have a
level.
couple? Thanks.
By the way, if you would like to follow in the footsteps of Jack Sinclair, I don't mean winning the World Series of Poker Europe, I mean appearing on the podcast, you can apply to be a superfan via the PokerStars Discord server and get yourself in with a shot of winning a bronze power pass. Free roll bosses. Why is free roll only 2.5k? Many would like 10k. Sorry for the question. Well, I want a toilet made of gold. How much free money is enough? Why stop at 10k? Why not 100k, Griffin? How about $1 million?
How about $1 million? Harry Lodge with a very reasonable King 8 suited to open at the cutoff here.
That's right, Draven. It's never enough. It's never enough until your heart stops beating. The deeper you get, the sweeter the pain.
Never enough. Where are my Greatest Showman fans?
Typical. I go with New Order, he goes with the Greatest Showman. That says everything you need to know about this lineup in the booth
Never
right now.
enough.
Thank God that was nowhere near the melody so we don't get a copyright strike.
It was the melody for the Greatest Showman.
What do you have?
Buy one?
Yeah, what is that?
Mini fouette. It's like
Is it
Swati
meat?
son. Yeah, meat. Pork.
Is it pork? Oh, I can't eat pork. Put it back.
Oh,
Sorry.
close one.
Yeah.
I've heard her mention that a couple times actually on the feature. That almost seemed like
I couldn't
intentional.
decide if it was like sausage
Throw her
or like
off.
a fruit roll up.
Sausage.
Kind of polarizing. Very British looking though. Like deceptively
I'd say
looks like candy.
Continental European.
Next thing I know, you're gonna offer me like
continental
pickled herring or smoked fish eggs on toast or something.
Jellied eel.
Jelly what?
Jellied eel.
Yeah. Oh. That's like a good question for the table. Who here likes uni, which is sea urchin sushi? No? Okay. You eat it?
Relatable.
My thing is like the texture is like, it's like eating chewed up already, like some sushi someone else chewed up and then salty.
By the way, today's free roll is a bit later on. I think it's at 6:45 this evening, local time. Sorry, only 2.5k in WCoop tickets in the prize pool, plus a bronze power pass for the winner. We will reveal the password a bit later on when registration opens.
So I'm gonna, like, you're gonna laugh, but
No, my bad. What am I doing?
there's like baked crab. It's like small and diced, and they add like the good mayonnaise to it. That's like a good California roll with that in it is like one of my favorites. But my favorite probably
Mavroatsakis
like
might go for this here. Just hope Fournier has a limp fold hand. In my opinion,
Vegas at this restaurant called Mizumi.
Alexander does not
They do
have
this, like,
one.
really beautiful red snapper
Expect
sashimi.
Fournier
The
plays this more as a limp call
Do a
on 25 big
beautiful,
blinds
like,
effective.
Red snapper, and it like the Japanese word
So
translates to basically like
Mavroatsakis
work of
might
art
still get a
because it's got,
flop
like, it looks like a piece
with
of
this
art.
lowly
and it
5
is
deuce.
So good. What about you?
I have pretty vanilla sushi taste. I like
Got Mason Pye watching on Twitch. Can you chuck in a gold toilet in the prize pool as well for the winner? We've got PokerStars Strag in chat. I'll let him respond to you, Mason. He normally complies with your requests.
Great start from Mavroatsakis. It's going to be difficult for him to continue against this limp call pre-flop range. Should be all over this texture as we see.
Fusion in Japanese.
King
And so
9
they had
certainly
some
is.
Unusual rolls that had like cream cheese. They were good.
You're a sushi guy there, James.
I do like sushi, yes.
What's your favorite kind of sushi?
the Japanese barbecue.
I'm a unagi guy.
What's
Japanese barbecue.
Love me some eel or some torched sushi.
Barbecue?
Not so big on the eel.
Okay.
No? Where are my eel heads at?
They brought out this chicken.
Yeah, we see Fournier does check back, recognizing how this board actually favors Fournier's limp call range, and Fournier just bangs the straight.
been eating this raw.
And might just find another check.
I want to throw up.
Too high up in his range now and just wants to give some rope to Mavroatsakis.
Are you trying to make me throw up on this beautiful table? I don't do cream barbecue.
If I was
I'm like,
Mavroatsakis, and I didn't know what my opponent had here, I might just
why
want
are you
to
making me cook my
wait
own
for my
dinner?
stab to
people who
come
wanna
on
do
the
this,
river.
I'm like, I'm going out so I don't cook.
We told the waitress, and the waitress was like, "Oh, it's just."
I
not
just
very
think
well
that,
done. We're like, no, this isn't.
you know, for
this isn't
Fournier,
how it's supposed to be.
That can kill you. Like, you could,
yeah,
like,
maybe
that's
he has like
And then the manager came out and he was like,
ace 4 off here,
tried to take
and folds
the
on the
plates away
turn.
and hide the evidence. I mean,
But a lot of the hands he does have are all over this board.
No one died though?
No, yeah, there were 3 of us.
Oh, good. Y'all survived to tell another day.
Roommate who's also
You know, could Fournier have something like
Which one is he?
We were a bit worried about
9-7 suited and fold this turn? Maybe.
He is
Probably, actually.
Yeah.
But most of the time, it's, you know, he's going to have,
The one that looks pretty intense.
at worst, something like
prayer hands.
a Jack-7 suited.
Well, he was like this.
You know, maybe a Queen-8, which is already a straight. It's just, yeah, this is tough.
Can't believe 5 deuce didn't win this hand.
I tell you what, though, if Fournier did have something like, let's say, Queen-7 suited, or I guess in this case now with the River 7, but like a
Very hungry.
Queen-6 suited, he might fold this river with Mavroatsakis repping the king. I mean, you might have to fold 9-10 here, right? Facing a shove on this river, so another hand he would limp call, maybe a Queen-9. And this is a big decision here for Mavroatsakis, his tournament life, effectively. If he doesn't pull the trigger, he'll have about 16 big blinds remaining. We got these long levels here at the EPT. Just 27 players remain, or do I go for the hero shove? Fournier is not going to be concerned by diamonds. If somehow he has a flush, I mean, good for you. Playing pretty, yeah, nice discipline there.
Just a straight. So Juan asks, is W Coop running right now? Not quite yet, but it does start this weekend. Starts on Sunday when the final table of the EPT Barcelona main event plays out. Runs until October 2nd. Hundreds of tournaments, 80 million guaranteed across the series. Buy-in starting at $5.50. Plenty of ways to qualify for the bigger buy-in events, including Power Path.
Real spicy, Jack Sinclair, about your time.
I know who you're talking to. I'm gonna
Cards Up coverage, W Coop League. It's all going on from September 8th through October 2nd.
I know who it is. I'm going to go find him.
Of course not. Maybe you didn't click the button before it was. Hmm?
You said he made the computer says two. You've made a mistake, they'll reissue you a time bank. Sure of it.
Would you like a time bank? I want to give some to my Chinese friend. It'd be nice if you could share time banks.
You can
build some goodwill at the table.
Rania being hypothetically generous. If
like
she were
sharing
allowed to
chips or
give
anything.
some of her time banks away. Feeling a bit sorry for Jianwei, who she has clashed a lot with over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
A lot of hand histories against each other. That is a nice starting hand for our table chip leader. Come on, aren't you going to say it? James? What's that hand?
Ace King suited.
Oh, come on, what do you call them?
Strawberries.
Yeah, Ace King of strawberries. I like when you say strawberries. Come on, it's like kind of one of your things.
I kind of like to, you know, mix it up. Don't want to be too predictable.
Predictably, Jack Sinclair will defend with the King Jack off. Is dominated, but he's going to feel pretty good about a holding such as this. Not always against an under the gun range, but Wow.
Just flops the flush. I mean, nice life.
That's a lot of love out there for Rania. And making a really small continuation bet here. Well, you know, I guess actually kind of standard, just about 30%. And yeah, Sinclair is going to be too high up in his range here with the Jack of Hearts. Going to be happy to make the call, try to hit a heart, but is going to have to play quite passively if that does happen. And Nasreddine should be absolutely licking her chops right now, because you don't really expect your opponent to have boated up on a board such as Queen 3 Deuce. You really want to get more money in here, and I don't...
Oh.
I think this is an interesting check. I think I would have liked to have bet just in case my opponent does have a lower flush or a queen. You want to get value there, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, sometimes you take the other road, and it's exactly what you needed to do, because in this particular situation, Sinclair would have almost certainly folded the turn to a bet, but has now made, you know, the third nut flush, and will probably be coming out with a value bet, and does so. And I would love to see Rania recognize that she can raise here, but it looks like, I mean, I don't want to speak for, you know, Queen 10 has certainly got there.
So here's my question, Griffin. If you raise here, are you ever getting called by a hand that you're actually beating?
There's only one way to find out.
Okay, well, she has raised the river, clicked it almost, 525,000.
And this is just like such a nice little milky raise. It forces a pro like Jack Sinclair to, you know, start running the numbers and just seeing like, ugh, like, this is really strong. But if I'm getting this kind of price, if I think somehow she is bluffing X percentage of the time, I mean, she's representing like, what, pocket tens, pocket queens, and then the nut flush.
Wow, the raise gets paid off.
She is just can't put a foot wrong, really. I mean, didn't find the bet on the turn with the nuts, effective nuts. Lets her opponent get there on the river, and then makes a really great raise size, I think, to get paid from the very, very talented Jack Sinclair. I mean, she is just in the zone, and she has over 100 big blinds.
She does indeed. Stack of 4.3 million right now. Jack Sinclair's dropped down to 1.2 million. He's got 30 bigs. Short stack at the table is the qualifier, Mavroatsakis, playing 15 big blinds. Still got half this level to play. Still at 27 players. Still at 4 tables. One of those 4 tables will be broken when we get to 24. A reminder, there is no longer a redraw at 24, no longer a redraw at 16. I mean, there'll be an overnight redraw because we'll stop play when we get to 16. But at 24, one of the 4 tables will be broken. They'll do it at random, and then the field will merge. Govert Metal's turn to have ace-king of strawberries, Griffin, and he's raised.
See, he said it. He did the thing. Just because he knows how much it means to me.
I like to make you happy.
Yeah. Run good, Rania. Looks a little bit interested.
King 6?
No, she's like...
Whew. Yes. I was told today.
Literally.
Get away from your bad kings. Get away from your bad kings.
No, no money.
I was reminded today.
You can put shuffle.
We've got action from the outer tables. We pick up the action here on the river. Fabiano Kavalski has shoved the river against Pablo de Heredia. The board, ace, king, 8, 7, 5. That is a fold. And that is a decent pot for Kavalski, who's up over 3 million now.
How do you fold the river against Kavalski? Didn't you watch the Mystery Cash Game Challenge on YouTube?
You almost got the name of that show right, Griff. Kavalski, a finalist from here in Barcelona in 2022. And information about WCOOP on your screen right now, including the cards up coverage that you'll get of key tournaments on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Joe and I will partner to cover the main event at the end of the series. 3 days of main event coverage from September 30th to October the 2nd. And again, a reminder, there are satellites, sit and goes, spin and goes, I should say, and of course, Power Path, ways of getting into the bigger buy-in events that run from September 8th through October 2nd. It is the most prestigious online series of the year. Look out for those 12 World Championship events.
It's nice to get a glimpse of the ladies' event there, too. Out in the room. Yeah, King 5 suited. Going to be a happy raise for Jack Sinclair. Hope that any resistance you get is only in the form of a call and not more chips in pre-flop. Nasreddine, I think this is a bit too tight from the small blind here. I think it's, you know, her obligation with this big chip stack. Put some pressure on Sinclair, or at least call. You know, your queen jack off is going to be doing pretty decently against the button open range of Sinclair, who's going to open the queen 10s and the jack 10s. And then you're also just going to be live against a hand like,
yeah,
you know, a king 5. So I think that that's a bit of a misstep from Rania, but she hasn't made many.
Do we have tip counts around the tables?
Lamari says, I think this is a 7-day event because of the 20-year anniversary. Nope, it was increased to 7 days last year because the fields in Barcelona were getting so big that we couldn't get the tournament done in 6 days. So this is the 2nd year in a row it's been a 7-day main event in Barca.
Yeah, Jack just making this very small bet and praying that he gets a fold from Harry Lodge, that he's up against the portion of Lodge's range that is going to have some check folds. We can see not going anywhere with that 2 pair and quads for Rania had she continued with Queen Jack. And would have gotten some value from Harry Lodge, who I expect would have completed in the big blind.
Do you think we might hear about it after the conclusion of hand?
I think we might. You know, important not to be results oriented, but because it happened to be a hand that I think she should have continued pre-flop, maybe it'll bug her a little bit. Sinclair going to have the best hands sometimes against some spade combos of Harry Lodge. Also, if you are up against something like a Jack 9 or a Jack 8, you're going to have to fold the turn, and you fold out a lot of equity that can improve on the river. Also, I think why we're seeing this bet from Sinclair is the times that Harry Lodge does have something like the 6-8 of spades, he's not able to bluff the river when we check back the turn here with King High. And King High especially is going to be a very difficult call because you're blocking some of the straight draws.
Yeah.
So he's going to hate to see this call because it's going to mean that Harry Lodge often has a 10 and sometimes even a queen. Oh, man. Fortunes change. And Jack just knows he probably got away with one here. Unless he's up against quads, which are pretty easy to play against here. You know, you just bet fold. But you bet and hope to get called by that 10. I mean, if Jack Sinclair was bluffing here on the, if he was bluffing here on the turn with King 5 of diamonds, wouldn't he maybe be doing it with Ace 5 of diamonds? And then with this river, wouldn't you try to fold out a 10? So that's why it's going to be difficult, I think, for Harry Lodge to fold.
Sure.
This is just such a good bluff card for Sinclair. And as we see, he was bluffing with this hand, so could have been bluffing with a wide array of other hands. The sizing is pretty milky, though.
Lovely. Milky, milky. A few people are asking me to whip out the widget, Griff.
The old widget whip out. Is it that time?
Guess they're wondering when we might get to 16 players. Should happen towards the tail end of level 27. Maybe we'll have to play into level 28.
Gotta say, I dig old Harry Lodge's table presence, the way he's methodically flipping that chip over, really trying to get to the answer here. Do I really think my opponent would bet 180,000 into the better part of 500K with a stone bluff here? And, you know, the price is deduced too good.
I folded Queen Jack in
There we
case
go.
anyone wanted to know. Bad fold, bad fold.
Yeah, would have made a great deal.
I was
on
like,
the chips,
don't
I
do
think.
it. My chance to get quads again in the tournament. No, that was this guy Chung against this guy Mark. 8s against aces. Flop the 8, turn the 8. And I called, I was like, oh, I think it's going to be quad aces against set of 8s. I got it one off.
It was hashtag death by quads for Mark Telcher.
No, I was rooting for the ace. He was my friend. He's very, when I at one point I was at 10.5 big blinds yesterday, and he was the only one who said, Rania, should you bust? Because I had 10.5 big blinds. He goes, we should all stand for you. He's like a very polite person. So I was, of course, rooting for him.
She's still talking about Telcher.
Yep.
I wonder if that guy is still in, Chung.
Chung is not still in.
Not
Huge
super
cooler
active.
against Stephen Song. Ran kings into
Kings
aces.
versus aces. He had kings.
This is Stephen Song.
Oh. Does Stephen Song have like 25 million now?
He started chip lead and then, yeah, won a big part of the start of Kings versus Aces. I don't know how much he has.
Last time we checked in, Song had more than 6 mil.
Yeah, about 6'4". He is at that secondary feature table, but I don't think there's been much significant action as we've spent most of the time here and a little bit at the outers in the last little while. Did, of course, have that massive Kings, Ace, King, 6's hand early in the level. But quiet since.
Dyslexic Potato says, thank you, Joe, for the widget. I'll make sure to pass on your compliment when he's next back. Joe's widget is very different to mine. Joe whips out his widget. Run.
Thank you.
Welcome. You asked, but I want my present, no matter what happens.
So you let me see. We see.
I don't mind.
Okay. That's good.
I fear her expectation of what this present is going to be is too high. Still got just over half an hour to play on this level. Blind's currently 20,000 at 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante.
10 fold.
There's some guy on YouTube complaining about being banned, so guess what? You're banned.
1 fold, 3 folds, 4 fold.
Harry Lodge on the button with ace-5, raises. Makes it 80K. Ace-6 of hearts for Jianwei.
Yeah, I think this can be played as a mix here. Most of the time, though, I think you are going to be finding a 3-bet. On the smaller size, just 250, just about 3x. Ordinarily, we'd see something closer to, you know, 4.5x out of position. But against Lodge's particular holding, I think this 3x will be enough. It's also a candidate to maybe go for the 4-bet. You have to certainly consider it. You think Jianwei will look down at something like an ace-6 of hearts or a king-jack off and just 3-bet fold? Maybe this blocker is good enough sometimes to mix in some 4-bets, but Harry recognizes that it's, you know, not that great a spot. We have some good chips here. Let's just chill. Speaking of chips.
Yeah, these are the counts the players are watching right now on the main stage. We've established that Rania's got more than 110 big blinds. Mavroatsakis is short, and a reminder, blinds will go up on the other side of the break.
That's how that works?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? At the end of day one, we did play the same level twice.
It happens.
It does happen.
In the early stages, during the late registration period, not so much at this stage.
No. No, we are coming for you. We are. It's the fortnight closing in. You know, the blind's got to start eating you, so we can go home at some point. Still 3 more days left.
I'll tell you what, YouTube is a bloodbath today, as far as the number of people being banned. And I know that there is a certain section of the community that loves the idea of Chat Pro Saturday. I'm afraid it's on thin ice right now. I don't think I can cope with another day of this nonsense.
I guess I actually should have made a PUBG reference. You're a PUBG guy, right?
I'm a PUBG guy, yeah.
I remember you graciously invited me to be a part of your gaming team at one point. Never came to fruition.
The invitation's still open, Griffin. We could do with someone who knows what they're doing.
I'm down. Let's revisit it when we get home. If you ever get home, and I have a busy travel schedule.
I know, right? The 4 days here, the 5 days there.
Yeah.
You play 700?
No, less. I play 625.
Okay.
Fischier says, landing at Pachinki or military base? I like school flats.
Never played the game myself, but I'd probably be amazing.
Behind.
Full fold.
Tiger Guy says, do you stream PUBG at all? I'm thinking that might get one of our calamity-filled PUBG sessions onto my YouTube channel at one point. Look at this. Ace King versus Ace King. Myrna all in against Song.
Yeah. And a lot of chips in the middle here. Cut off against big blind. The effective 52 big blinds for our hero here.
Did you kill a time bake?
Yes.
And look at that. 2 hearts on the flop.
Balance it, yeah.
I mean, sometimes you get to...
Myrna free rolling.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so this is going to end in a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say.
Everyone likes a chop pot.
Don't do that to me ever again.
Did I say like?
You said like.
I can't believe it.
No one had queens there.
You take you have kings as well when ace comes.
Wait, I got 30 bet?
Split whatever was in the pot. Took your chips back. All of
Song closing in on the 7 million mark now.
Plus, yeah. You're right. 60 in the middle, yeah.
That's a lot of cheddar. 40K big blinds. having a great day. Look at him, all smiles.
There is nothing more enjoyable, by the way, than playing PUBG with Joe, who basically picks up random stuff that doesn't necessarily go together, then gets bored and gets on a motorcycle and drives off somewhere, leaving the rest of the squad to like do their own thing.
So we have to imagine this went raise on the hijack from Harry Lodge, a 3-bet from Jianwei with the ace-9, and of course, happily all in for just under 40 big blinds for Harry Lodge. And I think Jianwei just doing a little, you know, think, but no time banks, ace-9, 40 big blinds, no thank you. Nice pickup there.
Well, we're actually going to go to the outer tables now, Griffin, because Vladimir Erceg is all in against Jack Kiriakus, 5s against King 5.
Good. Don't.
I'm guessing Erceg was super short, and he is going to get a double up here. Yeah, he was super short, only had 400k, so he now has 850k.
Still 20 big blinds, though.
One big blind. It was one big blind. It was
Sounds
one
like
big blind.
he's suggesting he was down to one big at one point, so to get it all the way back up to over 800k, that's a free roll.
5 raise, 80,000. 6 fold, 8 fold.
Harry Lodge. Couple of cowboys coming to my establishment. Fournier with a rare opportunity to set mine at this stage of the tournament. Gonna call on the button with the pocket 3s. About 45 big blinds effective.
One fold.
And one more in the form of Jack Sinclair. So 2 Brits and a Canadian. Walk into an EPT and see a flop of 7, 8, 10.
5, 6, 7, not quite a straight, but open-ended. It's the Bob Fosse draw.
And I actually think Harry might work in some checks on a board such as this. You under-rep the kings. You don't end up sort of getting coolered by a massive hand like a set of 7s or 8s, which are possible in Fournier's range, something like a Jack-9 off for Sinclair or a 7-8. And you can kind of just like maneuver this hand, sort of massage it, get to the river with 1 or 2 streets of value instead of 3. Gonna want to dodge a 9, 4, or a 3 on this turn card, and does in the form of the queen. And I would expect we would maybe start seeing some betting from Harry Lodge, try to get value from something like an ace-queen off that might flat pre-flop from Fournier, or a queen-jack clubs, something like that. It's not outside the realm of possibility, he checks, but I think a bet is going to be more standard and does find it.
5 bets, 250,000.
Yeah, and he knows he can bet big here because the times that his opponent does have a queen, they're almost certainly going to call. You know, you want to charge diamonds that might have been turned by, you know, let's say Fournier flatted the button with an ace-9 of diamonds. Or if Sinclair has something like an 8-5 of diamonds that wouldn't be betting this turn but would have to call any size pretty much on the turn.
10 gold, 3 gold.
Well played from Harry Lodge.
Lodge playing around 50 big blinds, just below average. Average stack right now, 2.2 million. Harry's got just over 2 mil. Action will start with Harry.
5 fold.
Folded around to Alex Fournier. (9-4) in the cutoff.
No, thank you.
Panos on the button with 8-6 of diamonds. Still hovering around the 15 big blind mark. So it's blind v blind. Jack Sinclair in the small. Rania Nasreddine in the big. Jack's got ace-deuce of hearts. He completes. Rania with tens.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you just complete with a hand like this instead of, you know, raising. Because if your opponent wakes up with a big hand, you would hate to get 3-bet and have to either fold or make some, you know, 4-bet pre-flop. So happily going to limp call the near 4x for Jack Sinclair.
Nadia's raise called by Jack, and we go to the flop. King 5 deuce. So bottom pair for Sinclair. Rania Nasreddine way ahead with tens. Check, check, and trip deuces for Sinclair.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack would have called the presumed small bet on the flop had Rania made it. So actually, she may end up sort of losing less because she missed a street here, which is nice. But Jack is going to come up firing and should expect to get called here.
200,000.
Yeah, that's why he's betting quite big. You know, he's betting about 60% on the turn, expecting Rania to have maybe something like tens, jacks, queens.
10 on the river.
No.
Rania rivers a full house.
No. And this pot is already inflated to 740,000. So when Sinclair comes out with the hammer, he's going to put in 30 to 60% of his stack, and Ronan is going to go all in.
How does Sinclair not go broke here?
The woman of destiny, Rania Nasreddine, after third place in Monte Carlo. Look at this spot here.
575,000, the river bet from Sinclair, leaving himself 620K. Rania must surely realize she can get the rest.
And wait till you see the expression on Jack Sinclair's face when he faces this all-in shove.
Meanwhile, you'll see that we've just ticked down to 26 players. Vladimir Ertseg just busted in 27th, and we could be about to lose Jack Sinclair. Rania shoved on him.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the expression.
I can't fold it.
How can he fold? That's what he's asking himself.
I mean, the same hand like me. Maybe worse for value. It's possible.
He just knows how ridiculous the situation is. It's funny, you know. It is. It's absurd to be having the worst hand here, blind on blind. I do like when they narrate, yeah, and he calls it off.
Kings, what tens? Wow.
Jack, you got rivered.
Oh.
And Sinclair will be our 26th place finisher, cashing for 36,000 euros. The runner-up from EPT London 2022 is eliminated from EPT Barcelona 2024.
Yeah, no surprise, another very strong performance from Jack Sinclair. If I, you know, if I was betting on it, I would have said he'd make the final table, but, you know, that's the way poker is sometimes. Just a cruel game. And Rania now up to, my goodness, 5.9 million chips.
Well, we saw Stephen Song had close to 7 million,
Yeah.
so chances are he's number one on the leaderboard and she's number two.
Yeah.
And we're almost at the final three tables. 25 players remaining now.
I mean, frankly, he should have, like, I had quad queens. Like, I didn't call in the small blind. I had Queen Jack, so I feel like we could have gotten it pretty close back. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
Is Rania implying he was on borrowed time?
Yeah, that's exactly. That's
not how poker
Rania,
works.
I don't say this lightly, but check your privilege.
What?
I was just checking I was big blind.
20K for the small one.
What a ridiculous setup, blind v blind. To give us such a monster stack, 3 times what anyone else at the table has.
6 fold. 8 fold.
I do have to say that there's kind of something badass of her being like, just so you know, like fate was coming for him. Like they tried to get me to get it before, and it was just a matter of time.
When you see somebody on the river starting to do this with their hand, you know they are in a tough spot.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And when you're sitting there, then it's nice. Oh, maybe it goes.
Mavri is going to go for one here.
One raise, 80,000.
Raises to 80,000 with Queen 9.
Call.
Yeah, I think probably.
You're screwed, pal. You've just been called.
Yeah. And yeah, I was going to say, this is, I think, one of the worst hands that Mavri would be opening here on the button. I think Queen 8 would probably be a fold. Jack 9 would be a fold. So Mavri with the bottom of his range. And part of the reason why it's the bottom of your range is you might get called by a better hand like a Queen Jack. But we have some more action on the outer table, feature table, secondary feature table, pardon me.
Yeah, we have got Lordi Varonen all in and at risk, called by Yellow and is a domination situation. Jack 4 running into Jack 9.
The coolers of all coolers.
Crazy to fold.
Not looking good for Varonen. Has 3 outs.
Quite a nice all-in call here. If you look at it, it looks like it appears to have been an 8 big blind shove, and the call from the Jack 9, blind on blind. That's what you want to see when you call with Jack 9, eh?
That's also a fair card.
Okay.
There's more fair.
Yeah, that's probably more fair, yeah. Way more fair.
Opportunities have emerged.
You can only pair them.
You know what everyone likes.
This is not going to be a chop. Barry Greenstein decides Lordi Varonen's fate, and he will exit in 25th place. That means we're at 24. That means we need to break a table.
We'll see. It's 24 left, yeah.
Yeah, 24.
But we still have hands in progress, including that hand at our feature table. A reminder, Mavroatsakis open pre, raised to 80,000, and Rania Nasreddine called. It went check on the flop.
Oh my
Rania
goodness.
check called the turn for 140,000. Ace on the river.
Yeah.
And Mavroatsakis shoves.
Call.
Rania calls. She's got another one.
Full feature.
Wow. Incredible.
Panos gets picked off.
And just narratively speaking, she gets the Queen Jack off in the small blind, and this time she doesn't make the mistake of folding it. Gets it in there against the dominated hand, and 2 pair versus 2 pair. I mean, she is destined to make this final table.
So that is going to take us down to 23.
Sure, I agree.
Rania with 6.6 million. Congratulations to qualifier Panos Mavroatsakis. Was in for 530 euros, cashes out for 36 grand.
There's not many players left.
Do you think I can color up some of these blues?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do it now. I think it's 3 table read.
Too many chips equals first world problems.
Do they do random break or do they do redraw?
They do random break, and there is a risk that this table breaks.
They break on table and they...
Yeah, random break.
Okay.
Bye, nice playing with you.
Good game.
We are down to 3 tables, and we're about to find out which of the remaining 4 tables is going to break.
Before the FT, or is it just FT?
Wow, that's a cool sweatshirt.
Okay, thank you.
When do we give those ones out?
You buy it from the Stars store just outside the main tournament room.
Maybe I'll get one.
What?
She's rocking it for sure.
Yeah, it suits her.
I think
4,
5.5.
5, 5, 6.
6.5, 6.
6 late 6.
So if we draw the number 4 or 5, we skip the break and have a 20 minutes break. If the number is 1 or 3, we break the table and we continue the 17 minutes on the clock.
Okay, so basically if they break either of the feature tables, we're going to go on
Table
break.
number 4, so we have now a 20 minutes
That makes sense.
break, please.
That makes
20
sense.
minutes break.
So we've got
In the main
17
event,
minutes left on this level, Griffin. It makes sense to take the break now so that we can get a new feature table on the stage, and then they'll come back, play the rest of this level straight into the next level.
So I'm off work 17 minutes early?
In a word, yes.
I get paid the same amount of money.
You have to take that with management. I don't sort out your invoices. Yeah, so we'll take the break now. We'll come back with a new table. And of course, we'll continue to play down to the final 2 tables on day number 5 of the EPT Barcelona main event, a day where everything is going Rania Nasreddine's way. 6.6 million, second in chips right now. More action from EPT 20 on the other side of this break. An uninterrupted 1 hour and 45 minutes of poker follows.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
17th hand of the day. Action starts.
Hit one pass. You have to keep your cards on the square for 2 seconds, yeah?
Wait.
Yeah. On that one, like this. 6
Yeah,
3 pass, 6 4
just
pass.
one side by side.
6 5 pass.
Just so they can.
Is mine?
No, that one, but just like this.
Ace Jack for Alenka.
Face up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that clear? 6 6.
I understand.
13,000. Good. 7 pass. Only if you raise, you know. Yeah, he forgets all the time. It's annoying.
Aces for Hanafi. Johnny Overkill.
Six top. Heads up.
And the 3-bet gets called. Here we go. Oh, the case ace. Johnny Overkill strikes again. Smell you later, Alan Carr.
10 bet 30,000.
I mean, Alan Carr isn't a risk here. Hanafi likely to get a full double up.
You get the idea.
He only had 30 big blinds behind. Continues for 30K.
How is your summer been? Pretty good. Stayed in Montreal. Didn't go to Vegas much. So.
You didn't go?
Yeah, I went only for the main event.
Okay. And then no, what sort of, no stuff?
No, I was in Europe on
on a trip with my girlfriend and I played the online. I didn't make it. So
Same here. I didn't make it and I didn't want to go there. But
so we made another trip to Italy instead of going to Rosada. Yeah.
So what was the first trip?
In Italy I wasn't with my girlfriend.
4 diamonds. A little bit of an action killer, maybe?
Poland and Croatia before.
Well, I mean, Alan Card
was amazing. It's a really nice country.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I guess I've never been.
Wow! And Alan Card
Croatia
moves all in.
We really loved Croatia.
Shoves on Hanafi. It's all into call here.
I don't know how you can call this.
VIS.
I fold this.
It's a really remote island.
100% of the time.
So far.
I just came from
there, yeah.
From Croatia.
Yeah. How did you like it?
Oh, amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Remember, those cards buy you additional thinking time. The shot clock is 30 seconds. Every card played buys you an additional 30 seconds.
Some people told us like this year wasn't that good, like in tourism wise, but like the past few years it went up like 400-500%.
I can't blame a guy for trying to
HVR. Yeah, that's
HVAR.
talk some tells out of this guy.
They have music festivals there.
Yeah, it's more like
I think it's known for party, right?
Yeah, like Ibiza, a little bit like that. But the other one, this is
2 time bank
like
cards in the middle.
Really,
I don't think
relaxing
I'm fold.
Island.
He calls.
And he is right, and he will double up through Alenka.
Dude, I would be so mad if I got called by aces there. Oh, that's
how many chips in?
Sure.
And John Hanafi is now going to have a 70 big blind stack. Alan Alenka down to 50 bigs.
If I was a professional, I would have folded there.
If you were a golf professional, you would have.
I would have folded.
Yes.
But you look scared. You look scared.
Justify it however you want, pal.
The tell on.
Just one battle, it's not the war.
Don't tell him, just keep calling him. And you're golden.
Slightly bigger pocket pair for Alan Alencar. Pocket jacks. Queen jack for Kamel. He's in. And I imagine ace deuce of hearts will also be joining the party.
17? Yeah.
Much like me, late and uninvited. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 9-7, top pair for Kamel. 1 heart for Jedlichka, 1 overcard for Alencar. And now 2 hearts for Jedlichka. Checked around on the flop. Kamel not wanting to give another free card as this board gets straightier and flushier. I do not think he will be eliminating the nut flush draw, however. Nah. Stefan calls. Pocket jacks now after a bet and a call. I feel like you can probably confidently fold pocket jacks. What do you think, Vinton?
It can be reasonable. It's multi-way, particularly when you have the heart. Makes it less likely that your opponents are going to be on draws, have hands like Jack 10, King Jack.
Raise 84,000.
And I love watching Brazilians play poker.
He
I
said
really
it.
do.
He said it before. He will say it again, and I have to admit, he's got a point. This Ray is coming from out of nowhere. Last to act on the flop, doesn't bet. Decides that this raise on the turn will be credible. Gets top pair to fold.
How much? 80?
84.
Yeah, Lishka just trying to work out if he's getting the right price to call here.
He's getting like, what, just under 4 to 1?
Of course, we can see that he's less than a 3 to 1 dog, so would expect him to call, particularly with more chips to play. Probably not counting in his head that his ace is likely to be a live out though. Might think he only has 9 outs, but still needs just a little over 4 to 1. And with the rest of the chips to play for, maybe he stacks his opponent quite frequently on a heart.
It's a call. 250K in the middle. River card is not a heart, but it is far from a brick. Top pair for Jedlička.
Very interesting.
And it looks like Alencar may think that he can bluff Jedlička off a queen.
The problem with bluffing with the jacks is that you just block the hands that you want your opponent to have as the auto folds. The king jack of hearts, the jack 10 of hearts, maybe even just jack 10. You don't block any of the pairs, any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs, but he is going to pull the trigger. This is a very tough spot for Jedlička with the ace deuce of hearts.
Man, when somebody puts out a big stack like that and then immediately looks to me the way Alencar just did, that does not seem super strong to me. Looking very interested in what you do next. I think when you're strong, you seem less interested. You're less invested. You know you're going to win the pot no matter what.
Show one.
Jedlička does lay it down.
Show him the jack of hearts.
How can I call with a flush?
Action has been folded here to Eugene Kachalov. He doesn't want to play. Dragan Kostic on the button. Or raise.
A bit of a string raise there.
Goes as a min raise. 60,000 to play.
Seems like an honest mistake.
I'm sleeping. This is hour for my sleep.
These Spaniards in their siestas, it's 11 a.m. Matthias doesn't have a ton of chips left. Seems like a weird spot to just call, and folding's out of the question.
I'm on.
He shoves from the small blind. To Kostic's amusement.
And boy, that Christoph is always so excited.
Thank you.
Oh, Schleich's got ace queen in the big blind.
Ace queen suited. Even though we know he's racing, I think this is an absolute call for Schleich. With Kostic's floundering on the button, DeMulder could easily be shipping a super wide range. I'd say this might even be a call with ace-jack.
He lets it go.
Wow, can't say I like the fold, but he did avoid a coin flip.
Kostic folds the 7-5.
Big fold?
Borderline hand, obviously.
Not really.
Good fold.
Ace-queen suited, not quite borderline in that spot.
It's always good.
And without seeing a flop, De Mulder has added more than 100,000 to his short stack. Let's return swiftly to our feature table.
Yes, swiftly.
Where action is on Dragan Kostic. He folds. Matty De Mulder has ace-9 of diamonds.
Seems obvious enough.
He starts the hand with 971,000. And he is going to raise to 67,000. Schleich folds. Suzor folds. Tomeo Gamilla in the big blind has deuces.
You know, I didn't want to go along with your Gamilla the Poker Gorilla nickname, James, but his gum chewing is driving me bananas.
But, Gamilla calls and we will see a flop. And that flop is all spades. Queen 9-3, second pair for De Mulder.
Donk bet.
Gamilla leading for 100,000.
I don't like this donk bet at all. It's pretty much screaming, mess with me. Also, his hand has almost no equity. I guess it might be what he'd do if he flopped a flush, maybe?
De Mulder makes a confused call. A fourth spade on the turn.
No one can really like that card.
Gamilla checks.
Looks like Matthias has a pretty good read of where his hand is at.
He bets 153,000.
Well, Gamilla has even less equity now than before when I said he had no equity. Yet he does not look like he wants to give up on this hand.
He shoves.
Make no mistake, well, this is crazy and that's no limit, baby, and all that. This is a bona fide punt attempt.
And Matthias frustratingly folds and Gamilla shows the bluff.
Wow.
Why are you doing such random stuff against me, man? What the hell?
That was quite random. I'm also not sure about the show. If I were him, I would not want these guys knowing I'm capable of a move like that. Though if his intent was to tilt Matthias, mission accomplished.
De Mulder now down to 651,000. While Gamilla has doubled his stack over the course of today.
As James mentioned, Spaniard Tomeo Gamilla has been running over the players of this table like a bull from Pamplona.
Blinds are up to 20 and 40,000 with an ante of 5,000. Action is on Tomeo Gamilla. Familiar story. King 7 suited under the gun. And he will make it 85,000. Dragan Kostic has ace-jack on the button.
I gotta tell you, with how loco Gamilla's been playing, I'm 3-betting the pantalones off of him with a hand like ace-jack.
He just calls. Ace-10 in the small blind, and De Mulder is moving all in.
You can totally see why Matthias would make this move.
Correct?
Gamilla should be laying down any second now.
What?
I am not a fan of this, but I guess if you're going to call, you might as well isolate.
I have good card.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Even though it's the best hand this time, this would normally be a pretty easy fold.
No, all-in, I'm call.
Yeah, no duh.
We'll need some more of that run good.
Well, your brother looks busy right now, so I wouldn't expect him to bring you any luck.
Kostic folds.
Have a bet?
Ha!
Oh, no king, please.
Matthias is ahead, but as you can see, it's not by a large margin. Gamilla's got 2 live cards and they're suited, so there's a lot that can go wrong here for Matthias.
Kostic revealing that he folded ace-jack, which had De Mulder dominated.
10-10 deuce.
Wait.
Well, there's a deuce, but no tens.
Things are looking much better for Matty. No real draws on that flop.
Ace of clubs.
The ace of clubs would have Gamilla drawing dead.
The turn is the deuce of diamonds.
Pairing the board is good for Matthias.
Gamilla drawing to a king or a 7 on the river. And he hits a king!
Brutal.
That is a sick river card. But let's not forget that Matthias De Mulder got to this stage thanks to some sick outdraws. This is kind of a taste of his own medicine.
Ah, that's good.
Yeah, when I go all in, it's better for you.
Yeah, I know.
Sure.
Nah, he's feeling guilty.
De Mulder, 10th place finisher here at EPT Barcelona for 50,000 euros. That's his best tournament cash to date. Gamilla now sitting on 6.2 million.
Hey, Matthias, I know you're bummed, but we just got word from Noah Boken, and he says he's proud of you.
Babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from EPT 20 in Barcelona. Current chip leaders on your screen. That's the top 5 of the 23 players remaining. Not too long now till you'll be seeing all of those stacks on your screen at once. Steven Song, the chip leader. Run Good Rania, living up to her name, crushing at our featured table, the previous one and the current one. Not only do we have Rania at the table, we've got overall chip leader Steven Song as well. Yella Myrna, who's been tearing it up this week. Govert Matal, a perennial here on the European Poker Tour. And of course, Ariel Lodge. You know what? This would be a good time to have you all say hello to my co-commentator for this level, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, Joe.
Can you do the Ari Lodge thing?
Ari.
There it is. Secondary feature table, both headlined and led by Fabiano Kavalski. Went pretty deep in this event in 2022. Gal Bar, we've seen plenty of Gal throughout this event. And we are getting dang close to these top 10 payouts. That's where the 6 figures start, my babies, in 10th place. Not gonna get there today. The goal is to play down to the final 16. And we are not far from that goal right meow. 23 players remain. 1,975 of them in one way or another. Some were re-entries. That's how many total entrants we had in this event. We're down to the final 23. Those 23 players now guaranteed the sum of 43,200 euros. Next pay jump is when you reach 20th place. Action about to get back underway.
Did they show your hand? Yeah, you can keep it. As long as you see there's a camera there, as long as you don't block the camera.
I'm going to remind you of some of these folks and what they look like. That's Yella Myrna. He looks changed a little bit over the course of the week.
Yeah,
more clean cut now.
Right, still the same hat though.
Back to what I'm sure is a very expensive bucket hat.
Mine. You're suit. Yeah. A lot of chips.
There's your
Anyone
friend
want
and
a
mine.
strawberry?
Run Good Rania eats more candy than any adult I've ever seen.
Run Good Rania.
Probably yes.
Hold it in your mouth.
Yeah, that works.
Govert Matal. Been playing the EPT.
He looks fresh to death, man. He's looking clean.
Steven Song, GPI Player of the Year 2022, I believe.
Yeah, it's been great watching him.
Overall chip leader.
Oh, hi.
I think Rania could probably tell you more about these players than I can. She's been interrogating them over the last 4 days.
She has. She's great at that. The investigator.
Right here, Thomas Krzyzinski. 45 bigs. Thomas surrounded by Harry Lodge and Javi Timmer. This is Boris Kuzmanovic.
Like a thinker at this
3.3 million
like
for Boris.
Thinker at this table.
Oh, he's only got 2.
Both of you. Just confused most of the time.
The amateur, that's why.
Well, you're a Hollywooder. Reasonable time, big.
And we are dealing.
Is this the same level we just had?
Yeah, because they made a break because this table was breaking.
Am I
Oh, that's what they. Okay, I thought it said 90, but they took us down to 17. Okay, that makes sense.
Still 17 and a half minutes to play on the previous level. Took the break a little early for a redraw.
Right.
Or a table break, I should say.
Yeah, that's right. The one I prefer, Joe, is the Euro Wizard Ari.
You like that one?
That's I don't really do the Joe one. That's more like the Michael Caine Ari.
I mean, I don't do any of them. I don't do accents.
No, never.
Not
Oh,
really.
sorry. Is this my box? Yeah.
That's not true.
I'm bad at them, and people find them offensive.
That's
so.
not true. You do. Hey, Nicky Petrangelo.
I guess I'll do American accents.
10 cool.
I have so much room over here.
People even
Like,
thought I was
where
doing
I
El
was kinda
Comatador, but
jammed,
that was
I was,
different. It
where
was
that
always
guy
when I was out of the
Yeah.
booth.
You're kind of like in the middle.
This is the
I have like.
This here is the worst. You're just very tight.
One raise, 100.
Blind on blind.
Yours is quite bad too with my leg.
Look at that.
C4. What does your tattoo
METAL.
say?
So metal, they had to use 2 A's.
Oh,
Metal.
Charisma. What's her name?
Techno tried
Her
to
name?
destroy
Masha.
the
But it's
metal.
in Arabic. Are you Arabic?
I'm not Arabic.
Where are
But
you
the
from?
metal had too many
My dad
A's.
is from China. I love China. I love Thailand. My mom is from Holland.
Holland. Okay, okay. I would not have guessed. That would not have been the ethnicities. Like,
Nobody says.
I would have died if they're like, pick his ethnicities. I'm like dead for sure.
That's why I don't do it.
I'm U.S., but I'm a full Lebanese.
Sorry?
Lebanese.
Lebanese.
I would have thought you're like half Egyptian or half Moroccan. Okay, no.
A lot of people say that, but no.
Yeah, no.
Myrna's missed pretty hard here.
Then you.
Well, that's why I saw that, and so, but
Also, your Chinese letters on my back.
Okay, okay, okay.
If you see that, then.
so I don't think you can strip at the table though. They don't like that.
No. Not yet.
Yeah, later.
I mean, how good looking are we talking?
First hand.
Woo!
Show the aces.
I don't know if we've seen ace.
Johnny All In says, can Rania stop talking for 1 sec? No, but you can.
I honestly don't think.
You banned.
Harry, did we have aces?
about 600
I don't think we've had
seconds?
aces show.
I don't think.
Yeah.
First hand.
You want
Enjoy
me
it.
to give up some of my amazing space? You're like the bearer of bad news. Yeah, it's like you can't move here, get closer to this guy.
You can never win, Joe. People
Hey,
are like, oh man, this
I'm
table's so
living my
boring. I
best
wish there'd be
life
some
today.
table talk. And then there's table talk, and they're like, oh man, I wish these people would shut up.
Also,
Got
don't
any
forget,
M&Ms,
people are
gummies all
extra
day?
impatient with women.
It's not cool. It's not cool.
If it was Spraggy sitting here asking people where they're from, they'd be like, "Oh, Spraggy,
What a character. What a scamp.
what a hilarious Spragster."
Whoa, those are cool shades.
7 gold. 8 gold.
All right, folds around to our button. King, queen offsuit.
10 raise, 80,000.
Out in the streets, they call it Myrna.
I've been appreciating that one, Joe. I keep hearing it as I walk past people watching the stream.
Even my French
That's all lets it go in the
teacher,
small
Yuan,
blind.
She would take a ruler and she
Ari Lodge.
She's very aggressive.
Ace King, 1.93 million.
Madame
That means
Leonard.
that Harry has something in the
speak
region of
language?
48 big blinds. Mina,
You're a white, you're a total
55.
Yeah.
white. What ethnicity are you? What's your ethnic background?
Korean.
And you don't speak any Korean?
Never even been.
He's going to 3-bet here to 330K.
Look at Korean. Well, I understand some words.
My brother-in-law is Korean.
And he speaks?
Not very well, but I think he has
Okay,
full
sure.
comprehension.
Okay,
Sort of
yeah.
like
So you can understand.
Yeah.
So Joe Stapleton banned a guy from chat because he pointed out that a player talks a lot. Yes, and now I'm banning a guy for pointing out that I banned a guy for
pointing out that someone talks a lot. I got there in the end, but yeah, no, you're also banned. Because you know why? It's not about the thing. It's that it's just unnecessary. Let's have fun. Let's say positive things. Let's have a nice community instead of an annoying one.
Yeah, let's have fun, guys. That's what poker's all about. All right, so...
Sorry, you're banned. And you're banned, and you're banned. Okay, go ahead.
I'm a huge admirer of Harry Lodge. He's been out here competing at the high stakes very successfully for many years now, and I'm really interested to see how he's going to approach this now. So it's been 3-bet pre-flop, continuation bet of 180K into 720. And Muna has 2 overcards and backdoor spades. I think there's a chance we might see a little float here once in a while. I mean, at this stage in the tournament, though, chip's very, very valuable. So honestly, I think folding is not completely ridiculous. I think with the king of spades, though, in particular, Joe, we kind of have more license to find floats here because we can rep spades. We can, you know, find ways to improve.
I get that on like a logical level, but at an emotional level, I can't make a flush when I got 4 to the flush. In what world am I going to go runner flush?
You don't have to. Spade on the turn, then just rep it all day long. Easy game. So,
what's that now?
You know, like blockers.
Oh, because it's because I have the king. They know that I could have the king and something else.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I think we do have to slow down here. Just really annoying. This is why Ace King is just a drawing hand, Joe. I jest, but yeah, we slow down, and Mina might be tempted to start bluffing now. Part of this float, of course, is to try and take it away on turns and rivers. What's the size?
10 bet, 330,000.
Yep, like this a lot. This seems very natural, about 1/3 on the turn. You're definitely going to get some weaker ace combos to fold. Ace King might still stick around here for the 1/3, but this is kind of the same size you might want to use if you have a set, for example. So,
Refold.
yeah, I think the fold is definitely reasonable also. That's the end of that hand, but nice pickup there from Vina.
Going home to be a mom.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Are you coming to Cyprus?
Yes. Are you?
I'll be there too.
Okay, yeah.
I love Cyprus. That's like my favorite stuff now.
I've never been.
No? It's sick. Well, I don't know. Are you like an explore the town kind of person? Because it's just like a resort. But
I mean, I definitely like to engage and like try local food.
Sure.
I heard the food is very good at the resort.
it's good, yeah.
So
I would say
you've been before. You went last year.
I went this year for like, they had a random merit series.
Okay.
But it was my first time going, and
So you're definitely going back.
Stuff. Yeah, favorite stuff.
So you live in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
So what's the flight situation from Vegas? Is it as bad as from Tulsa?
I honestly wouldn't be able to. You have to take like a connecting.
Just one connecting?
If you're coming from Tulsa, Rania, it's going to be like 9 flights.
Maybe these guys can tell
The fact that you don't know is.
No.
Then you have to be smuggled across the border.
Here's my guess.
Wow, you're a
Here's a prediction.
Yeah.
It's going to be Tulsa to Atlanta, Atlanta to
You just like show up
London,
and you're like, where are we going?
London
Yeah,
to Cyprus,
Like,
and then
what
the
flight- what-
hour and 40-minute transfer from Larnaca.
Now, is it worth it? Absolutely.
Yes.
Great resort.
3 flights for me.
Great
Tulsa,
fields.
Chicago.
Now we look it up.
No. Cyprus, Tulsa, Chicago, London.
There you go. That works
Yeah,
too.
London is like direct. I think Malta also.
Harry Lodge, King 9 suited.
Okay, I mean,
London does direct and Malta also does direct. I went from Malta.
So you came from Vegas to Istanbul, maybe? And then.
I think I went to Malta, but it's
Okay, but
2 stops in Malta.
That's why I said, because from Vegas to, I think, Istanbul you can direct and then only one stop.
Monovan says, why do you not fly straight from London to North Cyprus via Turkey?
I would guess that.
Monovan, do you understand the definition of the word straight?
But also from Vegas to London. Then you
Straight from London to North Cyprus via Turkey? Are you sure your name's Monovan and not Moronvan? Okay, that was a little too far. That was a little too far. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Joe, they're going to fly direct from Tulsa to Cyprus via Atlanta,
Chicago,
via
New York,
Chicago.
Atlanta, and London. Straight there. Second pair and a flush draw for Harry. Deuce is doing what you expect them to do most of the time. 3 overs.
Oh, I was close, Joe. There's two options here: Dallas, London, Cyprus, or
I was
Dallas.
on the edge of my seat waiting for this answer. Thank God.
Or Atlanta, Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, Amsterdam, Cyprus. Yeah. Or Dallas, London, Cyprus. Okay, fair enough.
I can't fly through Turkey for various reasons. You guys ever seen Midnight Express? No. I not anything crazy. I just wrote some bad things about the movie online, so I don't really like to go through there.
Pretty cool.
So we are going to see a turn card, which is a 9. That's 2 pair now for Harry. Well, what would you like, sir? What river would you want? The king, the 9, the deuce of diamonds? Probably not that one. I mean, that would get you paid. Apart from Midnight Express based in Turkey, there's not much Turkish about it. Yeah, that's why you know what? Just give me, just give me a second.
Joe's had to step away from the booth for a moment.
Just give me a.
So bad.
He's trying to summon the strength. He's on his knees as we speak, guys.
You would see more women up there. They're like, no, they kill me. They like crush me.
I'm just gonna say my mantra a few times too.
It's okay, Joe. Deep breath.
Okay. All right. I'm back. I'm back. All right. Harry's 2 pair still good. 2 pair versus pair of 2s. And the river goes check also.
Yeah, and even though we see Harry doesn't get any value there,
What a flop.
he's
What a
kind
turn.
of
What a turn. What a flop,
kind of
what a
getting the
turn.
right vibe, right? He's kind of
I mean,
aware his opponent's on the weaker
Boat
side.
was in your world. Not flush was in, like everything was in your wheelhouse. What a. Harry did the happy dance. Woo. Like,
Doing a happy dance.
Doing a happy dance.
I'm doing a happy dance. Now we are down to the final 23 in the EPT 20th anniversary main event here in Barcelona, but a new event featured on our tour is the Mystery Bounty, and this one has reached the final table. Maria Konnikova and Fintan Hand both at the final table of this, both of them with 38,600 euros locked up. Winner's gonna get 321,000 euros. Yeesh, that's a lot.
That's a company. Like
Oh, a single food item?
so it's like you would
Plus
be
bounties.
sponsored by like.
All right, fine. Chipotle.
Yeah, very exciting. He's in the room there.
Can I alternate between bowl and burrito?
For a little
You
while,
pick
Joe.
between a burrito bowl and Nobu. Those are your 2 ranges.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, now you're saying one food.
Why wouldn't you be like, you're like, I pick burrito bowl as like my like unlimited food item.
Great atmosphere out there,
Oh,
guys.
what
Very
cream
excited to
barbecue?
see 2 of our team pros on
that's
FT,
what
and also a friend of the team as well.
That's expensive.
Mr. Jake is also sticking
Okay,
around.
what's your choice?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say, but I like Korean barbecue as well. So it's a good choice.
I'm not into cream barbecue. I don't want to cook my own food. You don't have to. I thought you go there and they like give you meat and you have to like cook it.
I mean, only the. Yeah, usually they cook it for you. Like,
Oh, if they cook
better
it for me, I'm in. But I don't.
I know. I'm the same. I hate having to cook it myself.
It'd be Chick-fil-A for me because I can't get it in the UK.
That's your jam.
Oh, to have like just
But it feels so
unlimited.
normal to you.
Okay, Chick-fil-A is your food item. All right, seat 1. What's your food item?
I don't understand what you said.
You got to pick a
Govert
like if you
Mattel
could get
owns like
unlimited
75
food,
restaurants,
like
so let's see what he says.
As a sponsor, like someone's like, I'm going to sponsor you in poker and I'm going to give you unlimited food item. What's your food item?
Peanuts.
Peanuts. Okay, Planters. That's who we need to get
I feel like
sponsored.
you guys are missing out on too much value, you know? Like,
All right.
thinking about free food. Think
He's
about how much
already
money you
rich.
save if you pick something expensive, right?
I would want peanuts, but I want to be able to throw the shells all over the floor.
You know bars where they let you do
like
that?
the Lone Star Steakhouse, yeah.
I like that.
Peanuts, yeah, right away. Peanuts aren't good for your tummy.
Mine's caviar. Super expensive,
Yeah.
super delicious,
Value.
good on pizza, good with chips, good on baked potato.
Caviar on pizza, Rania. So out of line.
You know that Tulsa delicacy, caviar.
Go for Mattel's like peanuts. She's like, oh, I'm gonna go with caviar.
Tulsa might be the most landlocked city in the world.
Seat 3 and 4. We haven't heard your food item.
Probably sushi.
Sushi? Okay, so you and Steven are team probably Nobu. All right, seat 4.
Sorry?
What's your food item?
Pizza.
Pizza? That's your unlimited, like you want free pizza
That's
for
actually
life.
awesome. The pizza here has been sick.
I heard there's like a place that's like amazing my friends went to.
I
What's mine?
feel like I've gone to like a couple places.
We
here
did go to that place. It was pretty good.
What is it called?
In Barcelona. It's good.
Yeah.
Pizzeria.
Is it near here?
No, it's about an hour walk.
Oh wow.
About a 12-minute cab ride.
Okay.
Pizzeria.
Seat 8.
I don't remember.
Sorry.
Give me your food.
I'd know it if I
You're
heard it.
sponsored. You get unlimited
Oh.
food item for free. What's your food item?
Some big seed oil company, I think.
Seed oil?
Seed oil, yeah.
Like
Seed oils, you know?
like pistachio oil?
No, yeah, for example, or sunflower.
Sunflower
That's your jam?
canola oil.
That's what you pick. Do you drink it straight or do you eat it with bread or what
I
do
mean,
you
it's
do?
in everything if he's looking for a sponsorship.
I would like it to sponsor me.
Okay.
That was the
Yeah.
question, right?
Yeah, but it was okay. That you know what? Fair. I
He's going
accept
the
that.
money
I
route.
accept it.
He's looking. He knows there's a lot of money in seed oil.
Yeah.
Zonnebloempitten, weet je? Gewoon die dingen.
All right, we've got Mattel raising. Harry's in with King Jack from the hijack. Kuzmanovic, yes, in the big blind. I mean, that's why Rania is so chatty. She's eating candy every other. She's got a sugar rush.
He checks. Harry in position.
But not the pre-flop raiser.
That's right.
I think you'd expect this to check around a lot, but no. Harry wants a piece.
$90K to go. And I don't think Govert Mattel is folding king high flush draw.
Kings are likely live as well. We know they're not. But you'd think a king would be live here too. Oh boy, well, that bit of foreshadowing really might pay off here.
That is an action scenario.
In the form of Harry Lodge.
Yeah, and you have to imagine we're betting this turn for value a lot of the time. 480K in the middle.
There you go, Swadan. She talks so much BS. I'm not going to keep watching. Please new feature table. No problem. You banned.
Easy.
No worries. Let us make it a little easier for you to stop watching.
And I think the chances of Mattel folding this turn are probably minus 10%.
Fold.
Yep, of course, we're going to be calling.
Tray ball. Ooh. Well, that negates Mattel's 8. Still not going to be good enough, however.
Yeah, and the jack plays.
To beat the jack.
That's right. So Mattel was +2 guys, which means they're not gonna, he's not going to have barely any trays. So we're definitely going for value. 830K in the middle.
Three bet, 375,000.
Does Mattel pay it off is the question.
I mean, the good news here, I think, is that maybe it's, yeah, the good news is that, like, because you have missed flush draw, your opponent's going to have fewer of those, right?
Yes, correct. Does call.
It does pay it off.
I have enough.
You have
that I
many.
can take a 7.5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah.
I can just be like,
ching.
Bye, guys.
I like this comment from Matt. It says, the first time I sat at a WSOP table with Rania, I knew within 30 minutes that I was the sucker. I had one rule after that. Don't F with Rania.
Joe, what's your food item? Who do you want to be sponsored by in the food industry?
McDonald's. I mean, come on.
I prefer the question just being like, what kind of food would you like to be like the food, not the actual like company associated with it. You know what I mean?
So chicken McNuggets, I guess.
McNuggets, like infinite chicken
Welcome
McNuggets
back.
as part of your sponsorship.
Yeah, or I mean, look, if we're talking in a fantasy world where like, let's calories obviously aren't. Why would you not want to be sponsored by Coca-Cola?
That would be pretty cool.
I mean, it's probably the #1 brand in the entire world. It's maybe the greatest human invention of all time. Do you think of anything better than a glass bottle of Coca-Cola in the world?
When it's really cold.
Yeah.
Oh, bro. I've cut down on my soda pop consumption.
Eric, the producer's like, Joe, come on, what about Nasia, that burger you just ate, which had the production office in a tizzy? I couldn't even enjoy eating that burger as good as it was because every single person was asking me where it was from. Look at the box. Look at the box it came in. My mouth is full. Leave me alone. I have 5 minutes every day of joy. Got to tell everyone where the burger's from. A bunch of, you ever eat some unruly dog staring at you?
I was one of those people, so I can't say anything now.
Good Lord.
Although I did also help deliver it to you, so I get some bonus points back.
I defend what?
You're watching EPT 20.
I know you do.
That's pretty weird.
I had to charge you a little bit.
Yeah.
We also have a bajillion chips between the two of us.
Yeah. No reason to slaughter, but yeah, I can't call that.
All right, well, I'm not the only one having a blast here. We've got people on what I can only assume is Tinder and watching the stream. David Coleman.
Yeah. Jianwei there, swiping right, swiping left. Oh, we got Jianwei.
The guy's right next to you, man. You don't need to watch the stream.
Oh man.
I was involved in that.
You were not involved.
We're so far in our phones.
So you flopped it, returned it,
Red
and then
tube.
you rivered it, or something like that?
I know these names better than I know my own grandma's names.
Turned the chop.
I had the kings, he had the ace king.
Yeah.
But he was still sweating because...
There was
Flush draw.
Who had the flush draw?
Yeah.
Wait, he did.
Ace king.
I did.
Ace king. Okay, yeah. That's the worst. No offense. I mean, it's just like.
Guys, I don't care for what reason you're commenting on Rania talking too much. You're more annoying than she is, and I'm going to delete and ban and time out everyone because we like players having fun at the table and engaging each other in fun and friendly conversation, and you're bumming me out. This is a pretty sick spot right here for De Heredia.
God, I wish someone at this table would talk.
I know, right?
They're so
quiet over
boring.
here. These guys are so boring. Just kidding. Beautiful spot here for Kavalski, 95%. This bet represents about a third of the remaining stack of De Herrera. Do we ever see an all-in here? Does this cost
5 seconds.
Heredia the entire stack?
Player raises.
How much is the raise?
It is
25. 1 pound on top.
pretty close to what Heredia had left, right?
Yeah. I think it's pretty much all of it, yeah.
Volume.
Kavalski puts him in for the rest.
And yeah.
Ooh, are we gonna pay a jump? Not really.
Quite.
De Heredia calls and is gonna get shown the bad news.
This fucking thing 5.
That's fine, to be honest. Reasonable. He's gonna need my prom date to show up. A solid 5. And that 5 does not arrive. GG. De Heredia. And we are one step closer.
I almost called.
Pablo needs to know what he might have got bluffed off of before.
I did the same to you before, and then the ace got the 2 pair aces, right? So I thought, he's not going to do it. I just did it to him, he's not going to do it, and he did it.
Sound like beers and...
Nah, nice playing.
Did I photograph you against?
Yeah.
I thought
Yesterday.
so, yeah, I just wanted to make.
Kavalski up to 5 million chips.
Pô, joga esse mais ou esse mais 2? Porque são
Até 16,
não vai?
até onde for, para cair 16.
16?
Back to the main feature.
Acho que é esse mais.
Now it's ready to.
That's what he's saying is true. I don't know.
I think that's what they said on Poker News.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. You're wrong.
That's cool.
Muna, whoa, that was weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
Muna Metal song. Top pair. For Munu.
Was it 2022 we saw Kavalski at the final table, Joe? Here in Barcelona?
2022, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. Big fan of Fabiano. Really nice guy. Very pleased to see him doing well.
They had the guy who won the first ever EPT. And I thought they said he won 80,000 euros.
Anyway.
80,000?
Ace 5 with a decision. How on earth can we fold?
Really big for a long time, but I guess I sort of assumed it was smaller.
We cannot.
Maybe it was just always big because it was such a big round.
Tall is out. As we go to Matern. A neener. A club.
Show me the money. Show me the mooney.
Bet 150.
Ah, interesting. We're just gonna lead here.
You get a snap fold.
And it does get a snap fold, takes it down.
So I did mention there is a pay jump at 20 players. A significant one, I think, at this point. It's 8,000 euros it goes up. So we're starting to get on it, in it, and through it.
Yep, this is definitely where the money starts to really jump. Just 2 spots away.
Where did we play together before?
And then we're looking at about 10x return on
The
investment.
2200?
Yeah.
Okay. That one was kind of a blur.
It feels like it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to give you a heart attack.
I mean, it was. I don't remember when it was. It was like 6, 7 days ago. I mean, I bought.
Okay, every time I see 3 deuce, I get excited because there's one run out in tournament poker that I've never seen in my entire life. And that's 2 players getting the showdown
I busted, I think, day 3.
with the bottom end of the straight and the top end of the straight. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
But
and the 10, jack,
Day 2 was 1 ace.
queen, king, ace.
okay, that makes sense.
I've never seen it,
Got very lucky.
and it's entirely possible. But in all my years in live poker, I've never seen somebody show down the wheel versus Broadway. We maybe could have had it here if it came 4-5 and someone had jack 10. But like I said, never in all my days. You can't think of it either, can you? I see you searching.
All my friends say it's beautiful.
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that you can't think of seeing that?
I actually had a hand last night, join the 1K, where I had pocket queens and I flopped a royal flush draw with one of my queens, and then on the turn I had a set to go with it. So going to the river,
you had trips to go with it, yeah.
It was
3.3.
any
There's a
paired
lot.
board,
Yeah,
any
you-
straight, any flush. And I've in a hand of Texas Hold'em, I've never had a set and a straight flush draw at the
Yeah,
same time.
that's not
before.
easy to do
That
either.
was very unusual.
Did you still lose the hand?
I bricked the river, of course.
Yeah.
And I got shown a straight, but I folded correctly.
The Jack Sinclair on a 6-4-2 board.
As anybody who watches my streams will know,
And
combo
Jack
draws are not my friend,
shoved
Joe.
on the flop.
No.
He
And it
bet,
doesn't get more
I
combo
think
than that,
he raised,
jeez.
And then
Jack shove.
Jack shoved and he folded, and I was like, or he open folded. I don't remember, but I was
Yeah,
like,
I
I'm
think
never.
it went 50, 180, jack, 400 him.
Take a look at our
Okay.
chip counts here at the feature
Did-
table.
did you
Song
know what
still
did you
chip
have
leading
in
Nasreddine after that exchange.
He did have
we
a
saw
set? Okay, so
just recently, second in
so it
chips
was an
here.
amazing fold
Going to be one of our overall chip leaders, of course, final 22
fours
players.
or twos? Those fours.
Troy B in the chat asking, has there been any royal flushes in this tournament? Yes, we actually saw one at our secondary feature table yesterday.
Yes.
I believe it was
He
Shilko.
folded
I
queen
guess
clubs.
Jack thought he is never
Managed
folding,
to
so
make
let's get
a
the money in.
royal, the king jack of clubs,
And he's
if my memory
completely
serves.
out time banks now, right?
That guy, yeah.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
man, that's
pretty
tough.
pretty cool to catch it,
He's
sort
without
of,
time bank, so.
Well, it's only
sort of
6
on
people,
camera.
he's
We saw
gonna
the end of it.
Have
To get
fun
another
before he
6.
gets another 6.
Should sell this.
That would be great if he could. Wow, you have fucking infinite. You have a
Let's
bunch
compare.
too.
Oh wait, we're the same.
Raise.
And raise is 100,000.
And I didn't even need it, just use them for balancing.
You and I can go take like a 5-minute bathroom break and just be like, I prepay for the time. Tournament break. Tournament is on break for 5 minutes.
That was not what I needed to actually.
Have you ever had a royal flush draw?
I think so. I don't think live though.
I think I've had 2 live. One of which I flopped with 2 cards.
That's pretty cool.
That was
That
pretty
I would
special.
probably remember.
That's unique.
Got a fun hand shaping up here. Top pair for Mooner. Mooner? Anyway. Ace of hearts for Krasinski.
Stop winding up the chat, Joe.
It was check,
I
7
played
on the
with the
turn.
guy in Vegas, and he told the table if we gave him like $120 total, that he would show all of his cards if he could, like at Showdown or whatever. And we did it, and he was like, "You've now seen my cards. Has anything you've done changed seeing my whole cards?" And the answer is no. Nothing ever changed. So he's like, I've made like 15,000 of the lifetime.
Krasinski.
I forget some
Checks
number.
again.
He's like, I've made a lot of money. I paid for
Because of
my
that.
Ubers.
Yep, and it might be
Because
time
You're never going to change
to
your
start
play based on
betting.
the few hands you see in mine.
How
It
did
was
he
in a
play?
tournament or?
You what?
Did he play quite tight?
He was crazy, but he was drunk. But he, I think, is like a good pro, but I can't remember his name. But he was drunk. So.
Really?
It was in a tournament or?
Yeah,
that you would
tournament
learn a
of-
lot. I would think that you would learn a lot from.
Yeah.
If he's crazy
Especially
and showing some ridiculous hands.
It's I mean, he was just like calling super light, but he was like drunk. So it's like, are you drunk? Like, is this real you? Like, I don't know.
It's more the case when he's aggressive. Like you learn a lot about size.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's the fold.
From a decent rank, it's not on big edge because most of the ranks will, you know,
Play the
play
same.
standard.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, if you see I bluff, like sometimes I bluff, sometimes it's value, it's whatever.
Yeah.
You can see if someone is overfolding. Okay, that's kind of.
Yeah, like can you you bet and he folds.
You
like,
open
show
and
me
he
his
folds on
hand?
the big blind and he shows the hand.
He has to show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess like as long as it's not multi-way, he would show.
What?
As long as it's not multi-way.
Yeah,
he would
exactly.
show.
Yeah. But
Well,
any
you could learn a
opportunity
lot.
where he could show, he would show. So anyway, we gave him the money. It was pretty entertaining, though. I have to say. Like,
It was 150 each?
no, it was like 120, 150 for the total table. I was like,
It was a small
everyone
tournament
has $20.
or?
Yeah,
It was
well-
like a win, probably like a
What was the buy-in? Yeah.
If it's
at least like a 2,200.
Okay.
okay, that's he
Like
gave it
playing
for cheap.
reasonable stakes
Yeah.
at that point. I guess.
I'd pay the $20 table share for
Yeah.
that.
For
Well,
sure.
it depends how many chips he has, too.
I mean, if someone asks you, can you please give me $20? You're gonna give him.
Well, yeah, but like if he has like, I assume he had chips, but
Yeah, well, for a while. Then he didn't.
sure.
He took an early exit. He decided he wanted to go to his car or the Uber. He wanted to go to the Uber.
At least he had for Uber.
Harry Lodge, King Queen suited.
Three raised 100,000.
He's got about 50 big blinds to start the hand before putting in that open. Oh, Timmer's got a very defendable hand here. Suited queen, facing the min raise. Blinds are 25K, 50K, of course. Just decides against it. Timmer's got about 25 big blinds behind and does not want to get involved here. Possibly could have snuck in there just for the defend, though, Joe. You got to imagine that Harry's going to have a wider range there. Probably have the correct price to continue even at this late stage in the tournament.
If you find Rania irritating, well, there's a whole country full of them. It's called the United States of America. Ever heard of it? And we're going back there to Las Vegas, Nevada, November 1st through 10th. There's going to be Ranias in the Super High Roller, Ranias in the 5K main event, Ranias in the 10K High Roller, Ranias playing the GD Big Game on Tour, where everybody's talking the entire time.
They have nice meat.
America.
Salmon,
At this point, we should just change NAPT to Nasreddine American Poker Tour,
Yeah, they have all the
Joe.
stuff to make your own avocado toast.
Where we
It's
have
like-
fun playing
they're like,
poker,
grab the
talk
bread,
about other
and
stuff at the
beautiful
table,
avocado.
make friends.
Welcome back
I
to
think
the
it's a really
Nasreddine
good
American
breakfast.
Poker Tour.
Yeah.
The best, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, don't think it's for sure the best. It's amazing hotel.
I stayed at this hotel called The One in Barcelona, and it was in the city center.
Okay.
Really nice. And their breakfast was good, but not as good as
I was in ours last 2 years ago. No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? They were like, it was hard to get a room. I had to beg.
I mean, I'm traveling with family, so it would be.
Oh, you're with your
quite,
family?
Wife and 2 kids, so we should. I asked, but we needed to take 2 rooms. It was quite expensive.
How old are your kids?
5 and 8.
Oh, I have almost 5-year-old.
Ah.
A boy or girl?
2 boys.
Oh, 2 boys. Is the 5-year-old crazy or good?
Crazier,
Yeah,
for sure.
she's crazy as.
He's on batteries always.
Limp raise take it for Steven Song.
So what I did since I was gone for 2 weeks is I do a sheet of paper each day, and I like any activities, I'm like, you're gonna get to do this today. And then I write her a little note, and then I give her like 3 hints of shit she has to do in the house, like do a yoga pose, go kiss your big rabbit, like give daddy a hug. And then at the last hint, I've hidden something in the house and she finds it. So it's like a daily treasure hunt.
Okay.
She loves it.
That's pretty creative.
Yeah. It's hard to do for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
though. I had to be like,
that
please
seems like
don't
way too much
stuff.
effort. If you're up for the task, then sure.
Also, my guess is Rania's house is pretty big, so it's probably a pretty awesome treasure hunt.
She's like,
Mommy, I got lost in the West Wing for like 9 hours today.
You have to.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to be there.
Go up in the treehouse. No, the second treehouse. No, the summer house.
Under the table and
You mean-
what was it, what
You mean the
told me.
panic room? No.
You mean the pool cottage? No? Oh.
Krasinski, ace-4 offsuit. Officer of the Watches says, can all chat answer, please? If Rania has 300 chips now, would she talk this much? How about all people in chat answer this question? If Rania was not a woman, would you be asking this question? No, probably not. You banned.
Well, everybody in the chat, complete this sentence. Yeah.
Real short one. All right, here's. They don't deserve a free roll today, Chris. Yeah, all right. Go busy yourselves with registering for the free roll. They can have the password even. It starts in 20 minutes. The password is O'Dwyer. For Steve O'Dwyer, #1 the EPT all-time money list. That includes every event. The apostrophe in there too? Wow. Really getting complicated. You know what? I don't really think these guys are going to be able to handle that. This is like some real troglodyte behavior. Do you think they know where the apostrophe key is? Are there apostrophes used in any slurs? Because if not, they may not know how to find it.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Whoever decided this, we're really going to weed him out today, Joe.
All capital letters, O'Dwyer. O apostrophe Dwyer.
Race.
4 raises, 100,000. 5 folds, 6 folds.
Rania is the reason the table is fun, TBH. Agreed.
Yeah,
it looks like we're going to get a little Rania in this hand. She seems interested.
Yeah, I am a Rania fan, so I'm with you on that.
I mean, I like my Run Good Rania nickname, but Strag just started calling her Radio Rania, which I like too. She'd be a great radio host.
Radio Rania.
What about you? What's your food? What's your favorite food? What are you doing today? Where are you from?
5, 6, 8 folds.
Radio Rania.
And we are going heads up, Rania and Krasinski. Rania flops a gut shot to the wheel. Kim writes in to say the password is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We had a very low turnout. Stays free roll.
Does Queen Jack want to see bet? 275K in the middle. 75K. Rania can't fold yet. The question is whether or not she wants to check raise. Just floats. She does have that ace high already in her hand, so I like this a lot. Doesn't necessarily need to turn her hand into a bluff when she could actually get to showdown still.
This is a hand I would have no interest in trying to get Rania off of.
Yeah.
Repeat 4 on the turn. It's a heart as well.
Decides to check it over to the player in position. Queen Jack, no equity, except for perhaps the clean queen, the queen. I can't say. The clean overcards, the queen of the jack is what I'm trying to say.
The queen, the
clean queen, and the clean jack.
Queen Galactic cards.
Yes. Checks it. And at this stage, Rania is probably going to be considering trying to get other ace highs off of a chop pot, because that would be lame. Why chop when you can take it away?
You can have the whole dang thing.
Interesting. 150K. So if the intention here is to get some ace highs to fold, that could actually perhaps be the wrong read on my behalf.
Maybe the intention is to get a call on a queen high.
Exactly. This actually could be to try and target some king high, queen high calls. I don't know. Queen high seems a little bit ambitious, but as played, it comes across more like a blocker bet than a bluff. But in any case, going to take it down.
Rachel, go ahead, Nick. If you have something to say about the hand.
No, I was just going to say, like, I feel like maybe if we did want to try and target some of those high card combos to fold, for example, ace, queen, ace, jack that we'd be chopping with, I guess we probably would go more polar, because that's kind of what we might want to do if we did have a boat with one of the fours or the deuces.
Right. Rachel suggests getting Rania on the podcast, and we did. We had her on the podcast just a couple of months ago. We usually go, try to go at least a year or so before having a repeat, although if she won this, we'd probably have to have her on again just a few months later. That would be a first for us.
Joe, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to invite Rania to join us for some WCube Cards Up coverage.
I mean, that would be sick.
I'm so down for that.
What is she going to do if she can't ask all the players where they're from? You'll have that info. You'll have the flag.
She can ask the chat instead. She'll have at least 500 viewers plus to ask about their
Hey,
favorite
Strag, where are you
foods.
from? What's your favorite food? Harry Lodge. Queen Yak, suited. Breaking news. Secondary feature table.
He is putting pressure from the button.
Cards on their backs. Mohamed Mandro. All in versus Fabiano Kavalski.
Thank you.
Feels like 80-20 by the way you're hitting flops.
Yes.
This is a flip.
Yeah, it's not a lot of big blinds. So we can see what happened here.
Thank you.
Like Ryan Reynolds versus Ryan Gosling.
This is a fake flip.
And so does the one I put out there. Wow. Oh no, Kavalski drills the 3.
No, there's two out from 6 to 2.
Deuce of clubs for the
4 or 5.
Clubs is
Deuce of
even.
clubs, this is good, yeah.
Jack of spades on the turn.
Plus. This is spade.
Looking for the very rare black duck. Daffy, if you will.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay, man. Thank you. Hey, man.
Man no longer grow.
Next time, man. Yes. Yes, man.
Out in 22nd place.
Yeah, man.
43,200 euro.
One small, right?
And we are on a bubble right now.
My phone, please.
A ladder bubble. Yeah, give him his phone, please. Oh my God. That would be the best thing about going broke from this, getting my phone back. If you can make it to 20th place, like Fabiano Kavalski probably is, you make another 8,000 euros. Clear the 50K mark.
There's the updated secondary feature chip count. Kavalski 6.14. At this point, must be one of our top chip leaders now. I think that puts him in about 3rd place, guys. And as I mentioned before, a huge fan of Fabiano. We have seen him run deep in these tournaments before. It was 2022 when we last saw him at the main event final table here in Barcelona. Can he do it again?
Oh, dat weet ik niet.
That was one of my favorite hands as well, Joe. Fabiano made a queen high call on the final table. That was just, oh, so sweet. It might have actually been final 2 now I think about it, but still great televised poker and all-around good guy.
Raise.
Krasinski back in the mix. 27 big blinds to start the hand, +1 is going to find the min open.
Song is out. Kuzmanovic out. Rania folds. Yella. Govert Metal. Doesn't he look like the guy that steals the treasure from Indiana Jones at the beginning of The Last Crusade?
I was going to say it looks like he's the skipper of a really big yacht.
Well, he does steal the cross of Cortez off of him on a boat. It belongs in a museum.
It belongs in a museum. And so do you.
Let's all checks with a pair of 3s. And Krasinski wins that pot with the worst of it. Put 75,000 out there. Mattel says, no bottom pair for me.
So you know Mattel's hot. Mattel's hot. I was thinking of the double A's when I said that. Sorry, chat.
His hot head?
You know Mattel's hat.
Yes.
He's got this this sort of sun hat. I bought something just like that when I went to Wimbledon this year because I didn't bring any sunglasses and it was really sunny. It was actually more for my comfort than it was for the style. I'm not sure if I can pull it off, Joe. You know, I'm not sure if you have to be of a certain age, but he's making it look really good. And, I just think I look like a bit of a weirdo.
Prince Harry.
Not all hats work on everyone.
Right.
Like Yella Myrna, for example.
You're now the big blind in the end.
Oh, they're taking Harry Lodge off of us. Gotta balance the table.
Good luck, Harry.
That was there.
Reppin' Team GB.
5 folds. 6 folds. 6, 7 folds.
See you later. Good luck.
Hey, good luck, everyone.
We're not gonna miss you.
That sounded almost sincere.
I raise this 100,000.
Good.
6, 7 folds. 2, 1 fold.
Rania Nasreddine in it with the 4s. Krasinski with 6-5 high in the big blind. Defends.
Man, imagine having 134 big blinds, excuse me, with 21 players left in the EPT Barcelona main event. Unbelievable. And Krasinski does flop best.
Another weird little flip.
8 sets, 75,000.
Rania is almost always going to be c-betting this, I think.
Yeah, it's not a bad board to do so either. You do actually kind of have third pair, excuse me, covered in a weird way, right? You got a 4, that's a pair over the deuces. That big blind defend range will contain some deuce X that you're getting value from, as well as diamonds, as well as the straight draws. So a lot more incentive to have a bet here, because you can actually still get called by a lot worse when you've got a pair bigger than bottom.
Check. 6, 8 checks.
Quick check from Rania on the turn. Ooh. Interesting river.
Not a whole lot of draws running out here.
Yep, and you know, Rania is blocking some 4-5 and something similar like that. But, you know, we got to imagine there's still going to be some other straight draws in there, some of which contain an 8, Joe. That's an interesting point here, right? Because it's going to go check, check, of course, if Krasinski doesn't bet, because Rania is very happy to get to showdown with the 4s. But the 8 is an interesting one because hands like 7, 8, or 8, 9, do you float that flop, or they are going to stick around in some capacity when they have a draw like that, and they will just have 2 pair on that river. They probably go for value at that point when there's check, check, turn, though.
I don't know. Slow down a lot.
Players just commenting on the pace of play now slowing down, as you'd imagine. Final 21, we're not a million miles away from our final 2 tables, but with so many chips on the table, these luxury blind levels,
5 minutes.
and with so much ICM pressure and pay-jumps to come,
17.
we are going to see people take it slow and try and navigate their way to the final table.
It is definitely slowing down, but it's still like average size.
Six folds. Seven raise.
Kuzmanovic going to open this pot. He's got about 64 big blinds to start the hand. Oh, interesting spot for Metal here. 24 big blinds behind Metal on the button, has position, is also dominating. Kuzmanovic with that ace-jack.
One raises.
That looks like a raise.
275,000.
So a little bit less than 3x. And a quick fold from the king-jack, so scoops it.
One time then.
What a cool dude.
Not as cool as you, Joe.
I'm not even going to say it's arguable. It's not. It's not.
Nah, Governor Metal's a very cool guy.
Do we do this mystery bounty update? Do we tell everyone what's going on there? Because we don't want to do real time.
Yeah.
But this one here did happen 30 minutes ago. Maria Konakova's out. They're 4-handed now. Bad news, Maria out. Good news, Finton's still in.
How much did she get?
127,000, including her bounties.
That is absolutely insane.
That's wild.
This was a huge event, Joe. I'm thinking...
She wins almost my weekly salary in one tournament. That's nuts. Well, it only took her 3 days. It would take what it takes me nearly a week to make.
Oh man, she's flying.
Unreal.
Hi guys. Look, I've not actually played with any one of you guys during the whole tournament. It's like the only table.
Timmer keeping it real snug, you guys. I actually don't mind the fold from the trays there.
All right, I'll stop chancing it.
But we have seen a couple spots where the defense was possible.
No? That's pretty good.
Trying to pick his spots really carefully, understandably so. It would be interesting to see that one with the ICM pressure included in the sim, Joe, because those pocket pairs out of position, they're just not great, especially when you don't have a big stack to capitalize when you hit the set.
I don't actually understand this, why the Sims are banned at the table. It's like, if you're like It's like a little house, right, with the people and the beds and stuff, and you have to feed them.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, that. Like, why is that banned at the poker table?
Wah, 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 wah.
Played it like Borgata.
Is it because they had the adult version?
Way back in the day.
Uh-oh. What the mod?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
You can make your Sims get down.
With dance?
Yeah, dance. That's what I meant.
I put this on, I'm going to get hot. But I'm cool.
C10 raises 100,000.
All right, you jackals. Time to register the free roll. See if you can figure out how an apostrophe works. O'Dwyer. All-time winningest player on the European Poker Tour, Steve O'Dwyer.
Does that include side events?
It does.
All events included.
Events.
Yeah. Guy's just really good at poker.
O'Dwyer rules. That's right, Large Farv.
Where is Kyan Mockery in that now that he's won 2 high rollers, super high rollers, I should say, back to back?
I'm going to say not even close.
Oh, yeah?
$425, right?
This is hilarious. I was told that the apostrophe is in there, but now I'm being told that it's not.
Don't do it to us.
That's just funny.
This was the only way.
They figured people couldn't do it with the apostrophe. Someone overruled it. There's a bunch of people right now who every time I say apostrophe, they're getting angrier and angrier because it's like a more than 2-syllable word. And they don't even know what it means. You guys make me look like a real jerk with the whole apostrophe thing, and now it's not even in there.
C4 raises 100,000.
This guy thinks apostrophe is spelled with an O at the beginning.
An O apostrophe?
An O apostrophe.
I mean,
actually, that would make more sense. Yeah.
Did you use your O apostrophe at the start of O'Dwyer?
Like if apostrophe was spelled O apostrophe apostrophe, that would be pretty sick.
I think it should just be a apostrophe, and then whatever the letter is you put in front of it just goes there. D apostrophe, O apostrophe, P apostrophe.
Small pot there for Krasinski. Raise and take it. Halfway through this level. Goal is to play down to the final 16 players today, the final 2 tables. This guy Monavan, who's written in with several suggestions about how I should run my life and how we could do a better stream, now writes in to say how to join free roll. What platform is it on? Do you know in my contract I'm allowed 1 F-bomb per year, and I'm about to say PokerStars. That's what platform. Contender right here.
It's like when they show up to my streams and they go, "Hey Nick, where's your favorite place to play poker online?" Or they show up to
Somebody wrote to me last week on Twitter and asked me when the next season of Game of Gold is coming out.
Or they show up to twitch.tv/PokerStars and they go, "Hey, what site are you playing on?"
What site is this?
I'm not joking. It happens weekly.
Muna with pocket deuces is checked to Kuzmanovic, who has the best hand. It's a pair of 10s.
Yeah. Take it off? Good? Okay.
75,000. Ooh. Muna wants to see one more. Oh, man, so close.
It was close.
Yes, Crazy Carl. Maria Ho won $456,000 on season 1 of Game of Gold. This time it goes check, check. One last chance to try to hit that deuce. IROC says, I wish PokerStars was legal everywhere here in the States. Stapes, can you make that happen? I'm trying, buddy.
I mean, we're both trying, absolutely.
I'm doing my best.
That is something that we both sincerely wish also.
Somebody clip that part where I was screaming at everyone in chat and send it to the U.S. government. That'll help us along, I think.
So with the action here going check, check on the turn, does Muna want to try and get to showdown, or is he just going to blocker bet? That looks like a blocker bet to me. Yeah, 10 is good. Outdated meme says, Nick should make an FAQ where every single answer is PokerStars. That would be a long list, and I'm here for it, but that's a great idea.
Joe needs to challenge Gavin Newsom to a poker duel on motorcycles.
The old 10-7 with me to your left.
I'm going to need to see the deck on that one.
Yeah, can you get a deck,
this guy in the
please?
big one.
Yeah. Impressive.
Roy Gata says, Senator Stapes, could you imagine? Yeah, I can, and I do a lot.
I had a 10 too.
A better 10?
No, 10-5. So I would have flopped it better.
Man.
And then he would have.
You played it well.
Yeah, no, happy to pull. No, I saw that. I was like, oh man, I flopped 2 pair, and then I was like, oh god, that would have been so bad.
How you chop?
No.
Oh no, you would lose to 7
that's what I'm
kicker.
saying.
Oh
7
yeah.
plays. That's what I'm saying. It was so bad. I was like,
You're
okay,
embarrassing
good job,
yourself,
Rania.
Stephen Song.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Except I
Not
said
play
stealth,
like
and
it's brutal.
that's also embarrassing, so.
Yeah,
Nice
at
one.
first I was like, oh, we chopped. Then I was like, no, we don't chop.
Raise.
4 raise, 100,000.
10-9 suited, otherwise known as the Grafton.
That's right. Get Grafton with the Grafton.
7 fold.
Rania's hoodie, man, that's nice. Is that a special one we got just for this event?
10 fold.
I hadn't seen it until this event.
Yeah. That might be a new one.
That's 1 call.
So Rania calling in position. Vital coming along with a nice connector. Oh, almost flopped it. 4-5.
6-7.
6-7 is a straight draw. 4-5 queen at rainbow is the flop. Rania got nothing. Krasinski got nothing. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. With Rania calling in position, I think we check here quite often. Yeah, that's what we see here from Krasinski. Does Rania want to take a stab now? 4-5 queen. Does have ace high. Might be thinking she can get some better ace highs to fold, maybe some 4x to fold. There's 375K in the middle. Does decide to check though, seems good. And the 4 on the turn. Now an opportunity for Govert Metal to semi-bluff if he so chooses with the straight draw. Checks it back to the initial raiser.
Hey Strag, I know you're in chat. Can you handle this this statement here from Paul Pax that says you can't stop 5 people in the same room from going into the same table online and use that to extract money from others?
Oh dear.
Could you handle that one? Because I'm just about all out of stupid juice.
1 fold. 4 fold.
Joe, were you here when the guy goes? Rania tried to order an oatmeal latte, and she meant to say oat milk latte. and then a guy in the chat goes, "Oat milk isn't real. It's just almond water."
Okay.
And then I went on a tirade about how it's like, honey isn't real. It's just bee water.
It's bee juice.
Joe's a lot of stupid juice.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
I hope whatever that is has oatmeal in
nice.
it.
Oh, shit.
Is that more candy?
I think she might be pulling out more candy.
I love when people like candy. It tickles me.
I don't know what it would be, but when she said oatmeal latte on accident, I was like, that sounds good.
Sounds delicious.
It sounds great. And then I was thinking, I don't know, if Rania ever had her own
chunky coffee.
If Rania ever had her own like clothing brand, I feel like oatmeal latte would be a great name for the brand. Okay, thank you for the link, by the way, Ed K. That is the hoodie on PokerStars store, looking fresh to death.
In the women's event, after this level, we have 75 minutes in the game, 75 minutes in the and the tip rate of 100 value chips.
So, Van Anthony says nerd clusters are a must at the table. I am not a candy guy, but I bought a bag of nerd clusters because I had heard about them. I was a little bored at the airport, and I was like, you know what? And guess what? They rock.
Are they just chunks of nerds?
It is a bunch of nerds glued together with like a gummy in the middle.
Wow.
And like I said, I'm not a candy guy, so I ate like 3 of them, which is a lot for me.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed those 3.
Nice, I'll have to check them out. Here you go, Joe. Bring a truly different look to your PokerStars wardrobe with this premium black graffiti hoodie, featuring unique pink and green branding to the chest and the iconic PokerStars spade on the upper left arm.
Oh, it comes in black, green, and oatmeal latte.
Rania, I love what you did with the place. Yeah, we went with an oatmeal latte on the walls. We thought it just opened the space up.
Crazy Carl says oatmeal latte, but if it was caramel. Crazy Carl, you're the craziest. Jetpans asks, is there anywhere an elimination list? Yes, I would check online. Thank you for your question. Good time now to remind you all that if the 14 hours a day of nonsense you hear on these streams isn't enough, we do a weekly podcast as well. Me, James Hardigan, different guest every week. We give away stuff to a fan every week. All you got to do is beat me in trivia. We've had crazy guests on before, normal ones as well. Rania's been on the show. Nick Walsh has been on the show. Stephen Song's someone we should probably have on eventually. We've had some big stars on the show. We've had Emmy award-winning comedy writer Kim Caramelli on the show before. Beth Hall. Actor Joshua Molina, John Hamm, Michael Cera.
One day you're going to have to introduce me to Michael Cera, or even just like, hey, have you met Nick? Hey, nice to meet you. That would make my day.
I can make that happen. Assuming we're both in the same place at the same time, yes. He's tough to get him out of the house.
Ah, fair enough.
Current chip count, Stephen Song still. I wanted to do an alliteration. Stephen Song still strumming? No. Yeah, that actually works for Song.
Still stacking.
Still stacking. There it is. 147 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table is Javi, Timmer, or JV. I'm not sure. Junior Varsity Timmer.
Where's he from?
Looks like Holland.
Right. 10 raise, 100,000.
Oh, we have got an all-in and a handshake. Looks like Queen 10 could not
Cada enxadada é uma minhoca.
How much more was it?
Survive against the deuces of Kavalski. Kavalski knocks out another player.
Gave him a spin-up option.
And I believe the fellow we just left was someone that Griff had tangled with early in this event. Jack Kiriakus. Hey, it's time for Jack Kiriakus to go on the road.
Didn't even think about folding.
A little literary humor for the 4 of you out there that read books.
Yeah.
And we're now down to 20 players, which means ladder up time. Everybody now guaranteed more than 50,000 euros. Jack Kiriakus, it's like Jack Carol. Never mind.
Pretty disgusting in his.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Kerouac.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah. Yesterday there was a
Of course he's calling, but it's.
Maybe if it was 200k more, you might think.
It's like the time I mentioned Balzac and everyone thought I was
No, but if it's
being
200,
filthy.
Yeah, but I would tell you one of his Dennis story.
Like, I don't want to stay with 30 or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what's going on to his mind.
I know, they're tables
Well, I
lost
don't know. Did they not
3
clean
people.
up? They
Yeah.
haven't changed the number.
Yeah.
Six.
Guy just busted.
So it's
No,
not
Buffalo.
20?
I think
I think
another
she's
guy
got
just
the
busted.
socks on.
What?
Yeah, also.
Maybe.
20 now.
I think we're down to 20.
Yeah, I think so too. We must have gotten a pay jump then. What do we
You
want
did.
this time?
You got a pay jump.
Let's see. No, yeah,
8,000 euros worth.
Yeah, but I think we're down to 20.
51?
No,
We are down to 20,
yeah,
yeah.
because they're giving that guy his.
Yeah.
Timmer, our short stack at the feature table, does decide to fold the queen 9 off on the cutoff.
6 raise, 115,000.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Ill Twitch chat on Twitch chat says, can the commentators please be nicer to chat? This would improve my experience. You know what might improve your experience? Getting banned.
You're banned.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. I take it back. Just seemed like too. It's just low-hanging fruit. I had to go for it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I like this. Kuzmanovic attacking that loose open.
Sir, can you show your cards to the camera there, please?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how much of an attack it was. Give me the okay.
I mean, it's really good or really bad. Nothing in between, right?
No, it was standard.
Standard. Whatever that means.
Yeah, no. I was not creative.
No.
So, Joe, are we aiming for 16 today? Is that the?
That's right, my friend.
Is that the hard stop?
That's the hard stop.
Yeah.
Sure.
Twenty players remain. We're a few spots away from final 2.
Ed, you're killing it right now, modding over there on YouTube.
Gotta lose 4 people and then we're done for the day?
Twitch, y'all are all right, but the Twitch chat is just so much
Oh,
better
it's
behaved in
6:20.
general. Not to take away from what you're doing.
Next level's a dinner break? No.
I don't think they were gonna put
Yeah.
What time is now?
Next level is a dinner break.
I think so.
6:20.
It's 6:20.
Yeah.
Wow.
YouTube's like being a Detroit cop,
I checked like
and Twitch is like being a Mayberry cop.
I thought it'd be like 4 o'clock or something.
Now it's already
you know?
6.
Time flies.
Because we don't have phones and
Yeah.
easier to get lost of the
It really does, yeah.
Snel via de ruit. Daar niet
I was so surprised when it's 6:10.
Also, 30-minute, 20-minute break.
I don't think they're gonna.
A lot
I
of
don't think they're
20-minute
gonna
breaks.
make dinner break. Maybe I don't know. Since I mean, if one more bust or 2 in the break, you can just let us play till 16. Then
They won't. I don't think they will.
Full fold. 5 fold, 6 fold. 7 fold.
Either have too little here or too much here. Let's see if you're minus 50.
Damn.
Yeah, these are weirdly on me.
Yeah.
Weird.
2, 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Okay.
Blind v blind action. Nasreddine limps. Muna checks. Nasreddine flops best.
8 bet, 50,000.
Gotta imagine gut shots float.
10 fold.
Yep, there it is. So 1/3 pot on the flop, defended by the queen high flush draw.
Check. 10 check.
2 checks. And that is a straight.
For who?
For
Oh, okay,
Muna.
wait. Yeah, no, the person with the straight. I get it now.
8 check. Bet, 250,000. Big four.
Wow. Rania does pay it off. Full pot on the river.
Well, not everyone gets them all right.
Thanks.
Blind on blind, a little bit of a different situation also.
Sure. I mean, it looks like quite a scary run not to have the call, but does decide that she wants to see it.
I think
Also, when you're running hot and you're winning every pot,
I mean, I don't see anyone walking from the table.
Yeah.
sometimes.
Man, like every table's action besides this one.
Sometimes when you're running like Rania.
Yeah, you just get a little, excited.
We're friends. I'm not trying to.
You got 126 big blinds, you know. Look them up. Keep them honest.
Raise.
4 raise, 100,000, 5 fold, 6 fold.
Kavalski starts us off once again. Has been getting involved, playing all the right combos, but not necessarily getting the chips back.
Call.
Ronnie has been a big fan of defending these offsuit aces in position against those opens. So far to great effect. And Covert, this is not a dissimilar spot to when it was 9-10 suited versus ace-9 versus 6-7 offsuit. Same positioning here.
Well, 1, 2, 3 players to the 1, 2, 3 card flop. It's all diamonds. We got a pair of 5s for Ronan and the ace of diamonds. We have an open-ended straight draw for Matal that has a few dirty outs. Krasinski misses the hardest.
Yeah, Joe, this is just another spot where I think Krasinski's opened correctly. Has to basically just check to Rania in position, who checks back the nut flush draw. Oh, wow, what an action turn.
Action turn indeed. 2 pair for Rania. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Matal.
2 pair and the nut flush draw. Why not?
1 bet, 150,000.
Action for all 3 players now. So 150K into 375 is the turn lead from the big blind. The player in absolute out of position.
Wow.
4 call.
Krasinski drawing dead makes the call.
And then Rania here two pair and the nut flush draw going nowhere.
8-4.
Just calls.
Rania is going to need to improve. Krasinski better hope he doesn't. That is not it. Not a diamond. Not a boat.
Yeah, and does...
Not a Nasreddine.
Does Mittal just want to kind of pot control here against what might be a 6 straight with the random 6 that Rania, for example, might have in here? Maybe some suited connectors that contain a 6 or something like that.
205,000.
He's going to just go ahead and lead again. I think this is fine as well. So that's about a quarter pot. It is kind of blocker bettery. Also looking to get paid by some 2 pairs like ace-5.
Makes the quick call again.
Yeah.
Pays off 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, for that sizing...
He is a straight.
Straight.
For that sizing, you have to imagine... yeah. For that sizing, you really can't blame Rania there. He's going to have worse 2 pairs, as well as hands like this, and that blocker bet size does not scream, I have a flush, I have a straight, necessarily. So, fair play.
I'm not sure she saw the potential for a straight even.
Yeah.
That was just focusing on the high portions of the deck.
Sure.
Pinky says, why doesn't he announce his hand when he turns it over? I don't think that's necessary.
Because people have eyes.
Turning your hand over is the announcing of it. People just want anything to be critical of. It's so weird.
5-4. 6-4.
Raise.
7 raise, 100,000.
Kuzmanovic, Queen Jack suited.
10-4. 1-4.
Olo Bust Your Ass says, it's a showdown, not a tell down. Shilko asks, anyone know how much the winner gets? Yep, it's, thank you for your question. We do know.
Just a cool 1.5 mil plus. That would be euros.
Krasinski's flopped an 8.
7 bet, 75,000.
This is the C-bet. Krasinski middle pair, probably not going to want to fold just yet.
Call.
Does call. Does, in fact, have the best of it for the time being.
10 on the turn. Does give Kuzmanovic a few more outs if he can get to the river.
That is a double belly buster, Joe. Any 9, any king, any queen, any jack. Look at those equities, actually. Queen jack got plenty of it. 2 barrels for sure. Oh, just decides to slow it down. I thought we were going to see the second barrel in position.
Now we're going to see a free river. Luckily, a barrick.
Yep, lucky for the 8-7. However, still a chance that Krasinski checks and Kuzmanovic turns the hand into a bluff. But how are these guys feeling?
Check.
Does Kuzmanovic want to do a little bet check bet line?
$250.
7 bet, 250,000.
250.
Do you ever Do you ever block bet the 8 there?
Personally, no. Not in this spot. I like to block bet block bet more often in situations where you can actually get some very weak stuff to call as well as slow down the action for better stuff. That's,
okay, fair enough.
That's one that I like. Ooh, the old bet check bet line gets through. That was something. The issue is in that spot, Joe, is block betting your hand there. I think is an open. You're giving him the keys to the Lambo, if you know what I mean.
Yep, sure. I mean, I don't think a lot of people raise you on the. We also play at different levels, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true.
I don't really play at a level where someone's raising a lot of block bets balanced between value and bluffing. So I guess that's one reason I would go for it a little more often. But
I think the issue is when you block bet that river, I think you end up having a lot of exactly the kind of hand that.
Oh, it's pretty face up.
Yeah, it becomes very face up.
It's quite face up.
There is an argument that you could sneak in some block bets to induce when you river a flush there, for example. I think that would be really nice. But if that's the case, then yeah, maybe you can do it a little bit more liberally.
Oh man, I love this universe you live in where I make a flush sometimes. Rania, Nasreddine. Rania, Nasra Queen.
Rania has the queens.
There you go. I'll accept that.
Yeah, I like it. There's a progression. Raise and a take it. This is a good question, Joe.
Yep.
Capitan Daniel on YouTube says, question for the commentators. Have anybody came to Romania? Yes, thank you for your question.
Seven fold. 8 fold. 10 fold.
Yanni Pup says, surely they're not taking a dinner break when there are only 4 bust outs left. They are taking a dinner break. And don't call me Shirley.
One raise, 120,000. 4 fold. 5 fold.
We've been playing this level for over an hour and we've only lost 3 players. Look at Steven's song. He's skin and bones. He needs something to eat.
Mr. Song.
6 raise, 420,000.
Gonna make it 420K. The tree bet gets through. There's a reason that guy has 147 big blinds. And it's not because he's playing passively.
Plus, Rania needs a dinner break to just go outside and run around for a while, get all that sugar out of her system.
She needs an opportunity to go buy some more candy.
Yeah, do not let Rania buy any more candy on dinner break. That's probably why she plays poker, so she can, get away from her kid and just eat all the candy she wants without looking like a hypocrite.
Gotta lure her away. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh,
Yeah.
piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
She has a 4-year-old. Hope she's not tuning in.
Raise. 10 raise, 100,000. 1 fold.
I don't even think stuff like those nerd clusters are legal in Europe. You have to go like a special store for them.
There is actually quite a few things like that. Like, we have like a really, really fake version of Taco Bell in the UK, even though it's still branded Taco Bell.
I haven't had it yet.
So whatever it is that makes Taco Bell in America actually taste really good is not in the stuff that they do over here.
It's a line from The Simpsons, but it's pretty much true. It's grade G meat, which is mostly circus animals and some filler.
7 raise.
Got some hands here, my babies. Muna.
Got your whip.
Slick suited. Krasinski decided to 3-bet to 250, and then Kuzmanovic wakes up with QQ and gets to put a 4th bet out there. Back to Yella Muna. 350,000 to call.
Oh, let's see the shoes you've got. Yeah, no.
Myrna
She's like
has
my,
67 bigs.
You might my
Has
clothing soulmate. Yeah, I just bought it.
everyone else covered. Barely covers Kuzmanovic.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, guys. With the positions the way they are, it goes raise +1, 3-bet cutoff. So already you start to feel a little bit like those aren't super frequently 3-bet as the bluff positions from the cutoff, I mean. Then the cold 4-bet from Kuzmanovic. So do we ever flat here? Do we just want to pump it up again? This is a really complicated one. Very player dependent as well. He looks a bit stumped, Joe.
Myrna?
Myrna.
He's not stumped.
Oh, accidental call.
Oh my goodness!
That's why I said we'll see.
Oh!
Well, there was action, but fold.
And that goes to show, Joe.
Someone was saved.
The cold 4-bet after the cutoff 3-bet looked too strong. Ace-King convinced to fold pre-flop. That's how strong it looked.
I know it's going to sound crazy. I would be more likely to fold kings in that spot than to fold ace-king suited.
All of my time banks.
Go to dinner. I mean, honestly, I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day, though.
I told you he's hungry.
I'm just like tired.
You know, sometimes you'll actually get hungrier if you like have breakfast and then like.
Yeah, some fasting people.
That's true. I dated a professional eater.
When I'm playing, I don't need to eat.
Yeah, I don't eat dinner.
Now I don't even feel like hungry.
Yeah,
You're supposed to eat that day because if you don't, your stomach shrinks.
Yeah, I see.
When you're competing.
I would also like to.
I'm like a baby. 3 hours fast. Okay, what can I eat?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and then as soon as I'm like the tournament's over, snap starve. Yeah.
Have you ever competed in any competitive eating situations, Joe?
I did an eating prop bet one time. That's probably too long of a story for right now, but I would never participate in eating for sport ever again.
400.
6 raise, 400,000.
I think Rania had a fun fact about something to do with that as well. Actually, now you mention it.
5 seconds.
Got another
That was a quick 15. Are you sure you didn't start too early?
juicy pre-flop hand.
I mean, you can use one time bank.
Yeah.
Rania's operating at double speed right now because of all that corn syrup.
Those like few of them,
5 seconds.
they use it frequently.
1 fold.
Just give away.
It did feel like a quick 15.
I really,
Seemed like you didn't have much of a decision anyways. It seemed.
I had Queen Jack. I mean, I was like, to at least like think about it for a second. I was like, oh, I can even like.
Say fuck it.
Why not?
Put him to the test.
Yeah, let's just see what you got.
Yeah, it's a little punk.
There was one guy who tried to put him at the test and he's out.
Oh.
Wow. He had kings, but.
You had aces.
I had aces.
Okay, that's like
Outplayed.
Yeah, I was pretty unlucky for him.
Yeah, it's like my queens lost to aces and your jacks beat kings. I was like, the luck. The luck.
Your queens lost to aces?
Yeah. Yesterday, I was down to 10.5 big blinds.
Try to be luckier.
I know. I mean, everyone like calls me like a luck box, but I was not so lucky.
Hey, anyone in the tournament right
You
now.
have to be very lucky to be here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I agree with that
All of us were
sentiment.
very lucky to
You got to be pretty
Everyone
lucky
here
to get to this
ran
point.
really, really good.
No way to reach this phase if you're not lucky.
Yeah.
It's hard to reach
Different ways to get lucky, too.
Of course.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes it's luck just opponent doesn't have it.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's like.
Yeah, you like just get a
or
bunch of
you don't
rejams
get-
through and they
you don't
fold,
get
you know?
bored or whatever.
All right, I have a suggestion, Nick. We take
Or you
It's
like
always a
bet,
good round.
you like bet
One
top
of the
there,
trolls
and then the opponent has a flush draw and they don't hit on the turn.
who says this table needs to shut up.
Yeah.
And then we
There's
take
some
one of
guys
the
that
trolls
did
that
hit on
says
the
the
turn
table
and
is
they lost
boring.
Right? Like,
And we make them fight each other.
No, I agree.
I like when someone.
One of the
very
trolls
lucky when
from
you
the
get a
chat,
good
yeah,
result.
and
Nobody is
it was somebody from the table.
No.
wasn't extremely lucky.
Because no matter what's happening at the table, there's always some troll that's like, oh, these players are talking way too much. And then somebody like, these players need to talk more. It's so boring. We should just take them and make them fight each other. Like Alien versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose.
Okay, fair enough. It needs a catchy name, though. It's got to be like an arena fight.
I think I read.
The Troll Pit.
Yeah, sure.
100.
5 ways, 100,000.
Pocket aces for Timur.
5 seconds.
Steve Song with ace 5. Yeah, come on. Queen 10 for Rania on the button.
8 call. 10 call.
She likes the V-pip. Govert.
1 call.
Going for it. All right, well, let's see how these two hands fare against aces. 9-6-9.
1 check.
Timur's got the only club. This is the sort of hand that Blade would describe as ice skating uphill.
8 check.
Checks around. Queen of clubs. So Rania with a very dangerous top pair now. And given the tendency she has to pay off, I don't like her chances for losing the minimum.
Yeah, Rania definitely not a fan of folding. Served her very well so far. Timur has managed to navigate his way into a very, very nice spot here.
All right, checks around. Does not have to pay anything on the turn.
1 check.
With tall checks, playing the board.
And now we must go for value. What?
I mean, probably gonna get. Oh, and Rania doesn't bet either. She does lose the minimum.
Not the best board, not the worst board, but not the best board. Actually, a pretty bad board. You can't really get called. Yeah.
Turn Russ.
Turns okay. Yeah.
He's a good commiserator, Steve Song. I think. I would like to play with
He
him.
finally got a hand. It's been a while for him.
Yeah, I was going to say Timur being very patient, trying to find good spots, but does not manage to find any value there. Was trying to trap Nasreddine into doing something, but there we are. So that will see Javi Timur up to 1.2 million at chips. That's 24 big blinds.
All right, let's take a break from this table for a second. Let's everybody cool off. We've got an all-in and a call on the other table. Luka Sorainen versus Daniel Myers. King-Queen versus Jacks. Clean flop for the Jacks. Clean turn for the Jacks. Sorainen, the player at risk. River, Queen.
Quits now. I just won't die. What quit? Would he even know?
Sorry, Sorainen was the player with King Queen, but was at risk. Yes.
There you go. 480.
So Luka Sorainen stays alive, doubles up, and that's not going to leave a lot of chips for Daniel Myers.
Day one, I got like aces 3 times in the 4 hands.
Wow.
Not much
big blind
action.
Ah, sure.
And
It's better than losing.
For sure.
Especially on day 1, that pot could get pretty dangerous pretty quick, you know.
This is a very reasonable question. Chess and Drum says, why do the dealers punch the table? So
by the river and the main
dealers do that to
too
indicate
big,
that they're
probably
about to
not
take action and reveal cards. And during that time, if there has been an action miss, the table is aware of the fact they're about to do so, and they can stop the dealer before they expose any additional cards. So it's basically just to say, I'm ready to go. Are you guys? And that's your moment to go, oh, I haven't checked yet. Oh, I haven't bet yet.
Wait.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens because it's so quick. But that little knock is just to indicate that dealer is going to deal, and speak now or forever hold your peace, as it were.
Coming down the pike, as they say.
I hope there's a dinner break. Not.
There is a dinner. Well, that's what they said, but it says 20 minutes.
No, it's 60 minutes.
Oh, 60. I'm blind.
What,
I'm like actually.
There's now a dinner break. 60 minutes.
It's only 60 minutes.
It's only because he's so hungry that he can't see. I told you. Guy's starving.
I also.
He's
I
ain't
think
now, so.
break when we're only going to play one more level.
Yeah.
I'd rather just like play and like.
Well, I think we'll play the 16 regardless.
Oh, we will?
Yeah.
I think that's what they said. Because otherwise, we only played one more level and we're like 20, and then like tomorrow might be forever, right?
Yeah, but
He's right about
it
that.
will be one more level 20. I mean, there's no chance nobody.
It could be.
You think?
It's possible.
It is totally
happens.
possible.
90 minutes, just no one busts. Like, it happens all the time.
Okay.
He's
So
right.
Now 6-7 handed, so it's kind of.
He's not wrong, Joe.
He's a smart man.
The play's also slowing down. People aren't as like, you know, ambitious.
Now everyone wants to survive.
That's very fair.
Pinelin says they're not allowed to eat at the table. They're allowed to play with their eyes closed. It doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Pinelin must have missed Antonia's munching down constantly.
Fun little flop here. Top pair for Song. And the street flash draw for Rania and Nasreddine.
Street flash potential, guys. A bet and a call. That looks like a straight to me, Joe.
7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. That's a straight, not just a straight, but a straight that has Steven Song drawing dead.
Yeah, we're going to want to continue barreling here. How much is the size, Rania? 300K. I like this a lot, actually.
Wormer, dead. Niedermeyer, dead. Song, dead.
Is this Song's swan song?
No, he cannot go broke.
No, I know, but still. Well, we're working on that one for later.
It's another neener. That gives Steven Song. Oh no, another trap gone wrong.
Whoa.
Oof. You did it all.
Almost a sweet first.
Except you can't trap if you're the second one checking there.
Hey, Jack, yeah.
How did she miss the value bet there?
Straight like. I would have gotten all your chips.
Another missed straight, possibly. Right, she was in position.
She was in position.
That one's weird. That's a weird one. I'm not gonna lie. That's a weird one. I mean, the board paired, right? Right? I mean, come on. I'm just looking for anything here, guys.
The board did pair, but the fact that Rania missed that bet on the river there is quite shocking to me. I think that one is definitely way too strong to check back in position.
You know how, like, when you're really into a person, like you like them, and they only date bozos, and you're like, I'm right here. Like, I'm right here. I wouldn't treat you like that. If I could make some value hands, I wouldn't treat them like that. I would bet them. I would bet the river there. You pick me. Pick me to make a straight on the turn. I promise I wouldn't do that.
Have you been friend zoned many times?
I've been friend zoned by the poker gods so much. I would treat you so good if I had a straight there. I wouldn't even care that the board paired.
So sick.
I would be so good to you.
I have 9,
But they don't
9,
pick
10
me.
of hearts there. Yeah, can I have it?
We still have a hand in progress as these folks head to dinner break.
Pô, não pode acertar mais do que tu acertou.
Pair of fives for Kuzmanovic. Metal has that beat with pocket sixes. Don't take too long. Govert said he's hungry. Metal bets 100K. Kuzmanovic calls. Turns another 5.
No justice for the sixes.
Metal meet Magneto. Ovich.
Kuzmanovic is going to lead this turn. Gonna make it 175,000.
150.
Oh, I was so close.
7 bet, 150.
You were only off by 100%.
What?
Didn't you say 75,000?
No, 175.
That's going to be the last hand of this level. We're headed to dinner break. 20 players remaining. Sticking with this featured table. Couple of Americans, couple of Dutch. 120 big blinds for Steven Song and Rania Nasreddine right behind with 105. Thomas Krasinski, the shortest stack at the table. We are taking a 1-hour dinner break. 4 more eliminations, more to come from EPT Barcelona.
Fournier raises from the hijack. Aliotto 3 bets with 9s and jacks for Rania Nasreddine.
Of course, I was talking about Ancestry.com.
Pretty big hand, but it's been 3 bet to her, so it'll be interesting to see how she wants to proceed. You know, Aliotto doesn't really have very much back, so looks like she's going to try to ISO, and I don't really think Ace-Jack will continue, and Aliotto's not going to love this, but, you know, he has committed a big portion of his stack already. You hate to see the cold 4. He would have been happy to get it in against the original raiser, but
Aliotto gets it in bad. Will need to get lucky to avoid being KO'd in 37th place. And as usual, Rania does not want to look at the board.
I mean, luckily for her, I mean, it's not her tournament life, but she still is sweating it.
Ace, king, queen. Not looking good for the 9s. 2 outs.
Even though I don't want to see it, I think I'd rather see it than hear the reaction of the table.
Piero Aliotto needing help on the turn or river. It's an upside down 9 on the turn. It needs to be an actual 9 on the river, or we're down to 36.
If I was him, if the 9 hit, I'd be like, shh, nobody say anything.
River card is a 4, and Aliotto.
Aliotto.
Indeed. KO'd and cashing for 26,900 euro.
Is Rania in here?
Well, she's up to 2.5 million, 100 bigs at the current level. Blinds up in 14 minutes.
You do that every time.
Over to the secondary feature table. I can see the red triangle of death in front of Simon Wiciak. Looks like the reigning champ is all in. And he's been called by Andrew Hulme. It is the sickest and classicest of all races. Ace-King versus Queens. Wiciak officially behind and at risk here.
Like white meat versus dark meat.
Double quick check, yeah? 815 here.
Will the 2-time dream still be alive after this run out?
I'm sorry, Hume. Is this hand boring you for almost all of your chips?
Yeah, it's a virtual all-in for Andrew. 25k behind. Ace-high flop. Wiciak now a 9-1 favorite.
A little sigh of relief, but there's still 2 cards to come.
Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Just 2 cards for Simon Wiciak to fade.
little resignation there from Hulme.
River card. It's
Oh
a
my
queen!
gosh!
And in the cruelest fashion, the two-time dream is over. The reigning champ dispatched in 36th place.
I wasn't expecting that.
What a race.
Definitely the classicest, definitely the sickest. 26,900 euros. Look, this has been an incredible run. It's a great result, a superb achievement, but understandably disappointment right now for Simon, knowing he was so close to making the final table 2 years in a row.
Went the river for me.
The Hulme race.
And Hulme now playing close to 70 big blinds. Mavroatsakis folds the king 8. Rania Nasreddine, ace 5 in the big blind. Does she feel like squeezing here?
Good call.
Just a call, 3-way to the flop, which is Jack 10-4.
Pretty good flop for King Queen. Decides to check back. Gives everybody a free card. You know, I think with 2 overs and an open-ender, I would be c-betting that in position quite often. Now, Jianwei with a gutter. What does Mittal want to do? I mean, you're going to be in position. I'm very surprised to see this fold, you know, with an open-ended straight draw, just folding in position.
Yeah.
I just, with 2 overs, I feel like there's a lot of other ways you could win the hand, you know, without needing to hit your straight. And then you have Rania with the gutter of her own to the wheel here, continuing.
3, 4, 6, 7, 8. That's not a straight. He does not have a straight. Ace high's good.
Yeah, and you know, when you show up to the river with the bottom of your range, and you know, there's some natural missed draws, right? Some flush draw from the flop, some straight draws. I mean, you would imagine that if it's checked to Jianwei, he's going to have to try to bet and get Rania off of whatever holding she has.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes she's going to have some 10Xs here. You know, she's going to have some draws, which a lot of the draws beat Jianwei at showdown. So you just can't reasonably expect to win this hand by checking back. You do see him reaching for chips.
$250,000. We saw her make a phenomenal hero call yesterday with second pair. Can she make an ace-high hero call here, which would be right?
I don't think that it's a good thing that she blocks a lot of the draws, right? I think, you know, she blocks, you know, the flush draw. She blocks a lot of some turn straight draw, some, you know, other ace X, ace deuce suited or something that would have opened pre-flop. I think the reason why she's even thinking about it is because he checked the flop.
Yeah.
And so maybe she's wondering, you know, if there's any way that her ace high could be good, you know, if better ace highs end up. Ooh.
She's made the call. Rania heroes with ace high and is right. Two heroes in one tournament.
I took time. I took time this time. I took time this time.
That was worth it.
Rania Nasreddine up to 3 million chips now, 100 big blinds.
Pocket fives for Harry.
5 ways for 60,000.
9, 8 of spades for Jianwei. Yeah. He's only human. Who amongst us wouldn't flat the button with 9-8 suited here, knowing that no one ever 3-bets?
Ooh.
Set of fives right out the gate for Lodge, and top pair for Jianwei could be a problem.
Check.
Cinco, cinco, cinco. Checks to Jianwei.
Yeah, and when Jianwei bets here, it's because he's trying to deny equity to overcards, but, you know, he's not going to be thinking that he's beat. Of course, Lodge could have some sets, I mean, but Jianwei blocks top set, so he's really just looking at fives or fours. I mean, there are going to be some overpairs, of course, but if Lodge just decides to slow play, you know, there's not a lot of reason why Jianwei doesn't think he has the best hand.
Turns a king.
That could save Jianwei some chips.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's not a guarantee.
Check, check. Luckily for Jianwei, it was not another 8.
Did we wash hands?
A lot of busted draws out there. You wonder if Lodge is going to want to maybe go a little bit on the bigger side. You know, granted, he could have also check called with some, you know, ace king or some king X type hands. And so, you know, he does go a little bit large, but Jianwei doesn't block the flush draw from the flop. You know, he has no clubs in his hand, but he has to wonder, you know, a lot of the draws might have just led the flop, right? The pre-flop aggressor, if they flop some type of draw, they might have just bet. They might not have played that as a check call, right?
Well, whatever it is, he thinks he's going to need some time banks.
Water. Say water again.
Yeah, I think that you can
Water.
suss out the fact that
Water.
maybe
Water is hard.
a queen X or something wouldn't go this sizing, so it feels a little bit more like king X or some stronger hands than that.
Some water. Come again?
And I like this fold.
I have to say water.
Water?
Water.
Can I get some water?
And they understand.
What a flop.
Sorry, I just like to hear the
The combo?
the Rania stuff, yeah.
I don't know what his hand was.
Lady can make a conversation out of anything. How do you order water? This is how I order water.
I feel for a massage right now.
All right, Maria, can you handle this?
Okay, yes, I got you. You go on out there.
Something tells me she's a good tipper.
I begged, I cried, I pleaded, I tried to negotiate.
You must be one of their best customers. Every
I-
time I see you have Zeus with you.
Well, it's Viola. She's the best.
Oh, it's
She's
always
from
the
Hungary.
same.
I tried.
You sure she said she's from
Brought
Hungary
me
and not just that
Haribo
she's
gummies today.
hungry?
So excited.
4 folds.
Harry gonna play again, King 10 this time.
60,000.
Everyone in chat saying he called. He did call.
Oh, he did call. I didn't see that. Did you see that?
I just took your word for it, to be honest. But
Oh, I think I did
I've
see
gone
one
before, so I
chip
think I
in
can do
front
it
of
again.
him signaling the call, now that I think back. But there wasn't really any indication from either player.
we
that
wanted
anything
him to fold.
happened.
We wanted to
Exactly.
compliment the fold.
Exactly.
Sometimes you see what you want to see, my babies. What can I tell you? So Jianwei back involved with Queen Jack. It's going to be dominated in this spot by Fournier. Ace, King, 6, top pair for Fournier, second pair for Lodge, gut shot for Jianwei.
Something for everyone.
I think if you're going to flop a gut shot here, you also have to turn a spade. If you're this far behind.
Well, that's a very interesting turn card because now Jianwei has Broadway, Harry has 2 pair, and Fournier has top pair with a gut shot to Broadway and the flush draw.
Now, I said you got to pick up a spade here. Of course, you can also just pick up the frickin' Broadway.
I mean, what a card.
So what's the grossest river card? The King of Diamonds?
I mean, yeah, that's going to be gross, but it would be a lot easier for Jianwei to get away from his hand with 4 flush and a paired board there. You can see why Lodge is going to make the call here with King 10. You know, there's not really a whole lot of value in raising. You're just really hoping to be up against these type of hands that have equity that you're ahead of, but
I love it. The stalls in the bag, like they
not
have these
surprising to
mechanisms, like-
see
You like it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jianwei
No, it's like shocking.
Because I normally tilt when I go on break.
cut out a raise, and it's not very big raise. It's just a 250 against a bet of 100.
I didn't know that was in your range.
I don't think it's going to be good enough in terms of getting anybody with decent equity to fold out. I mean, you're fine with keeping Lodge in there.
Why do you do it?
Fournier has 21% equity, though, with his hand.
Skill issue.
Okay, well, everyone says you're one of the best, so I don't know about that.
Who?
Everyone's like,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
friends are like, Jack Sinclair. And I was like, I don't know who this guy is. But I mean, I have
Jianwei's
bad
raising
names. I barely know my
250,000.
own.
Action on
Feels so
Lodge,
much better.
who
God, that
gets
was-
away.
Yeah, decides not to make the overcall.
The river is
my
the King
gosh.
of Diamonds.
Wow.
Do this?
And you know, Harry made a good fold on the turn, but
Okay.
The full house.
All right, let's switch
he's
sides.
going to regret it just because this river card.
Traditionally have pretty good
So
balance.
sick.
not bad for a
As
guy.
it stands, Fournier with the best hand, that queen high flush.
Oh, yeah,
I
this-
just
this is not
don't
gonna
think
be pretty.
Jianwei's going to be betting very often here.
Okay, I don't
Just don't expect worse to call. Might be one of the worst cards in the deck.
Call a doctor.
I got to play the lotto tonight.
Sinclair's down.
Shiba.
Harry Lodge,
So this is Montreal against China.
deeply regretful.
I don't know what happened on the flop, but
Fournier's checked. Trying to induce a bet from Jianwei.
turn went bet, call, raise, call, fold. So
Doesn't get it. Fournier's going to win this pot regardless.
ace 10, I guess.
He must have ace. No. Oh, he's the queen. Oh, he has the nut flush.
Uh-huh.
No,
Nut.
does he?
Well, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Fournier.
the nut flush.
Okay, that makes sense.
Straight, but Harry, come on, tell him. Harry,
Are you watching the stream?
Harry, you can tell him. You can tell him. You can say it.
Injured you?
My 3-betting arm. Oh no.
Guys, you can thank me later. I broke his 3-betting arm, so he'll only be calling at this point.
That is true, very arm.
We're gonna have a flexibility table check soon, so hope you guys are ready. Grease, I'm looking at you. Water engineer, I feel like you got some yoga in your range.
All right, looks like we're going to have multi-way action here. This could get fun. Hopefully Harry doesn't fold a full house this time. Jianwei, let's go. This is exactly your jam. This is the Jianwei you like it. Ace 10, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, queen jack, and 78. There's a 10, there's a jack, there's a... This is, I mean, come on. Come on.
Wow. Well, it looks like the dealer picked Harry. And he's got bottom set, while Rania has top pair, and Fournier's got a little piece with second pair.
Now, last time Harry flopped a set, it ended up being no good, if I remember correctly. And it's Rania who's going to bet with top pair and a diamond. Now, how many folds is this going to get? Not this one.
Yeah, well, depending if Lodge wants to just check raise here,
Yeah.
I think Fournier is going to be folding quite often against a raise. But
What about the gut shot for Jianwei?
No, I think the gut shot's definitely out of there against a raise. But Fournier might find an overcall if Harry just decides to call, but I don't think so, because there are just some draws possible. You unblock all of the good top pair hands, right? If Rania has ace jack here or king jack, you definitely want to start building the pot, getting more chips in. You guys are both so deep. I just don't think you can continue here with the ace 10 when it's been check raised to you.
Nah.
So it is going to go heads up, because you also are not just going to be folding queen jack, you also do have some backdoor straight and flush potential.
I mean, this pot could potentially be real bad news for Rania.
Oh.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, so she picks up the flush draw now.
Yeah.
Remember when I said this could be real bad news for her?
Yeah, she also has a straight draw as well. And Lodge is certainly going to be sizing up, because again, you unblock all of the good jack X hands, right? Which again, that will contain ace jack. That will, you know, sometimes be jack 10 as well. You could be up against two pair right now with bottom set.
550.
And so you definitely want to continue to get more money in there. You know, it's a really good spot. King Queen does get there, which you are going to be a little bit weary of, but again, just so many other value hands. And a very quick call from Rania. And I think Lodge is beginning to understand what kind of cards he does not want to see come in on the river.
The 9 of diamonds is on the river, and I said this pot could be trouble for Rania, but guess what? Now it's trouble for Lodge's set again. No good again. It's a flush card and it's a straight card. 2.1 million in the middle. It's exactly what Harry's got left behind, 2.18 million.
Now he might be struggling to find a lot of hands that he beats. So you do see him check. And that
Can
is,
she find a size that will get called by bottom set?
well, whatever the size is, it was a very quick bet that she made on the river.
750,000 feels like too much.
I just think that with the fact that she called the check raise on the flop and she called the bet on the turn and she decided to bet so quickly on the river, I think it's just very difficult for Harry to come up with very many bluffs.
So there's obviously not a lot of running diamonds that are going to stick around on that flop, right?
Unless it is exactly
Queen Jack of diamonds,
Jack of diamonds, or King Queen of
Jack 10 of diamonds, right? Yeah.
you know, King 10 of diamonds
Sure.
might sometimes be there with calling the check raise on the flop. I do think this is, you know, a little bit of just the timing on the river. You know, the fact that she had a spot she didn't have to really even think about, and she just bet so quickly. I think that has to be a factor here. I mean, it's just really unfortunate, you know, because you wonder, is Ace-Jack, is like a good two-pair hand going to be betting on the river when the straight comes in, when the flush comes in? You know, if you don't think she's ever value betting with worse, you're just not going to find very many hands you beat.
Harry does fold. And Rania Nasreddine, nearly 4 million in chips at this point, 129 big blinds.
As we go back to the main feature table, where it's fours against queens, and Sinclair has outflopped Jianwei in a big way. An 80K raise from Jianwei, called by Sinclair. Jianwei continuing flop for 55,000, raised by Sinclair to 185K. And how's he going to respond with this overpair?
I mean, he's not going to be folding, that's for sure. And only playing about 25 big blinds behind, you have to imagine that Jianwei might just try to go for it all. Now, facing this click, though, I don't necessarily think that the Jack is always going to shove. He's going to want to keep the bluffs in when Jianwei has something like, you know, 2 overcards and is trying to rep the overpair, right? You don't want to lose your customer here. Your hand strength is too big. But Jack might also deduce, you know, I just think that he has it here and wants to get all the money in before a scare card comes against a hand like queens, like an ace or king on the turn. I think Sinclair's probably just going to call. I mean, it is incredibly strong. I don't know how he would play it against what we might consider a reg on the tour. Alarm bells would really go off. It's just so hard to make a set. And if your opponent does have something like, oh no, he believes him, so he does decide to put all of it out there.
Oh, wow.
How much?
I mean, he 4-bet to 400,000, and now it's 745,000 to call.
And this is a great read by Jack Sinclair. Really reading strength here from Jianwei. It's also one of those boards where, let's just say you do decide to trap. It's not deuce 4-7, right? Or deuce 4-8 or deuce 4-9. The 3 or a 5 come on the turn when you just call, you might not get the rest of the money. So
it could just be this angle, Griffin, but I don't think that Lin Jianwei has that many time bank cards left. And I know that if he makes it to tomorrow, he'll get another 6, but he's still going to make it through the rest of today with just the 2 he has now. And this is a big decision.
yeah, and it's impressive he's even thinking about it, to be honest, because I think what Jianwei is really getting to is, even though my hand strength is too big, what would he really do this with? Why would he do this? Why would he spin out here with, you know, 2 8s or, I don't know, what, ace-5 of spades? Like, what are his bluffs here, really? Like, I'm not really beating that much value, so that's where the hesitation comes in. But I think he's just, his hand's just a bit too strong for 30 big blinds effective.
Well, he's literally running out of time. I think he may have played both of his remaining time bank cards.
I mean, this would be a very impressive fold.
Just another card. I have.
Yeah, you take.
You have, yeah.
So it sounds like he has at least one more there, James.
Well, he's on it now. This is his last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is also why there is an argument, and sort of a lot of players would tell you they would just maybe call the check raise here with the queens.
Rather than re-raising.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not prepared to get it in, you're effectively turning your queens into a, let's see where they're at, which seems like too big a hand to do that with. keep the bluffs in by calling the check raise.
Clock runs down to 0. He's timed out. So that is a fold, and Jianwei is now out of time bank cards. And one thing I want to highlight is pre-flop, your first decision, you've got 15 seconds. If he's got a tough decision facing, for example, a raise and a 3-bet, he cannot extend that clock.
Yeah.
To double check.
And over to the secondary feature table, where there has been a virtual all-in from Nicky Palmer.
Oh my goodness.
Called by Tomasz Kaczynski. Timmer with kings in the big blind.
Let Timmer simmer.
All in.
So Timmer reshoves. Palmer only has 5K behind. One assumes he's calling here. What does Kaczynski do here?
Yeah, I just think you kind of have to call the extra 800. I don't want to speak for him, but you know, once you put out 555, it's not even 800 more. We're talking about 33 big blinds total. You've already put out, you've already put out.
Probably not going to waste all of them, because if I win the hand,
15, 16, it's going to be a snap call, I think, from Kaczynski, hoping that his opponent has something like queens or jacks, or the same hand with ace-king. I mean, Timmer's range is incredibly strong here. Palma knows he's in trouble. Palma knows one of these two guys has a bigger pair, and if not, somehow, if they're sharing ace-king, grand, but not entirely likely. And this is why we, see these players leave one chip behind in the situation where there might be a pay jump.
Yeah. And right now there is a pay jump, 28th place paying 30,950 euros, and then 36K for 27th. By the way, just to clarify, Yunkyu Song was eliminated a few hands back, so he went cashed out for 30K. That also means it eliminates all the Song confusion. Steven is the last Song standing.
Battle of the bands.
Come on, ace, queen, ace, king. Come on. Come on. Okay, 6. We're due for a 6. Come on, USA. 6 one time. 6 one time.
Two players at risk
in a
here.
spot like this.
These hands in this table, this
Palma
table
does have
specifically
a
is fun.
devilish
I'm getting
grin,
this back, so.
looking for the 666.
Oh, one at a time too, right? Oh, he's blocking the king, blocking the king. Let's go.
An ace on the desk could eliminate two players.
Satan.
Yeah, and that is what Kaczynski's looking for.
Satan, come on, Satan,
Timmer
one time.
looking a little
6-6,
tenser than usual, even though he looks
on, baby.
like
6-6.
such a cool cat. I had a similar situation on day 3. You need to hold these big spots.
Oh, and it's gonna go one at a time. Oh, I can feel it. Maybe quads. I don't want to be greedy. I don't want to. be greedy.
Palma relishing the moment.
If he hits a king, then you need the pots.
Do it, come on, nice and suave. Oh, come on, Steven. Come on, we're due, Steven. 6 me, dealer. What's your name, sir? Come on, buddy, you could do it. You could do it.
Say what you want about Palma. He does make for some good TV sometimes.
Okay. 6.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Timmer devastated.
Fuck. Yeah. Come on, there's miracles, right?
Reaction.
There's miracles. Come on, USA miracle. Remember the hockey team? Come on, 6.
You know a set does not beat a straight, right?
Yeah, I think he understands he needs to
Repair the
backdoor
board,
vote.
actually.
Yes.
Okay, well, he's drawing dead. Looks like a chop between Timmer and Kaczynski.
One out for the kid.
Come on, king.
Come on.
And the case king would be very.
King.
Okay.
No, so only one KO there.
Oh, what the?
Palmer eliminated in 28th place. The other two players chop.
Obviously, it's sick to hit.
Yeah, sent right back to the East Coast of the US of A.
And you'll take
a good
that
run
too
for
if
Nick
you
Palma.
do before the flop.
Takes home nearly 31,000 euros. Going to be a good result for him here in Barcelona.
Only one guy's unhappy.
Secret.
The relief on this man's face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man.
It really broke his sort of mask that he had before.
What a roller coaster.
That is a nice starting hand for our table chip leader. Come on, aren't you going to say it? James? What's that hand?
Ace King suited.
Come on, what do you call them?
Strawberries.
Yeah, Ace King of strawberries. I like when you say strawberries. Come on, it's like kind of one of your things.
I kind of like to, you know, mix it up. Don't want to be too predictable.
Predictably, Jack Sinclair will defend with the king-jack off. Is dominated, but he's going to feel pretty good about a holding such as this. Not always against an under-the-gun range, but... Wow.
Just flops the flush, I mean. Nice life.
That's a lot of love out there for Rania. And making a really small continuation bet here. Well, you know, I guess actually kind of standard, just about 30%. And yeah, Sinclair is going to be too high up in his range here with the Jack of Hearts. Going to be happy to make the call, try to hit a heart, but is going to have to play quite passively if that does happen. And Nasreddine should be absolutely licking her chops right now because you don't really expect your opponent to have boated up on a board such as Queen 3 Deuce. You really want to get more money in here, and I don't...
Oh.
I think this is an interesting check. I think I would have liked to have bet just in case my opponent does have a lower flush or a queen. You want to get value there, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, sometimes you take the other road, and it's exactly what you needed to do, because in this particular situation, Sinclair would have almost certainly folded the turn to a bet, but has now made, you know, the third nut flush, and will probably be coming out with a value bet, and does so. And I would love to see Rania recognize that she can raise here, but it looks like, I mean, I don't want to speak for, you know, Queen 10 has certainly got there.
So here's my question, Griffin. If you raise here, are you ever getting called by a hand that you're actually beating?
There's only one way to find out.
Okay, well, she has raised the river, clicked it almost, 525,000.
And this is just like such a nice little milky raise. It forces a pro like Jack Sinclair to, you know, start running the numbers and just seeing like, ugh, like, this is really strong. But if I'm getting this kind of price, if I think somehow she is bluffing X percentage of the time, I mean, she's representing like, what, pocket tens, pocket queens, and then the nut flush.
Wow, the raise gets paid off.
She is just can't put a foot wrong, really. I mean, didn't find the bet on the turn with the nuts, effective nuts. Lets her opponent get there on the river, and then makes a really great raise size, I think, to get paid from the very, very talented Jack Sinclair. I mean, she is just in the zone, and she has over 100 big blinds.
She does indeed. Stack of 4.3 million right now. Jack Sinclair's dropped down to 1.2 million. He's got 30 bigs.
Yeah, King 5 suited. Going to be a happy raise for Jack Sinclair. Hope that any resistance you get is only in the form of a call and not more chips in pre-flop. Nasreddine, I think this is a bit too tight from the small blind here. I think it's, you know, her obligation with this big chip stack, put some pressure on Sinclair, or at least call. You know, your queen jack off is going to be doing pretty decently against the button open range of Sinclair, who's going to open the queen tens and the jack tens. And then you're also just going to be live against a hand like, you know, a king 5. So I think that that's a bit of a misstep from Rania, but she hasn't made many.
Do we have tip downs around the tables?
bet, 65,000.
Lamari says, I think this is a 7-day event because of the 20-year anniversary. Nope, it was increased to 7 days last year because the fields in Barcelona were getting so big that we couldn't get the tournament done in 6 days. So this is the 2nd year in a row it's been a 7-day main event in Barca.
Yeah, Jack just making this very small bet and praying that he gets a fold from Harry Lodge, that he's up against the portion of Lodge's range that is going to have some check folds. We can see not going anywhere with that 2-pair and quads for Rania had she continued with Queen Jack. And would have gotten some value from Harry Lodge, who I expect would have completed in the big blind.
Do you think we might hear about it after the conclusion of hand?
I think we might. You know, important not to be results oriented, but because it happened to be a hand that I think she should have continued pre-flop, maybe it'll bug her a little bit. Sinclair gonna have the best hands sometimes against some spade combos of Harry Lodge. Also, if you are up against something like a Jack-9 or a Jack-8, gonna have to fold the turn, and you fold out a lot of equity that can improve on the river. Also, I think why we're seeing this bet from Sinclair is the times that Harry Lodge does have something like the 6-8 of spades, he's not able to bluff the river when we check back the turn here with King High. And King High especially is going to be a very difficult call because you're blocking some of the straight draws.
Yeah.
So he's going to hate to see this call because it's going to mean that Harry Lodge often has a 10 and sometimes even a queen. Oh, man. Fortunes change. And Jack just knows he probably got away with one here. Unless he's up against quads, which are pretty easy to play against here. You know, you just bet fold. But you bet and hope to get called by that 10. I mean, if Jack Sinclair was bluffing here if he was bluffing here on the turn with King 5 of diamonds, wouldn't he maybe be doing it with Ace 5 of diamonds? And then with this river, wouldn't you try to fold out a 10? So that's why it's going to be difficult, I think, for Harry Lodge to fold.
Sure.
This is just such a good bluff card for Sinclair. And as we see, he was bluffing with this hand, so could have been bluffing with a wide array of other hands. The sizing is pretty milky, though.
Lovely. Milky, milky. A few people are asking me to whip out the widget, Griff.
The old widget whip out. Is it that time?
Guess they're wondering when we might get to 16 players. Should happen towards the tail end of level 27. Maybe we'll have to play into level 28.
Gotta say, I dig old Harry Lodge's table presence, the way he's methodically flipping that chip over, really trying to get to the answer here. Do I really think my opponent would bet 180,000 into the better part of 500K with a stone bluff here? And, you know, the price is deduced too good.
I folded Queen Jack in
There we
case
go.
anyone wanted to know. Bad fold, bad fold.
Yeah, and would have made a great deal.
I was
amount
like,
of
don't
chips,
do
I
it. My chance to get quads again in the tournament. Oh,
Action will start with Harry.
5 fold.
Folded around to Alex Fournier. (9-4) in the cutoff.
No, thank you.
Panos on the button with 8-6 of diamonds. Still hovering around the 15 big blind mark.
One fold.
So it's blind v blind. Jack Sinclair in the small, Rania Nasreddine in the big. Jack's got ace-deuce of hearts. He completes. Rania with tens.
Yeah, and this is exactly why you just complete with a hand like this instead of, you know, raising. Because if your opponent wakes up with a big hand, you would hate to get 3-bet and have to either fold or make some, you know, 4-bet pre-flop. So happily going to limp call the near 4x for Jack Sinclair.
Nadia's raise called by Jack, and we go to the flop. King 5 deuce, so bottom pair for Sinclair. Rania Nasreddine way ahead with tens. Check, check, and trip deuces for Sinclair.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack would have called the presumed small bet on the flop had Rania made it. So actually, she may end up sort of losing less because she missed a street here, which is nice. But Jack is going to come up firing and should expect to get called here.
200,000.
Yeah, that's why he's betting quite big. You know, he's betting about 60% on the turn, expecting Rania to have maybe something like tens, jacks, queens.
10 on the river. No. Rania rivers a full house.
No. And this pot is already inflated to 740,000. So when Sinclair comes out with the hammer, he's going to put in 30 to 60% of his stack, and Rania's going to go all in.
How does Sinclair not go broke here?
The woman of destiny, Rania Nasreddine, after third place in Monte Carlo. Look at this spot here.
575,000, the river bet from Sinclair, leaving himself 620K. Rania must surely realize she can get the rest.
And wait till you see the expression on Jack Sinclair's face when he faces this all-in shove.
Meanwhile, you'll see that we've just ticked down to 26 players. Vladimir Ertseg just busted in 27th, and we could be about to lose Jack Sinclair. Rania shoved on him.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the expression.
I can't fold it.
How can he fold? That's what he's asking himself.
I mean, the same hand like me. Maybe worse, but it's possible.
He just knows how ridiculous the situation is. It's funny, you know. It is. It's absurd to be having the worst hand here, blind on blind. I do like when they narrate, yeah, and he calls it off.
Kings, what tens? Wow.
Jack, you got rivered.
Oh.
And Sinclair will be our 26th place finisher, cashing for 36,000 euros. The runner-up from EPT London 2022 is eliminated from EPT Barcelona 2024.
Yeah, no surprise, another very strong performance from Jack Sinclair. If I, you know, if I was betting on it, I would have said he'd make the final table, but, you know, that's the way poker is sometimes. Just a cruel game. And Rania now up to, my goodness, 5.9 million chips.
Well, we saw Stephen Song had close to 7 million,
Yeah.
so chances are he's number one on the leaderboard and she's number two.
Yeah.
Blinds up already, 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Action folded to Fiorini. Queen 9. The Italian will pass. Pocket tens for Big Toro.
Ooh, and they're red.
How much is he going to make it? That's 335,000. Benoit Guri will fold. Andreas Christoforo's got ace-jack.
Looks like we're going to be racing.
He starts the hand with just over 10 big blinds.
He can't fold and he can't call.
He is all in. Whoa there, pocket jacks for Kimmo Kirko.
How much? This is all going in.
I'm all in.
He reshoves for just shy of 3 million.
Anybody else want to pick up a huge hand?
Sorman is in the big blind. He folds. It's back on Nielsen. What does he do here with tens?
Definite fold. It's one you might give some extra thought to because of the severity of the situation, but this fold is easier than movie theater trivia.
Come on, Big Toro. He passes. So Christoforo is at risk. And he only has one live card.
Don't say what you had, please, please.
I respect, and hopefully K-Dog does too.
But slowly as...
Asso Valeri.
Rude.
They are calling for an ace. Clubs, of course, work for him as well.
Oh, it was an ace.
He flops a gut shot. Nielsen would have flopped a set.
Ew.
Jack still lead. Christoforo drawing to an ace or a king. He's got 7 outs. 4 on the turn. Same outs with one more chance to hit. The river card is a 3. We lose Andreas Christoforo.
Ace queen.
He is our 8th place finisher here at EPT Barcelona.
Oh my God, he so doesn't care.
Christoforo will collect just over 100,000 euros. Action is on Kimmo Kirko. Ace King. And he will raise from under the gun. He makes it 320,000. RC Sormanen folds. Tom Middleton passes. Edward Bagu has 10s.
Dealer, triangle me.
He is all in. And he's going to get called in at least one spot. King 8 for Fiorini. He folds. Nielsen's out. Guri doesn't have a hand, but Kirko does. And he calls, putting Bagu at risk.
And you can see nobody's too thrilled about flipping at this point.
We saw a king folded, which means Bagu is a 60% favorite here to double up.
Exactly, so why would you be thrilled? You're at best 60% for hundreds of thousands in real money equity.
And a huge favorite now with a 10 on the flop.
Bagu's pretty much got this one in the Bagu.
There's a 91% chance he'll be playing a stack of 5 million, and Kirko will be down to 2.1 million. We have a sweat.
I may have misspoken.
A diamond on the turn sees Kirko pick up a flush draw. 8 cards for Bagu to fade. The river is the 4 of diamonds. Wow. The thin river's a flush. And Edouard Bagu is out in 7th.
What an awesome run for the amateur. Really like that guy. I want to have him home for dinner. And his family's so sweet.
Kimmo Kirko got there the hard way. He now has more than 7 million.
His daughters are so much nicer than American girls. They'll be like, oh my God, Dad, you finished 8th. How embarrassing.
7th.
7th, Dad, whatever.
Luca Fiorini has absolute junk. That's not junk. Aces for Nielsen. He's counting out a raise. He makes it 435,000 from the cutoff. Queen Jack for Kimmo Kirko in the small blind.
And while he's got a 4.4 million, that's sadly only 22 big blinds.
He shoves! Sorman in the big blind.
I'm surprised Creston's containing himself over there.
King 8, he'll fold that. Nielsen's calling faux show.
I call.
Eventually,
I'm going to rule that not so much a slow roll as a big moment roll.
Someone disagrees with you. I just heard a Finn say slow roll.
Yeah, the Finns also think these hats are a good idea. They didn't work out last year, and they're not doing so hot this year either. Bad juju.
Kirko at risk and way behind. Big Toro stack about to get even bigger. Let's see a flop. Queen 9-8. That does give Kirko some hope. He's got 9 outs.
Oh, now he wants it quiet.
A queen for trips. A jack for 2 pair. A 10 for a straight. It's a 3 on the turn.
You guys, he said shh.
Kirko is a 76% favorite to go out in 5th. But he gets there on the river again!
Huge double up.
Aces cracked.
And is there an audio problem? Because this place is silent.
Blind still 120-240. Middleton on the button, folds. Preston Nielsen in the small blind. King 8 of diamonds. And he makes it. 480,000.
Creston should probably raise a little bigger small to big. Chemo's going to call with all but his absolutely worst hands. Can make it more, or just limping's cool too.
7-4 suited. Far from unplayable. Kirko defends, and we go heads up to the flop.
Happy to see a flop for cheap with that hand.
Wow, flop better, Kimo.
Ruh-roh. Despite the fact that he's drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl, I do like a bet here.
Nielsen continues with top pair. How is Kirko going to play his straight?
He should probably just call here. No reason to blow out so many hands that are drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl.
Looks like he's raising.
That's a big stack of greens.
1.41 million.
How much?
Kirko's very lucky he's up against a hand as strong as top pair. I assume Big Toro's calling at least one more street.
Hang on a sec. He re-raises. Nielsen 3-bets to over 3 million.
No. There's no reason to play a gigantic pot out of position with just top pair and not even top kicker. This raise is only ever getting called by hands that are kicking you around like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. I think the only bigger mistake that can be made on this hand is if Chemo folds.
All in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Nielsen calls.
And once he 3-bet, Creston definitely had to call the all-in. He's not drawing totally dead.
Straight, man.
He's drawing pretty thin. Kirko's a 91% favorite.
This happens sometimes when you win too many hands. You think you're invincible.
Oh, Big Toro picks up outs. An 8 or a 5 would see him double up.
Maybe he is invincible.
The river card is a queen. Big Toro is terminated.
Okay.
Sorman. Sorry about the deal.
This town's been pretty good to bulls of late. They banned bullfighting in 2012, and in 2013, Preston the Killer, a.k.a. Big Toro, gored his way into 3rd place in the EPT. And into our hearts. Love you, big guy. Miss you every day. Cash is for 440 grand.
Fast forward to 2024 and we are back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. That's right, celebrating 20 years of champions. And on day 5 of this year's main event, we see Steven Song, Fabiano Kavalski and Rania Nasreddine topping the leaderboard, the 3 biggest stacks with 20 players remaining. As we play down to 16 today. It's James Hartigan with Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone. Let's do this thing.
So we've got Fabiano, Griff, who made the final table of this event in 2022. We've got Rania, who made the final table of Monte Carlo a few months ago, finished 3rd. Steven Song, former GPI Player of the Year, deep run in the World Series main event, a slew of results in North America, and biggest stack now with 20 players remaining. This is the point where now people are really thinking about the prospect of being at the FT.
Yeah, absolutely, and a slew of Frenchmen. Look at that. 3 of them right there on our feature table.
That's the flag of the Netherlands.
Oh, that's
Griffin.
Netherlands. My goodness.
Yes.
Sorry, I need to get closer to the monitor here. 3 people from the Netherlands on one table?
Yeah, don't worry, we'll fix it in post, I promise. Guarantee we won't screw you. And this is the lineup at the secondary feature table. There is Kavalski. We were just talking about him. Good old Harry Lodge.
Harry's been playing great. I actually played a lot with him on both day 2 and day 3. It was hard to say his name normally.
And blinds are now going to 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. This will be at level 27. And by my calculations, and when I say by my calculations, I mean according to the infamous widget, we will probably get to 16 either at the tail end of this level or at the beginning of level 28. So should have about an hour, hour and a half of poker still to play today. And then tomorrow we'll play down to the final 6. That means we're going to hit big cash money, 6-figure scores. And on Sunday, we're going to pay out a 7-figure score, 1.5 million to the winner. By the way, it's one thing to criticize someone's failure to recognize flags. It's another to accuse them of being American when they're actually Canadian.
Yeah, so there you go. I actually was just setting you up for that.
So if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. So these are the shortest stacks right now. Wow. I mean, I talk about us getting to level 28. We have got quite a few shorties. 1, 2, 3, 4 players with 15 or fewer big blinds. At least 2 players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Yeah, and throw Luca in there too, 16 big blinds. There's some shorties. There's the big boys.
The biggest stacks, none bigger than Steven Song.
And yeah, I'm gonna love to see, really excited to see sort of how Fabiano is gonna work that big chip lead on the secondary feature table. Most of the bigger ones are on our feature table, like Steven Song and Rania. David Coleman still kicking around with those 51 blinds.
But 3 players with 100 bigs plus. Rania, Fabiano, and Steven. So waiting for all the players to return from the 60-minute dinner break. The women's event still going. Registration is now closed in that one. I think it's day 2 of the, oh, it's day 1 of the high roller today. I know that's where Maria's gone. She's jumped into the high roller.
She does tend to roll high.
And looks like we are ready to get the action restarted. Clock is running. 30K, 60K, 60K big blind ante.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping my French girlfriend wasn't watching when I made that flag gaff.
Griffin, if she lives with you, I'm sure she's experienced worse on many, many occasions.
And Krasinski just trying to get one through here. Not really strong enough, he feels, to shove for the 13 or so big blinds with ace-8 off. Once you're called in this situation, it is just disaster. So instead goes for the min-raise strategy and does get it through.
Rania opposed the small blind. Yellow Murner will be in the big blind for the next hand at the feature table.
That is a costume change, is it not?
Like,
awesome.
you didn't punish Steven for his ace by betting. I was like, I know.
It's right before dinner.
I know, and I was tired. I was like, I feel better now, but every person is like, you idiot.
Oh.
Noah Schwartz I mean, everyone's just,
oh, man.
You cannot let him, like, you cannot. I was like, I was tired.
Yeah.
Like, happy to just, like,
It's a lot easier said than done from the other side of the screen too, you know.
So
always like that.
Yeah.
Those who commented, how can you push like that? Why do you
Yeah.
20 blinds, 30 blinds.
Everyone's a freaking expert. When they're
during the
seeing all
earlier
cards.
session, Rania was wearing a PokerStars hoodie that's available from the Star
Yeah,
Store
yeah,
here.
then everyone's a pro, you know, everyone's the best player ever.
What you doing?
I can tell you that 2 people influenced by Rania on this production team have purchased that hoodie. One of whom is Griffin Bencher, and he's wearing it right now.
Why you bluff? In that situation.
I'm actually just wearing the one she had. She went into a phone booth and did like a quick phone thing and it threw it up, put it right on. Yeah, it's really great. It's lovely. It's not even my correct size, this one that I actually bought. It's double XL, but I was like, they didn't have the XL. I was like, I like it too much. Better to go too big than not big enough.
Alas, the dress not available in the PokerStars store. Boris Kuzmanovic raising the button with ace-4. Yellow Myrna defending his big blind with king-10 suited. The flop is all spades. Second nut flush for Myrna, nut flush draw for Kuzmanovic.
Yeah, and I hope for Kuzmanovic's sake, he doesn't decide to turn this into a check-raise combo. Of course, he's actually the one in position and comes out with a small bet. It's tough when you flop so well. Sometimes you feel like you need to keep them in there, but when you're out of position, you would just hate to see a check back after such a small bet on the flop. You can see that the check raise here would have worked wonders and gotten a continue from Kuzmanovic.
8 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily Kuzmanovic would be interested in trying to bet his opponent off a 9 or anything.
Yeah.
So can still be ahead with the 4. Might just take the free card. Yeah, and really finding a way to lose the minimum here as the board bricks out.
Does not improve.
Bet 525.
River lead. 525,000. He has overbet the pot. Serious consideration to heroing with a 4 here?
I don't really think so. I think that Kuzmanovic is going to have some better hands to call with here. Having the ace of spades isn't necessarily that good because it means that your opponent's, you know, not going to have that, bluffing with that. You know, you could be getting bluffed by king jack with the jack of spades or the king of spades, something of that nature.
Yeah.
You know, he is repping pretty thin with a really big bet, and that's the intention of it, right? To be polarized between bluffs and nut hands. So maybe having that ace of spades is actually making him struggle because he has the nut card, right? But a flop flush is certainly within the realm of possibility. I think that he could also be comfortably betting this large with something like 9-8. Because Kuzmanovic wouldn't be checking back on the turn with worse than 2 pair.
Bank? Okay, that was it for real. Okay.
Nah, I just wanted to waste some time.
Waiting for people to bust.
Yeah.
I wanted C19 there.
To the outer table.
See how you value your time.
Daniel Myers versus Luka Sorainen. Myers with ace-king, Sorainen with 8s. Classic race. Ace-8 deuce on the flop. Top pair versus a set. King on the turn. 2 pair versus a set. King on the river.
No way.
Myers gets a double up.
You with a bluff, sir?
And that is going to leave Sorainen super short.
I was a TV runner. How do we deal the river that slow and that fast?
That is sick.
All the time to not have
Ridiculous run out.
5 seconds, but it was already a shot.
When the money went in, it was 50-50. It was a coin flip.
And was that between two of those shorties that we were? Yeah, so very short now. Wow. Rania using all those chips to her advantage with the middling king on the button here.
I'm going to win this tournament tonight. My yacht leaves port at sunrise.
And I'll direct a movie tomorrow.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Love a bit of Govert Metal defending his big blind here with ace-8 of diamonds against Rania Nasreddine's king-8. And ace-high is still ahead on this queen-9-5 flop. Wow. Rania bets 100K, quick fold.
Yeah, not the board for ace-8 of diamonds, so she got a favorable flop there, despite being quite behind pre.
So with 20 players remaining, prize money is 51,800 euros. Next money jump is when we get to 17, when it goes up to 62 grand.
I took a bath, called all my people, changed my clothes. Where did you guys eat dinner? Or did you eat dinner?
Here in the casino.
Casino?
Just had a buddy give me free food.
Oh, David?
I didn't want to eat too much because I don't know how much longer we'll play, so I'll probably just want to eat after.
We went to a really wonderful tapas restaurant called Barmut, and it's really,
This dinner
really
break?
delicious. Yeah, it's like
You
off.
had enough time for that?
No, not. It's like an off. It's like a.
Yeah.
But it's really delicious.
Women's event, we regularly 1,000, 2,000, 2,000.
135,000.
Kuzmanovic raising the hijack with king 10, pocket 8s, the snowmans
Nom nom.
for Rania Nasreddine.
Pocket 8s and seat 8.
Queen Jack on the button. That's a fold. Metal folds the small blind. Wyszynski with Queen 8 in the big.
Come on, have a go. Let's see a flop. Yeah.
Get your chips in. Good man. 3-way to the flop. Got a bad look-alike for Wyszynski, by the way, and it's an obscure one.
Hit me with it.
Wait for it, Griff.
Oh, yeah.
Wait for it. Pair of queens versus a pair of kings here.
I got a bad one here for Kuzmanovic.
Go on.
James Hardigan.
Remember, they have to be someone who's legitimately famous outside of the world of poker. Astronaut Dave Bowman in 2001: A Space Odyssey.
That feels like a good look-alike. I only saw that movie once, and I see it right away. Like,
I believe the actor's
vividly.
name is Keir Dullea. With that bet, Kuzmanovic wins the pot. Well, Wyszynski is the low man at the table, just 10 big blinds. Timmer hovering around the 20 big blind mark, as is Govert Metal.
folds. 6, 7 folds. 8 folds.
Rania knows better than to play the Spraggy. At no point today did we say we were playing down to 20. The ambition has always been to get to the final 2 tables, which is 16 players. Raise and take it for Myrna.
Yeah, Myrna's got a pretty great seat there, actually. If Rania and Song are already out of there, he can really exact some pressure, and you see the confidence of a 9-8 offsuit cutoff raise is really a sign of that. He's played great, you know, all tournament long. Has been on a lot of features, including even as early as day 3 at the start of play when I was on the table with him. So cool to see him, 50 big blinds with 20 left, playing for that 1.5 million euros.
Average stack right now is 2.9 million, just below 50 bigs. A lot of people asking about Finton's progress in the mystery bounty. I can report that Finton made the final table, got lucky a few times, but sadly bowed out in 3rd place. So congratulations to Finton Hand.
Yeah, that's a pretty good result.
I think Maria Konnikova was also at that final table.
I think she got 4th, I remember hearing.
120,000. 8 folds, 6, 10 folds. 1 fold, 6, 4 folds, 5 folds.
Kuzmanovic opens under the gun, round 2, Stephen Song in the big blind.
6 pools, 120.
Jack, Trey, Deuce.
Nice takedown there for Kuzmanovic. It's nice to just win those little micro pots, you know, when you have position on the chip leader. Let them know that you're not just going to bow out. Playing that one aggressively and taking it down. Switching.
Action from the outer tables. It is Luca Sorainen all in from the big blind once again against Daniel Myers. 10-9 against Jack 9. Sorainen is dominated. Ace 6-6 on the flop, 6 on the turn. The river a 3. So we do lose Luca Sorainen from Finland in 20th place. He cashes for 51,800 euros. That takes us down to 19.
Can I just say, James, a lot of us, you know, a lot of these players are professionals, but the way that he took that bad beat, well, you know, it was a flip, of course, but when you do flop that set and it comes backdoor for the other boat, I mean, he took it real well. But the fin falls, and we are down to 19 players.
We are indeed. 3 more eliminations and we'll have the last 16. We'll have our final 2 tables.
Exactly.
Tomorrow then we'll play down to 6.
Yeah. Go folding.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Of course it's full.
No. Sure has some.
We are back to the action at the feature table.
Raises 120,000.
And we have got an under the gun raise from Myrna. Mo Salah says, bring on Stapes. Late registration closed at the start of day 2. You can't start having new players come into the tournament at this point. Also, I can't imagine anyone being more stressed out than playing this stage of an EPT.
Stapes just walked in. It's like you heard him.
Ears were burning.
Yeah. Stapes, you've been requested.
They want you to
Bring
play.
in Stapes.
No, he's like...
I think that was the thumbs up. No, he doesn't want to. Says he's got a burger in his room.
Is that a euphemism?
Wait, I saw you eating a burger earlier. Is this number 2? You do.
Careful with multiple burgers a day. Look what happened to Elvis.
Joe actually inadvertently sent me on a burger goose chase earlier today. I saw him eating a burger that looked delicious, and I was like, where did you get that? And he told me the place. And I walked there. It was a 25-minute walk after my first shift. And I got there, and it was this real cute little hole in the wall, but it was takeaway only. And I had to do this QR code thing, and then they had to send me. It was like a whole process. I don't think he did that. I think that he ordered takeout that came to the hotel, and he could have been more clear when he recommended the place.
We had a friendly little chap called Brandon who ordered burgers for us.
There you go. Brandon Wood, not asking me if I wanted one. Classic Brandon.
6-7 races, 400,000.
No, it was actually a great reason to get out and walk around in Barcelona. It's so beautiful here. If you know, of all the EPT stops you can pick to visit, you can't really go wrong with Barcelona.
Song is open here with ace deuce. Kuzmanovic has 3-bet with queens.
Are you going to drink the bottle of water that's on the table? Is that your bottle of water?
No, no.
Can I have it? Do you mind?
That kind of sounded like you were saying because Manovic 3-bet with queens.
That's what I said, Kuzmanovic. Felipe says, how about some W Coupe tickets? Give something to the chat. Oh, we're only giving away $2.5 grand in W Coupe tickets every single day via our free rolls. I know for some people that's not enough. Some people want 10K, but, you know.
We don't want to do that.
It's 667.
667? I guess if someone busts from one of those tables.
And then someone moves.
Someone here, yeah.
Okay, now James, we have some pretty interesting, dynamic characters on this table.
Yeah.
Really, some people that seems like it would be nice to just sit down with them, have a nice meal. I'm not going to have you order the whole table or anything, but if you had to pick, let's say, 3 people on this table to go to dinner with, have a chat, get to know, hear some stories, who would they be, and go?
Okay, Stephen Song, Rania Nasreddine, Govert Matal.
Yeah, those would probably be my picks as well. But I gotta say,
I still think it'll take it.
Timmer, Timmer might be my dark horse coming in for Song. Looks like he could have some stories.
It's obviously possible.
If you're going to ask me whose spectacles would I like to half-inch, it would be Timmer.
Bigger stacks, 3 shots, and you're done.
Yeah.
I mean, most likely should take like 60, 70 minutes.
I mean, Govert Matal is obviously the first overall pick, right? Like, I mean, it's close with Rania maybe, but
if we can have dinner on his yacht.
Yeah. Well, that goes without saying. I mean, it's the only place he has dinner, so.
Pocket 10s for Rania Nasreddine.
8 raises, 125,000.
Raises to 125,000. 10-8. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So am I to understand that she had dinner, took a bath, and changed clothes, or she just changed clothes and took a bath on the dinner break?
I believe so.
Just the latter, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, producer Chris. That sounds like she's having dinner after play concludes, which should be.
Which is Stephen Song's plan as well. I think there's a kind of optimism that this will not go on too late. And it is not abnormal for people to go to dinner at like 9:30, 10 o'clock in Barcelona. For some restaurants don't even open
exactly.
till like 9
Exactly. It
o'clock.
actually makes more sense for, And 60-minute dinner breaks are tricky.
Anyone want a strawberry?
Okay.
I mean, I would definitely take her up on that birthday because they're probably the best strawberries you can get. You fools.
Strawberries?
Strawberries. You think she's just eating some like mediocre pesticide strawberries? No, those are gonna be some real good ones. There's Mattel. And this is actually, as far as, what you're supposed to do, this is going to be a shove. Pre-flop for under 20 big blinds on the button here. Mattel, though, is just going to raise and really hope he can get through both the players here. And I don't think it's going to get through Timur, who quickly puts out calling chips. But you can see the chips he would have acquired had he just open shoved here. And sometimes you do get called, but it's by the ace jacks and ace queens and ace kings and the like. And then you force your flip equity, and then suddenly you have 40 big blinds. Instead, you're going to have to play the guessing game, and that is the kind of board that Mattel's going to have a lot of trouble winning this hand.
We both look of his.
Yeah.
Neither being coy, but the fact they weren't maybe necessarily sure they had a club. That can also be a decoy sometimes when you flop a flush. Ooh.
We got serious street flash potential here, Griffin.
Yeah. And I've seen a little bit too much passivity from Timur in some spots. Really missed 2 opportunities to get value from his aces in the previous level against Rania when she turned that top pair. And now I think, checking those 2 streets is fine, but of course betting the river is the move.
Double.
Does do it. Takes it down.
Oh, no, that both of you check.
Okay, Timur's my third pick.
Who's he replacing?
Song.
Oh, well, Song's out.
Song's out for me. Yeah.
Small blinds.
I mean, Song, listen, Song seems like such a sweetheart, and I'm sure he has some good stories and it'd be an engaging conversation, but I just think...
Looks like it's big because
I like the rogue pick.
Who's it between?
Tell me about your tattoos.
Could not
What do you do for fun, Timur?
And then people were
Where'd you get the glasses? That's really what I want to know. Can I borrow your glasses? Should I get the same ones and we can be glasses brothers?
Yeah, this is a dinner party I don't need to be a part of.
Yeah, well, you're going to be having dinner with Stephen Song, so come on. Running good Rania. Not in this hand. Lets it go.
10-7 suited for Myrna.
Should not have
And
rushed
did
back.
consider it. We did remark on how wide and comfortably we think he's going to be opening into these seats.
What's the
That's
life
a little
like
too
this?
not good enough.
Just his life.
Especially in
How many
Song's big
walks
blind.
have you had? Okay, new table rule. If you get a walk, if you give a walk and you get a walk, you have to run around the table. Not just like you have to do one quick
I think
roll
that's the
around.
first walk I've gotten.
No, you've had like 3 walks.
No.
Yeah.
Probably not.
So you get a walk. You have to do a lap around the table. Here, everyone
I'm way
here.
too unfit for that.
No, I'm just at the
Don't
whole
be
table.
jealous.
Do we all agree?
I have
Just a
no
quick-
point. I have no points to give a walk.
Actually, you know what? That might have been the first walk of the table since we got here.
I think it was the first walk to the
I don't. I think you had like 3 walks.
No,
What?
I think one time he limped and I raised and he.
Okay, fair. Okay, but let's just make an ongoing rule. You get a walk, you have to do a little fun lap, like almost like a duck, duck, goose, but don't duck it. Just, like, go around.
I'm not really running around. I'm gonna sit at the table and do nothing, guy.
So you know what would be
Good for
great
your cardio.
about dinner with
I
Rania
Checked you
I
past
hate
is maybe
cardio.
it would be at her place and she would have you do the little treasure hunt. Hear about that?
You can do runs. With
Yeah.
the pool.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just be like, someone want to do a treasure hunt? I'm like, you did it, didn't you?
I'm almost every morning by myself in the gym at home.
That's amazing.
Krasinski,
It's-
11
I'm
big
like,
blinds,
no one
10-9
wants to work
suited.
out. I don't get
Can
it.
we get this on the agenda for next year's TDA?
David Coleman is one of the few attendees.
In the event that a player gets a walk, they will be required to complete one circuit of the table
I thought
at
you were
speed.
saying to mandate that I have dinner and do a treasure hunt with Rania.
No, no. I'm saying the get a walk run around the table
Yeah, no,
should
that is
now
good.
be should be a standard rule in every poker tournament.
Good. Krasinski, in Sam Grafton's honor, shoves in the 10-9 of clubs, gets it through. Wouldn't it be more apt that you would have to walk around the table, though?
Oh, I think so.
No.
It really slows.
But
high speed.
Speed walk, because it's, you're still walking. Let's stay on brand, right?
It's so hard to get here.
Are also bigger size. Makes sense though.
Yeah.
Be more
Yeah,
cunning.
for sure.
But still, I think it's mid-range. People have enough blinds.
Yeah.
You're not forced to get
That's it, yeah.
90 minutes level. You're just
Round two, Stephen Song on the button. He's passed, so it's blind v blind. I don't think Rania's getting a walk here, Griffin.
No, she isn't.
to 10.
Raise 210.
10.
6 raises 210.
This one probably not quite good enough for Nasreddine, but she does have position. She has the chip edge. I think if you have, 7-6, and then of course any suited combos between 7-4, maybe even 7-3, all the way up to the 6, I think would be fine. But 7-4, 7-5 off.
Yeah.
I think you got to start finding some folds, and she makes the correct decision.
That's the opposite of a walk.
Yeah. I didn't want her to run. I knew she would do it, so. And she did work out in the morning.
Sounds like she likes running.
I do like exercising.
Yeah.
Rania's hometown
Just
is
robbed her of
Tulsa,
that privilege.
Oklahoma. More than $1 million in live earnings. Huge score in Monte Carlo early this year. Third in the main event there for
A fold or call?
more than 440 grand.
I mean,
She's a star, that girl.
for fold.
Maybe. Maybe other ideas too.
Yeah, maybe. Some hands are borderline. You can do all three options. You made a good fold.
So you see the flop, and then
maybe.
maybe it was a good one.
Gilbert Mattel folding ace-4. Round to Stephen Song. He's going to open with ace-8.
6 raised 125,000.
Rania Nasreddine in the small blind, folds. It's Yellow Murner's big blind. Ace-5. Murner calls, and we have a king 5-3 flop. It is domination rotation in Murner's favor.
Six bets, 85,000.
Song has continued for 85,000. Murner calls.
You can see the percentages, 82-17, but if the turn is a heart, you can expect Song to barrel, and that 5 is going to have a very tough time. You know what? Why not just hit the 8?
Domination, restoration.
10 checks.
refresh all remaining players in the EPT Barcelona. Your tournament will recommence in 4 minutes. Please make your way to the tables.
Second bar. Song fires 300k into 510k.
Yeah, and effectively price setting against a king with designs to check back, I would say, any river that's not an ace or an 8. But charging the 5s that want to get sticky here, and it's gonna work. Look at that, what a beautiful bet. I mean, turning second pair and betting a large amount and getting called by third pair, Song really is acutely aware of what's going on.
10 on the river. 1.1 million in the middle. Check, check. Song is going to take it down.
And up over 7.6 million. About 1.5 million more than Rania Nasreddine.
Chip leader
yeah.
with 125 plus big blinds and still nearly an hour to play at this blind level.
Yeah,
I mean,
hey, ace 10.
Okay, ace 10 was on the pocket.
Possibly, but it would be ambitious. I was
Something has
fairly
happened. Guys, something has happened.
Ace, king.
Something has happened.
Floor has been called to the secondary feature table. Jose Barbosa folded out of turn and is being given a two-hand penalty.
Yeah, so first ace, okay.
Slap on the wrist.
I mean, for you, you know it's okay.
Yeah.
You want to see a king 7.
Rania very interested in the drama.
Seeing the 5 first,
If I was in her seat, I would also want the tee.
Both cards were good to see.
If you ask how a two-hand penalty works, it means that you have to sit out for 2 hands. And if you happen to be in the blind in those 2 hands, you just lose those chips.
Yeah, it's actually rare that we see sort of hand penalties, but we do have the shark cage that we put them in. Holding on to it since seasons 1 and 2 of the show.
Tim has opened here with King Queen. Song with 8-7 of diamonds folds. Round 2, Nasreddine with ace 4 on the button. And she calls. Okay.
Attention leaders of EPT Barcelona, please prepare attacks. Once you have 2 more players at your tables.
Lerner in the small blind with deuces. So 3-way to the flop. Wow. Quads.
My goodness.
For Lerner.
Ducks do in fact fly together, sometimes in packs of 4.
Just gonna casually throw out some chips here. Just gonna.
Yeah, Nasreddine getting in a little trouble here.
Yeah, because she's got a 4, and what a great spot here. You sat there with quads. You've had a bet and a call in front of you.
Yeah, not to be results oriented, but you know, not a great flat from Rania on the button with ace 4. Not something you would see very often. And yeah, with the quads, almost seeming reluctant to throw it in, like he has a flush draw of some sort.
Okay, well, everyone now drawing dead against Myrna.
Yeah, a card that should clear us to the river. Myrna out of position here, won't have an opportunity to bet really without the lead. You know, Timmer kind of running out of real estate here. Only 1.28 million back, 795 in the pot.
Yeah.
You know, you could hope to bet, oof. Yeah, maybe just hoping to fire something to clear out Rania's, maybe ace-high floats or something like sixes that would at this point feel not so great about her hand. And I think she really needs to worry more about the small blind right here. Because he has quads.
So glad you clarified that.
Good fold from Rania. You know, even when I think she paints a little off the map in some ranges and stuff, she usually gets away at the right time. And only losing the flop here is good. The thing is about this small blind flat is that he shouldn't really have many deuces at all, right? He can have ace deuce suited, but he might squeeze with that pre. If he did have ace deuce suited, he might check raise the flop and get more money from the over pairs and, you know, the flush draws. So really, the big nut hands you're worried about in Timmer's shoes are like pocket fours, pocket twos. Maybe something like a jack X of clubs makes sense. Yeah, and Timmer knows. Okay.
You can't beat quads.
No, can't beat quads.
Deuces will do. Yeah, deuces are better.
Look like fours.
No, there's only one deuce. Deuces.
Yeah.
3, 4.
3 to 1.
Yeah. 3 to 1, 3 to 1. You go to Vegas too, or nah?
In December or?
No, just for
I went
summer.
I went for.
Oh yeah, you said 2 weeks.
2 weeks only.
Yeah.
2 weeks this year and 2 weeks last year.
Yeah.
First trips.
Over to the secondary feature table. Lin Jianwei in a hand against Galbar. Picking up the action on the flop. Ace, queen versus aces. Check, check. Gut shot now for Bar. Increases his equity, albeit to 9%. Jianwei a huge favorite here with the overpair.
Yeah, Jianwei electing to play it very tricky. I mean, I think we can deduce that this was 3-bet pre-flop from Jianwei and then quickly checking the king 4-4. It might look a bit strong though, like he could have something like pocket kings or ace king, and in this case, as we see, pocket aces. Bar having picked up some equity, or, you know, or at least perceived equity, unless he's up against pocket kings. I think he's gonna probably be a bit scared of that check, but does decide to call and just drawing to 4 outs. I mean, in fairness, James, we've seen some really interesting, creative, almost erratic pre-flop play from Jianwei in the past. Not a lot of it, but we saw the 10-6 offsuit, cold 4-bet. You know, maybe you feel like you're a bit too high up in your range and drawing to the effective nuts with the ace-queen.
Well, the pot, as we reach the river, is 1.52 million. Jianwei going for value here. 850K. Bar with just ace high.
What? 850,000. $5 seconds.
You know, your opponent could also have something like pocket tens here.
Yep.
But would he really bet 850,000 on the river with, say, pocket jacks or pocket queens? Probably not. So the range that is being repped here are just all those very, very big hands. You block ace king with this ace queen, so a bit less likely it's ace king. So he's really just repping pocket kings, the other combos of ace king, and something like pocket tens. I think Bar's going to get the right answer in his head, but sometimes you really need to work it out. Burn through a couple of those time bank chips.
Burn it.
You know, you play with these players all day, oftentimes on multiple days. You just have so much more information to work with sometimes than we do in the booth about some of the hands you've seen and the relationship you have with the player.
Bluff.
Good fold.
What for? No bluff.
He can't show a bluff. He doesn't have a bluff.
He showed it, I believe.
What bluff? No bluff.
No bluff. So here's the story on Galbar Griffin. He's a software engineer, works in Israel, plays low-stakes tournaments recreationally and makes 1 or 2 poker holidays a year. Came early to Barcelona. Played a 1K live satellite and won his seat to the main event. And this is by far his biggest run to date in any major tournament. Says he's enjoying it, even though all of his friends had to go home. He was meant to go home on Tuesday, but has been literally cancelling and rebooking his flight every day that he survived.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully his bosses at Microsoft are understanding.
I mean, at some point, it's got to feel like superstitious, right? Like you should keep on doing it every day.
Absolutely.
If you see a server, could you... thank you so much.
Kuzmanovic. Not going to be...
Yeah, you can just show now.
655,000 to bet.
Not going to be super thrilled with ace-10 suited.
The ladies.
You know, under the gun and then facing a button shove, but it's going to be good enough to call for 11 big blinds.
Absolutely.
You're not really up against many ace-9s or anything, and we can see the queens are ahead.
You have a pretty
They
hand,
are
too.
indeed. And Krasinski needs to avoid an ace on the desk. He does have the best hand, but he is at risk. No ace. Pretty good board for the queens. Turn card. Is the king of clubs.
Oh, wow. No, queen.
No, he's okay.
No street flash potential.
Yeah, it looks prettier than it does, but it's the same thing as any other club coming out there. Queen, of course, dead to
I take 4 of clubs.
him vote.
Any club, but
Yeah, but
you're just calling your shot.
you lose.
Any club, any ace. River card is the 4 of clubs, and that will see Tomasz Krasinski KO'd in 19th place.
Let's go pick a number to the casino.
Always tough when it goes
I'll
down like
let
that.
you. Wow.
Unfortunately, I don't gamble other games.
Great performance.
Can't win there.
Thought he played really well.
Sure.
Cashes for 51,800 euros. Well, as a man once said to me in the Bahamas, hold up, where's John Staples? I do have a Joe Stapleton for you.
Here I am, my baby. Is a strict 1 in and 1 out policy.
1.5 million.
James?
I have all the haters.
You're the out.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant Krasinski, but no, I get it. I'm not wanted here anymore.
Does that mean I'm wanted?
Well, I think it.
Welcome back.
You're on the schedule. We'll just leave it at that.
Sucks, obviously, but he only had 6.
I mean,
it's.
I'm not happy, but I saw 600 most of the time.
No, but I'm saying it's way more painful if you got in for like 2 mil a piece or something, and then he gets rivered, right? Like.
But still, I mean,
it still sucks. Though.
Still, like from 10 to 22, it's
it's
like now.
Oh, for sure. Now
I like how down Steven's song is after every hand to just sort of talk about what happened, make everybody feel better, pats on the back, commiserations. Nice fella.
Very confident, so.
We'll never know what would have happened if he folded that queen jack off.
Granted, he's not a woman, so people won't tell him to shut up.
I assume you would 3-bet, and you probably would just call.
Maybe that's why Steven Song
At
was
least we
in
get to see a
James
flop.
Hardigan's dinner rankings. Did you hear this?
No.
120.
Yeah, I asked. Well, we're going to move over to the secondary feature first, and then I'll get back to that.
Kavalski's 3-bet Fournier. Pocket 8s was the hand of the day yesterday.
All in.
3 raises rolling.
Fournier jamming. Kavalski has eliminated so many players at this table. Is it about to be one more with this classic race? Like Chris Pratt versus Chris Pine. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
My money's on Kowalski.
Kavalski, status report.
All in, cool.
Yeah, we got it. Just kidding. Well, don't make him sweat. We've already cut over here.
Wow.
An 8 right in the window and no straight cards.
Looks good. Yes, today ace is
100%.
Flops him dead.
It. 10 hit ace.
So he is mortal.
Tell me, do you bleed?
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Boring.
Well, not that much.
You're the only one who enjoyed that board.
So still 2 eliminations to go before we get our sacks out.
Ja, precies. Dat hoop ik ook van dit. Ja. Ik hoop er niet.
Hoe laat instapt?
Nee, morgen. Je kan morgen nog.
Je kan morgen nog, joh.
Als je niet bust.
Niet vandaag in, joh. Moet je niet doen.
Liever niet.
Moet je niet in, hoor.
Huh?
Je moet er niet vandaag in, joh.
Nee, natuurlijk niet.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ik heb beter morgen met 20 blinden.
It's an accent.
Ja, sorry. 20 blinden.
Ja. Last year as
Steven Song.
in on day 2.
Yeah.
20 bigs.
5-5.
First hand a double.
Yeah. Oh.
Kuzmanovic attacking the late position open with some suited 1 gapper.
Yeah, and more than deep enough to peel here with the pocket 5s in position. You know, playing effectively 80 big blinds.
Ace 7-4. 5s do get out flopped, but not because of the ace. You might think it's the ace, but no. It's the 7. Yeah.
Because it is always coming.
Seven bets. 265.
7 bets. The dealer's not supposed to say that. Steven, if you're paying attention, he just told you.
You know, it's going to be great, too.
What?
He's going to say 5 folds.
No.
He's seed 5.
The dealer's not supposed to say what people have. It's like one of the best rules.
Oh, no, he's seed 6. Damn it. And he called.
This pot's pretty big, gang. 1.65 million. Yet another scary card for pocket 5s getting 3-bet pre-flop.
$800. 7 bets. 8
Now 5 folds. Kuzmanovic up over 100 big blinds after that hand.
Yeah, closing the gap. Steven Song.
Yeah.
So look at the updated chip counts. Just 400,000 separate Kuzmanovic and Song. Nasreddine slipped a bit so far this level.
Good turn.
Well, you won the pot. So.
Yeah,
Rania,
good.
3.74. Mattel been pretty quiet. He's got 20 big blinds. Timmer with the 10 blinds.
One fold.
Timmer! Looks like something out of a Genet movie.
5 raise, 120,000. 6 fold, 7 fold.
Going for the cheeky 11 big blind, 10 big blind even, min raise. Without any big blockers, but with a hand that has a lot of playability against, say, a big blind peel. And Mona feels so confident, I think, with his post-flop play. At least that's what I could feel from watching.
He's
the
tough.
last few days. Yeah,
He's real
very
tough.
Yeah, he's a tough out, as they say.
But that is a call. Okay, got it.
Ace, king, 7, 3 spades. So Muna hits the 7 and the spades.
Yeah, technically hand strength advantage to Muna, but you don't really have a lot of maneuverability here. Then again, does have the 6 of spades. I think that's very, very relevant and something I'll admit I just missed on before I saw it. So could continue. Parent flush draw. Hope Timmer just checks it down. You can also get lucky, turn a 7 or a 6.
Cool.
Turn card is the Jack of Hearts. Not great for 7-6 with the 6 of spades.
But look how many chips Timmer has left. Just 7 big blinds. Has less than pot. Must feel like it's going to be difficult to win this pot. If you really want to bet another 250K when you only have 400.
He's going to need to tim it down now.
Yeah.
Tim it down now. Do you think that maybe raising +1, starting with a stack like that, is a little loose, a little on the loose side?
Yeah, it's a little on the loose side. I mean, there are some hands you can have a raising strategy off this stack, but I think it's better served to do it with some blockers. You know, a hand like a king jack, maybe an ace 9.
Julian giving advices.
Maybe a queen 10 suited, or
must be.
you could also shove those. I think 9/8's a bit ambitious.
Your coach, or
My friend Julian.
Yeah, I know.
Griffin, I was wondering if you had the chance to finish Trapped, because one person that I know of has finished it so far, and I told him that the first review I had was a 5-star review, and Paul Seaton for Tight Poker wrote an article saying he's going to give it a 6-star review.
Oh yeah, no, he's just.
He said it's the best comic he's ever. He says it's the
10, I assume.
No.
You
No.
can just tell I'm tired.
Actually, 5 out of 5 and 6 out of 6.
Okay.
Which 6 is weird. He said it's the best comic he's ever read.
Okay, well, I mean, it's really good. The problem is like I've conditioned myself to only really read it on bubbles, like when I'm on a bubble of a
Sure,
poker
and
tournament.
there hasn't been a bubble since then.
There hasn't been a bubble since then, but you know what? I'm going to finish it tonight. I will say I left my copy here, but I feel like there's one lying around.
There's a few lying around here.
Okay.
And I only mention it because apparently, so I didn't really know how Kickstarter works. We're like 2/3 of the way to our goal on Kickstarter. Now the comic's done. You're going to get your comic no matter what. It's not like if we don't hit it, you're not going to get your comic.
Yeah.
But apparently when you hit your goal, it like goes up the Kickstarter algorithm. And then they show it to more people. It starts to get shown to like the comic book Kickstarter. So I'm really hoping by the end of the week, we can get it to the goal.
Yeah. I feel like it's a bit strange I haven't donated yet. Just my obligation as a friend and a colleague. I probably should have done it already. I mean, I remembered thinking I was going to do it, and then I just...
Well, you're busy.
I'm a busy
You're doing
guy.
other things.
But
It's
I'll do
all right.
it. I'll do it. I'll finish the book, and I'll throw you a little cheddar towards the goal.
I appreciate that. I was hoping that I could get a first-hand, 6-star review from you. Out of 10 if you want, sure. So, to catch up on the action here, this was a limp from the small blind, a raise from Metal. Muna calls the very strong small blind hand, but it is not the best hand, pre or post flop. Stella says, I used to read comic books every night when I was a kid. Lol, I will have to get it. Stella, I think you'll like this if you like comic books and you like poker.
$175.
One bet.
Metal
75,000.
accurately value betting a second time.
Yeah, and with that increased equity, Muna probably going to feel inclined to call this and just hope to hit that queen, king, or if that 10 is live on the river, which it is.
10 call.
Muna wants to see the river. An 8 makes 2 pair for Matal. No improvement for Muna. Checks for a third time. And this is what I like to call an SDVB. Slam dunk value bet.
I like it.
Oh!
Ik speel het love.
Doesn't slam dunk value bet.
Yeah, that's going to be a...
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Yeah, it's poor form.
I'm a coward.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I never would have said that.
No, that's fine.
But I would have thought it.
Yeah.
That was a cowardly check, and I'm glad he's taking ownership of that.
That was Matal with no A's,
Yeah,
let alone
that
2
was-
A's.
that was
not
cowardly.
Matal at all.
No.
No, that was the opposite
Oh, yeah,
of
that's
Matal.
Now I see what you have.
Yeah. How is the situation on other tables?
I didn't, okay, honestly, like I was just in my own happy land, but my friend from Brazil has $1 million in chips, he said.
Her friend from Brazil is one of the 18 players remaining in this field. We are looking to get down to 16 players today before we call it a night. Come back tomorrow, play from 16 down to 6. Mark Van Hostreck says, shipping your comic is far from cheap, Joe. Yes, unfortunately, the comic itself is quite weighty. It's not light. It's 150 pages. It's a graphic novel.
It's really quite beautiful. I'm pretty pleased with how it's come out.
And due to customs, it is quite expensive to ship it to various countries, so I do apologize about that. You know, it's going to get there on an airplane. So I'm sorry that it costs £5. Exotic Chaotic, do you still talk to the guys over at the PokerStars Infinite? I feel so bad. I was supposed to go play online over there a couple times, and every time something came up, it's been years now, I'm embarrassed. I really want to get back in there and say hi to those guys, get back on the PokerStars Infinite. It's
So Muna raising the ace-5 on the button. Timmer just calling there on about 6 big blinds, trying to flop some equity with the jack-7, but gets a brutal ace-queen deuce flop. And he is really in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Joe's not used to me queuing it up.
I had to clear my throat.
Fair enough.
And you had ace 10. I had an ace also.
I don't know, JV.
Oh, okay.
Not that you had the ace.
I had an ace as well.
You had an ace as well?
Yeah, I think I was on the button, right?
Diminish my odds.
Yeah, I guess I had an ace and she had an ace.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was
You had an
big.
ace when he had queens?
I think I had like ace 2.
Okay, yeah. I had ace 9 of hearts. I wanted to see a flop.
Rania. Run good, Rania, with the ace-jack. Steven Song. 9-7 suited. Of course he's calling, and these are 2 massive stacks.
Yeah, 2 pretty good hands too.
Queen 5-4.
You check?
I check.
1 club. Rania, big C-better. Likes to C-bet.
It's an effective thing.
It's got a name and everything.
Now, Song, it appears, hasn't folded yet. Maybe sees this as a spot to get a little greedy. Try to get away with one here. Might not even have to cost him that much. If he thinks that his opponent's weak here, why not make it 275? See if she has a hand that she would fold, like an ace-jack, no diamond. And look, does do it to the tune of 3.5x.
If I know she likes to c-bet, he knows she likes to c-bet.
Chooses this combo because of the backdoor properties, as Sam Grafton might say. The potential of backdooring. Wow, and Rania calling with, it's got to be one of the worst hands she will call with here.
Stationed hard.
Yeah, gonna get into murky waters.
King on the turn. Not really the card Rania wants to see.
And yeah, Steven's just waving the white flag, I think.
Wow, she gets a river for free.
Oh, and then
Song catches the 9.
Okay, we need an ISO, a camera fully dedicated to Rania's reaction to this run out, this situation.
When there's a showdown here, me and Griffin are probably gonna mute our mics and cover our eyes. Yeah. Okay. Quiet.
Oh, you're dirty.
Yeah.
You're so dirty. Oh man, you're so dirty. You're gonna pay the next time. 100% you're gonna pay the next time.
It's okay, Bevan.
It's okay. That was a good learning experience for me. Should have ripped it back in your face, but now I know. I'm okay. We are okay.
Life's still good, right?
Oh, you're so dead. Oh my God, you better have it.
Okay, I'm back. What did how many F-bombs? Any? C word? F word?
Didn't hear any.
Death threats?
Big blind special.
Oh, yes, on the death threat. Okay.
Turned into one.
I mean, that was just a lovely exchange. That was very friendly, you know, very playful.
I think that was perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I liked all
playful,
of it. Yeah.
You have too many chips for the camera.
I wish everyone like reacted that way when something like that happened. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know I'm
running good, I would say.
getting on my phone after. Oh, I'm not on my phone. I'm on the feature table.
Run good.
Timmer.
Yeah, run good just to be here, right?
I agree with Mike, who says your debt is reasonable.
Raise, 225K, 6 fold.
Is all in or? Jeez.
Haha, comment saying she's hot deleted. Why?
Ginger ale and Pellegrino?
Because it's unnecessary, just like you. You banned.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Do you have change for... Do you have like 5?
Sorry, I meant to say it's irrelevant, just like you. I screwed up.
All right. And this is this Pellegrino?
You're still banned either way.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Timmer, giving it a thought here.
Yeah, this is
literally. They wouldn't let the cocktail waitress in, so you got to
all
go.
about the pay jump that comes at 17 players. We are at 18.
Stealing time. Sorry. Use the damping cut. You have now 5 seconds to act. After this.
It's going in. There it is.
Yeah, they do that at EPTs only.
What is it?
It's responsible. Like you can't just like waste time just trying to get a ladder.
With the one check.
Yeah. It's a shame WSOP doesn't implement that because there's no shot clocks either. So you get guys who are just sitting there.
Are you saying we do things pretty well?
Yeah, are you saying that we do them better than other places?
Pretty,
you may have
pretty
just
proud to work on this tour, if you don't mind.
Mentioned?
Ace 10 has a lot to fade
Should I
here.
call it again or leave it like?
Nah, because if you get it wrong, it ruins it, right?
I think.
Unless you want to chance it.
No.
You get it twice in a row, then that's
no,
this
real. Not feeling that confident.
is too many outs.
Just wait for
Turn.
Okay.
Ooh, now hold on a second. Now hold on. Kuzmanovic has a flush, but there's a bunch of clubs in there still. And one more club.
How many clubs are left, Joe?
Is good, 6 of them.
Wow.
Can we do it? Can we find the final club for Timmer?
5 of clubs.
Oh. Right color, wrong suit, wrong number as well, because 7 of clubs is already out
How
there.
good I'm running today.
Nice run.
I mean, I don't remember what it was, but it was.
Yavi Timmer.
I had 2 clubs.
Oh, you don't see up flop. Yeah. Because you
18th place, 51,800 euros, and we are now on
but
the day 5 bubble.
That dinner offer is still on the table, Timmer. You seem like an interesting man.
Right? You have a queen eye flush, she has a king eye
And
flush.
51,000 euro richer.
Oh, expensive.
It's okay. He can pay 15. He'll
Wait.
probably win the pot anyways.
I need change.
How much?
Just 100.
Like this, okay?
And then
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
some,
Or you want
Some
maybe
blues
some
too.
blues. 500 is not possible.
Yeah. We'll keep. Yeah.
566.
We should keep playing until
Yeah.
the big blind's there.
Nobody's will come. It's 566. 665.
Nobody's coming.
Oh, no one's coming. Oh, right.
We were 766, but we busted 2.
Yeah, that's right.
So we stayed 5.
No one is coming. 120.
10 raise, 120,000. 1 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
And we play on.
Mona, you naughty boy. Ace deuce off under the gun. They are just five-handed, so that has a lot to do with it. Under the gun here is effectively.
It was a good run for you, but it must end now.
Hijack. Still a bit loose for hijack
I would say
open.
Nice hand, Jelly Moon.
Yeah, Jelly Moon is going to get through.
Quite happy to have a run all day.
Jelly Moon sounds like the sort of candy Rania's going to eat at the table next.
How can you not be?
Did I lose any bigger
Peanut
profits?
M&Ms, nerd clusters, and Jelly Moons.
I mean, I've started with
Now, I gotta
1.2
ask, maybe
and
this is something I should ask
I
you
don't
off
think I
air.
was
Yeah.
under a million.
Probably,
joke
if you're
like-
even asking.
A joke like that, is that something you think of
I mean, I didn't play the
on
few
like your
ones.
break and you decide to...
No.
That's just
no.
off the cuff?
It's not that good.
That's a good one, the Jelly Moon, and it's a callback to when she was eating candy.
What I was
It's
thinking
his
about
name.
during my break was the Brazilian Poker Series Millions.
Oh, the BSOP.
Yeah, the BSOP 2024. November 15th to 19th in Sao Paulo.
29th.
That's what I was telling you.
15th to the 29th in Sao Paulo. $12 million guarantee, pretty cool. And they're going to have the biggest 5K ever held in Brazil. Sick.
Very sick.
Very smart of you to do it when I'm not available.
7 raise, 120.
Have you ever been to Brazil?
No.
Really?
Dying to go.
You're like a world traveler.
The thing is, I'm not.
8 raise, 400.
I've been to Barcelona 49 times.
7 fold.
I've never been to South America. I've never been to Africa.
Okay, you've actually been to Barcelona probably like 15, 16 times. How many times have you gone in the sea while you've been here? I'm curious.
Twice.
Stop.
Someone was asking if they could use my room key to like use the pool on the roof of the hotel. And
Yeah.
I was like, sure. They were like, what are the hours? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, how do you know? I'm like, I have not
You guys
been
know
in
each
a
other
pool
before?
in Barcelona. I did the math since 2017.
I went in the
you're
sea
from
twice.
I haven't been in the ocean. I don't even know what the pool looks like. I don't. This is one of my favorite things. Is whenever I'm like
Small country.
Yeah.
leaving for a trip, my friends are like, "Have fun in Barcelona." Like I'm going on vacation.
Yeah.
We started with 4 today. Four
For
doors.
you guys? Wow,
One table.
that's cool.
Tomorrow I have to be here at 8:30 in the morning.
It's hard.
8 raise,
You do work hard.
20,000.
I mean, I don't work hard. I'm just work long hours. I'm coming up with jokes about candy.
On the spot.
Yeah.
Eating burgers
It's not
on my
even
break.
like it's not even like I'm sitting home writing them.
Yeah. You didn't ask me if I prepare my jokes, but
I know that if you did prepare your jokes at home, you'd be texting them to me the second you thought of them. All right, we've got Nasreddine raising from the button. Muna defending from the small
that's
blind.
not a bad flop.
Run good Rania strikes again. Can Muna catch up enough to pay even a bet?
8 bet, 100,000.
Seems like a pretty easy fold unless you're going to make some kind of move. I mean, the one time
Show it.
Muna doesn't get sticky,
Show it.
he's like impossible to get off a hand. Flop a boat, he's like, eh, what else? Just Alice J says, I work music festivals. It's the same. Oh my God, who did you see? The inside of our workspace from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Rania's flopped the nuts more times than Joe has been to Barcelona. Pretty good.
So, I guess I took your Pellegrino. I didn't realize.
No, it's all the same.
It's all the same, okay.
Yeah, they're both the same. No biggie.
Jelly Moon.
5 seconds. 10 raise, 125.
From the button. Govert, not so Matal. Let's see what's crack-a-lackin' over on table numero dos. Ooh, Harry Lodge with ace-queen suited has been 3-bet by Jianwei Lin.
Yeah, and playing well over 50 big blinds effective. Not gonna be putting in any more bets pre-flop.
Can I have a cookie?
Sorry, let me give it to the crew now.
Oh, sorry.
Big mistake walking by the table with that. Come on, buddy. Lodge out of position this hand. Was the under the gun raiser.
Check.
5 checks.
Checks. Now, Jianwei, we know, does get out of line sometimes, so this may not be an easy getaway for Lodge.
Yeah, it's tough without the backdoor clubs. Maybe if that 8 of spades decided to be the other black 8. You know, sometimes you think your ace is going to be, well, you think your ace is going to be alive very often when you're up against the value range, 'cause it's often something like jacks or kings. But sometimes you're against ace king and it gets, you know, you're just putting more money in the pot, really crushed. You know, when you are up against something like jacks, your queen's also going to be live. So I don't blame him for the call of a 20% bet, but hard to win this hand. And Harry knows it. He knows he's in a little trouble here, but pot's not that crazy. He's only put 10 big blinds in there.
He's even in trouble against the hands that Jianwei gets out of line with, like 10-6 offsuit.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very good point.
Five.
Check.
5 checks.
Harry Lodge sounds like the kind of place you'd stay at, like a Sasquatch-themed resort. Oh, we're in Harry Lodge. Where are you guys at? Yeti Village. King on the river.
I was trying to think about the other name for Sasquatch, and I got a brain fart at the worst time.
I gave you a shot.
I know.
It's tough to keep up with me. I write these in my room.
I know you do. Great restaurant there, though. My favorite meal is the Yeti spaghetti.
Okay, all right. We'll take Yeti spaghetti. I kind of paved the way with Yeti there, but that's all right.
5 checks. 1 check. Show them.
Check, check. Jianwei gets a little skirt of the king on the river. Harry got off fairly easy there.
But my favorite appetizer is.
Don't say Yeti again. Don't say Yeti again.
No, it's the butternut sass squash.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Just gonna keep lobbing out nice 6 out of 10s, you know.
Here are the chip counts for this table. Barbosa, the shortest stack. And when Rania said her Brazilian friend had 1 million chips, she must have been talking about Barbosa, who's now down to 500,000. Because I think Kavalski's the only other Brazilian, and he's way up there.
Yeah, Kavalski is on the case.
Something like that.
He's got his gun, he's got his badge. He's making arrests.
5. 8 folds.
not the hand you want to be messing around with such a short stack. Only about 9 big blinds.
5, 4, 3, 1 fold.
So far, no action at this table. Fournier on the button. Offsuit gapper.
5, 3 folds.
Studio asks, how long are they playing today? How long is a football commentator on Fox?
5 checks.
All right, so we got Kavalski versus Lodge this time. A 4, a jack, and a 3. That's a pair of 4s for Lodge. I like the dealing this way. It's way easier for me to keep up with what people have.
Yeah.
Seat 4 bets 80,000.
Kavalski.
Do you guys have any shorty? Any shorty at the...
No. Kavalski bets 80,000. I mean, Lodge has got...
A couple of 25,
Would you say he's got second top pair, or...
He's got to hope a 9 or a 10 doesn't come on the turn, because then he loses the hand. Because that is the kind of card Kavalski is going to bet to intentionally target the 4x and 3x combos that Lodge has. So it's just the best card. You know, if Harry Lodge has a jack, is obviously not folding, but when he does have those straight draw floats and those 4 and 3x's, he could still get sticky if he wants. But the problem is the bet's probably going to be on the large side. You know what? He's coming with a check.
What do you think is the better winter resort, the Harry Lodge or the Kavalski? Depends
Harry
what you're
Lodge.
into, right?
Harry Lodge,
Harry
yeah.
Lodge.
Yeah.
It's for dorks like us. It's going to be a little more interesting. 6 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, and maybe this check on the turn from Kowalski is a sign of respect to Harry Lodge. Maybe thinking he might be prepared to call there with a 4, for instance. Doesn't want to play these inflated pots against one of the stronger players on the table and in the field.
550. Sorry?
But now is going to bet the river, targeting those exact holdings. Isn't making it a particularly large size, really making it look like he's milking him a little bit, betting under half pot. Doesn't really look very bluffy, does it? Harry's going to know that Kavalski could have something like a rivered 6 and comfortably value bet here. You know, a pocket 7s, maybe.
5. 5 calls.
But he does make the call.
Nice call, Harry Lodge.
Shown the good news.
That is a hand of poker, my babies.
Very nice.
That's real poker. It's not always full houses versus flushes.
That was good.
Thank you.
Joe just saw something that Joe just opened up Twitter and saw like a trailer I showed him. He can't even believe
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, you're listening too, or no?
No, I'm not listening.
Oh God, you got to listen. Oh,
You know this movie's gonna make so much money.
It's gonna make so much money.
I wish I could bet on that movie making money. Holy.
I mean, yeah. It's wild.
Ten only.
How much?
Our Barbosa has gotten it all in under the gun. There's a lot of players to get through. Jianwei just want to try to do this himself. Just be the hero here with 6 high. Okay. Whoa.
70, right?
You know, I'm in these blinds, yeah? You come in with the shove under the gun, making me fold a pocket pair.
Doesn't want to play. Oh, wow. Snap call from Bar. What a fold from Lodge.
Fold.
You come into my Harry Lodge.
Not quite a flip. Barbosa is looking for a king.
And if he doesn't find it, this is our final hand of the night. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are right, actually.
I'm right, yeah. There are 17 players left. This could be it. A lot of diamonds and spades. Going to be hard to make that straight with those 2 jacks out of the deck. There's a spade. There's a spade. There's a spade.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I can't believe that's how I called it, and it came out.
He hit the most number of spades possible on the flop.
Oh, man.
And without the jack of spades, Bar. Oh, but it's the king. Wow.
And suddenly.
So, yeah, now Bar has 1 out.
Yeah. One off. One off.
But it feels like bar none. So few outs.
Barbosa and he catches a miracle turn to stay alive.
He's pumped. Look at
that. He flip-flops with Gal Bar, who's going to be left with basically the same stack Barbosa started with.
So
you're very lucky. I had 5s.
There was a 5
yeah,
on that board,
I was
right?
going to ask. I'm pretty sure there was a 5 on the flop, and there was.
5s?
Why don't you jam? I double this up at least.
In the words of 88 Wallace, we are not leaving.
I bust both of you.
Which is also good. Pay jump?
No.
I'm kidding.
It's never good to bust, but yes, you would get the pay jump.
It's not good, I'm kidding.
Oh, there's not even a pay jump though.
Brutal run out for Bar.
If you in a deep 9, you call?
Yeah. Maybe in the small blind I should call.
Now Jianwei with the 5s.
Number 1.
Fournier out. Kavalski out. Harry folds 7-4. The dirty diaper for Bar. My diaper would be filled right now too if I were him. Raise and take it. It's my way or the Jianwei. 55 miles per hour. Just Alice J with a nice pun. There's been a miscommunication. It's actually Chat with Pros Saturday, so I need you to all brush up on your literary classics.
Pros with the E.
P-R-O-S-E, that's right. Bowden asking, is his name Gal Bar or Gay Bar? Kind of the same thing, really, if you think about it.
5. 3 folds.
Raise?
4 raises to 125.
Kavalski's made it 125,000 with King Jack suited. Harry's got him dominated and just calls.
Yeah, one of those hands that feels definitely too weak to fold, of course, but almost too strong to 3-bet, because you would hate to, you know, get 4-bet in a situation like this. Instead, just calls, hoping to keep in the weaker kings and aces. And guess what? He's done it.
He did it.
He did it. He's done did it.
Do you think that you should have the option to just fold? Because you said he keeps it in, but really, they didn't even have an option to leave. You should be like, you know what? I wasn't really planning on getting called here, so I'm good. Like, don't deal the flop. Just, I'm out. Kavalski checks.
But you never know what Kavalski has up his sleeve. You know, he could just be check folding here, but with that 10 of spades interaction, I mean, I just feel like he could be a panther lying in wait and decide to play this as some sort of tricky check raise. He could just check call. But the range is pretty strong for Harry Lodge here. And Kavalski is going to continue in the form of a call. And this should be go to break. Turn. Lodge with that gutter. I think we're going to see a bet here from Lodge, because the times that Kavalski has something like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, maybe an ace 6 suited, 6-7 suited, would often take that check call line and then fold on the queen turn. Of course, that's not what Kavalski has. He has just picked up more equity on the turn.
10 jack queen. Oh, that's open ended.
Yeah,
that's
so
the good one.
I don't. It's kind of a weird spot. Feels like too good a draw to fold, but you're out of position facing a big bet from a pretty strong range. What bluffs are you putting Harry Lodge on right now? And yeah, he's going to call again and hope to hit that 9 or that ace. Very interesting hand here.
Do you think he'd be happy with the king or the jack also? Misses everything.
Four checks.
Kavalski checks. Betting is the only way that he could lose this hand.
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
1.1. 1.1 million bet.
Wow. 1.1. Sick value bet. Sick value bet. Just knows he's up against King Jack. That's 1.1. I was just joking, but if he gets called here, I guess I'm right.
No, I think if anything, Kavalski would shove before calling with king high. But does fold. A nice pot.
So we're into the break time already, but apparently there's still a hand in action over yonder. Over Rania. Nope, that didn't work. Rania versus Jelly Moon. And we've gotten to a showdown. Rania's pair of queens is good. Beats the nothing of Jelly Moon. So Rania is going to pick up a pretty big pot there at the end. That was 1.7 million chips in there. Must have been a lot of stationing going on. Looks like Rania flopped top pair, and somehow a lot of money went in the middle.
She does like candy. And she takes Jelly Moons right there.
That's right. Her new favorite candy, Jelly Moon. All right, still one player to lose. But we must take a break. Gonna keep this just as is. Govert Metal, now the player most at risk here. 13 big blinds. Still one player to go before we call it for the night. More from EPT 20 Barcelona when we return.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Blinds are up to 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Action at the feature table has been folded to Samuel Rodriguez, and he raises from the cutoff to 41,000 with 8-9 off. Elodie Sahamias will 3-bet with ace-7 from the button.
Rodriguez has fared well against the other sharks at the table. Let's see how he handles the shark with the biggest fin. I know that doesn't really make sense, but let's just go with it.
I like it. Rodriguez responds with a 4-bet.
Does he?
No, I call.
Yeah, it's pre-raise.
Little short for a re-raise, too much for a call.
I think he meant to call. We're gonna need a floor man.
It's a call?
It's not a call.
Or is it?
83, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's a raise of 42,000. Yes.
Luca Vivaldi is explaining it has to go as a 4-bet to 125,000.
Forced to 4-bet. Misclick, poor guy. Hillary wanted the raise to stand, which can only mean one thing.
5-bet coming! And there it is. 225,000 total.
Hillary would likely do this with anything, and the pot is huge, so I can totally understand if Rodriguez still feels compelled to call here.
I call. Made sure he said the word this time before putting chips in the pot.
Now, I'm not sure Samuel knows enough about this game to be afraid of Hillary, though he could just start by looking at him.
Jack, 5 flop. Hillary still ahead. Rodriguez checks.
Hillary almost always continues.
And this is no exception. The tournament chip leader makes it 180,000.
Rodriguez has got 9 high, so why is he counting out chips right now? Smooth chip handling skills. Nervous much, guy?
I genuinely don't know what that is. A call?
Again, that's too much for a call, but not enough for a raise.
Not enough.
The floor's been called to the table again. I think he actually meant to raise this time. To be honest, I'm going to stop thinking.
This is classic. Floor!
Yes. So we went check 180. There was no bet before, okay? So it's 270. So it's more than 50%
He did it again.
The ruling is he has to raise, so it's a min raise to 360,000.
Makes it 360,000.
Any chance Hillary reads him as doing this on purpose? Is he doing this on purpose?
Hillary calls.
And Hillary is calling. I have to stand up.
1.2 million in the middle and no one has anything. Oh, scratch that. Rodriguez has paired his 9.
Yahtzee, which, by the way, is what I think Rodriguez thinks he's playing right now.
He checks to Hillary.
Hillary should probably check here, try to get to showdown, and just hope he's best.
No, he bets 400,000.
But there's a chance he's not best, so he might think he has to bet it. Once Rodriguez has gotten to this point, he's getting such good odds, he just has to call and pray he's good. Pray to the Yahtzee gods, I guess.
I'm all in.
Wow, he shoved! And Hillary folds.
I would normally chastise the chest thumping, but he just sharked a shark.
What do you have? I got the jack.
You had a jack?
Yeah. I have jack 10, but I don't want to raise pre-flop.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I just want to make the call, but I confused.
Look at this guy metagaming!
But then appears that flop.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Sorry?
Where are you from?
From Spain.
Spain.
Barcelona.
He might be from Spain, but my guess is this is definitely his first rodeo.
Rodriguez has raised from under the gun +2 with ace-9 suited.
Why not? He's like the chip leader.
Luis Rufas and Hillary Sahamias both fold. Mikolai Zawadzki has kings.
Oh boy, will Zawadzki succeed where many others have failed. He knows he's probably going to get action out of Rodriguez.
3 bets from the button makes it 75,000 total. Eddie Tazbas will fold his small blind. Fatima de Melo folds the big blind.
Come on, Samuel, make a liar out of me.
Call.
Nope.
He calls and will play the flop out of position.
With ace-9.
Well, he hits second pair on the flop. Checks to the razor.
Now, I'm a big fan of betting again here, probably on every street unless things go really wrong on this board.
Zawadzki continues for 105,000.
Now, we know Rodriguez is probably calling with his pair, and that's not the only pair he's got.
He does call. 400,000 in the middle. And the turn is another 9.
Holy Zawadzki, this guy is in trouble.
Rodriguez checks a second time.
Especially with the king of spades in his hand, there's no reason for Mikolai to stop betting.
He fires again, 225,000.
All in.
And Rodriguez shoves!
Now, other than getting absurdly lucky, Samuel played this one great.
Putting Zawadzki to the test.
And this could be where telling everyone he had Jack 10 in the last hand might come back to bite him in his burro.
It's going to cost Zawadzki everything he has to make this call.
Probably the most stupid fold I will ever made. But
a good fold from Zawadzki. And Rodriguez shows the 9.
How thoughtful.
yes, I thought you can be so good that you can have the 9. Wow.
Thoughtful, though I don't know I love the strategy of showing the 9. Still well played by Rodriguez.
He's now up to 3.7 million in chips. Back to the main feature table. Samuel Rodriguez raised with kings under the gun. Got 2 callers. He continues on that flop for 52,000. Eddie Tazbas with top pair.
Pretty solid top pair.
Will raise. Makes it 115,000. Piasuelo's out. Rodriguez shoves.
This guy is an all-in machine. Will he finally get looked up?
Yeah, I call.
Yes, he will.
Call. Open, please. Wow.
And Tazbas is drawing pretty thin. He needs a queen. And he needs it on the river. Tazbas drawing to 2 outs. Doesn't hit.
Good luck.
More chips for Samuel Rodriguez.
Good luck, guys.
And the exit of Eddie Tazbas in 31st place.
Nice run, huh?
Nice play, too.
Keep it up, man. Playing good. Good game, sir. Nice having you, man. Good run.
Nice to be here, man.
Eddie Tasbas did not win this tournament, but I did see a lot of growth on his face.
We're heading back to the feature table. Action is on Samuel Rodriguez. Another pocket pair. 8 under the gun, and he raises to 36,000. Ilari Sahamias with ace-queen. And he will 3-bet to 100,000.
Crucial re-raise against the perceived fish. You've got to make every in-position big hand pot as big as possible.
Rodriguez will call, and he'll be out of position again.
See if Sammy comes out on the winning side of this one. It's a race if they see all 5 cards.
The flop gives Sahami's top pair and Rodriguez a set.
This guy runs so good, he must be from Pamplona.
He checks.
Ilari would typically continue here, especially with top pair.
Wow, he checks behind.
It is a scary flop texture.
4 of clubs on the turn, and Rodriguez now leads. He bets 130,000.
I don't see how Ilari can get away yet, if at all.
Top pair, top kicker. He will call the 130K.
Good thing he pot controlled on the flop.
The river brings the 10 of spades. The board now looking very straighty.
Action killer.
They both check. And Ilari got away with losing the minimum there.
Somehow. Sam is just owning everyone. Dunning-Kruger effect, y'all. Google it.
Rodriguez closing in on the 5 million chip mark.
It's the lack of the beginner.
It's your first tournament. Nice.
Blinds now 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante, and Matsia is all in.
Fintan pass, Sebastian pass. Davide call. Action is on drain, still in the big blind. Drain pass, so Daniele are in with queen 10 and a pair of 10s for Davide.
Italian David Wallace, all in and behind.
Pocket 10s for Davide, here's the flop. Flop comes 9, check, 9. Now Daniele has an open-ended straight draw. He needs an 8 or a king or a queen. 3 on the turn is no help to him.
There's a lot of Italians on the rail.
Or queen. Let's see the last card.
Things could get loud in here.
It's an 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
So savage. So savage.
You can't include that moment in a montage.
Yeah, you're right.
Did he just bounce that frog in a ball?
The frog in a ball got bounced.
There it is, frog in a ball.
Just to be clear, this is Daniela bouncing frog in a ball Matsia we're talking about here.
How are they going to fit
As he
that?
stares off into the distance, just picturing all the branded apparel with frog in a ball man lifting a trophy. Frog and a Ball Man animated series.
So Matsia gets the double up through Katai onto the next hand.
Coming this Christmas, you can actually buy a frog and a ball man, frog and a ball.
6 players remaining, and the action folded to Fintan Gavin.
And Fintan raise.
He's going to raise with 10-8 of diamonds.
Raise to 120,000. Sebastian pass.
Katai with ace-6 in the big.
And Davidine, the big blind, call. 2 players.
Maybe this is where Fenton showing the 10-6, not exactly helping his reputation.
3 of spades, 4 of spades, deuce of spades. Davide check.
Great flop for Katai, who still has the best hand with ace high. Checks the action to Gavin, who continues a bet of 200,000.
It's actually a really good flop for him. But when you can't see what your opponent has, you're always concerned he's going to have a slightly bigger spade than you, which does take away a lot of your equity. But no, the straight flush draw.
10 of clubs.
And Gavin improves to top pair on the turn.
Oh, such a tough turn here. Gavin's always just going to put on the pressure now.
Fires a second barrel. This one's 400,000.
I feel like even if you're raising the button pretty wide, though, like the 10's going to hit you a lot. I feel like hands like 7, 10, 8, 10, 9, 10, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, all raising the button.
There's definitely going to be plenty of 10s in that spot for sure. And if it's Jack 10 with the Jack of spades, your ace-6 is looking really rough here. I would be really surprised if he makes a call here. Such a tough spot. You're on a final table. There's pay jumps. It's just ugly as hell from where he's sitting. Where your opponent, even if he's in this situation and he's just got like one big spade in his hand.
Yeah.
Still so many bad rivers that you don't want to see, including overcards. I love it.
Shows the 8 of diamonds.
No, he showed the 10.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I wonder what would happen if he didn't spike the 10. It's definitely a spot where people can put you under a lot of pressure and continue, but once you hit the 10, I mean,
Two of them are the same, Thomas. It doesn't matter.
Confident man, he's just going to keep pumping it in.
Oh, yeah. The suit is important, I suppose. That's a 10 of hearts?
Fast forward to 2024 and we're back in Barcelona with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, celebrating 20 years of the EPT. And on day 5 of the main event, we are into the evening session. 17 players remain, including these 5 players who are the biggest stacks right now. Rania and Nasreddine, overall chip leader. Steven Song still in the top 5. Fabiano Kavalski in the top 5. A player who was at the final table of this tournament 2 years ago. One more elimination and the day will be done. We'll come back tomorrow with 16 players spread across 2 tables, and tomorrow we'll play down to the final 6. On Sunday, we will play down to a champion. Will it be one of these 5 players or one of the other 12? Rania right now with 86 bigs, just ahead of Steven Song, who has 85 bigs. Boris Kuzmanovic with the same stack size. Gova Matal on the short side. There are a few short stacks right now. I think we have a player at the other table. I think it's Galbar who's got a sub 10 big blind stack. Yeah, Galbar is in the danger zone. Danger zone! I'm James Harskin, he's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And sandwiched between us, a lovely filling, is Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
You weren't sure about that one, were you? So that's the secondary feature table. Lin Jianwei, the biggest stack. Fabiano Kavalski, the other big boy. And we're getting action underway. Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. Level 28 of the main.
What a turn! Better than nothing. Funny. Although that money goes quick when it comes to tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
Sing us a song.
Play my favorite song.
That's better.
You know that it turns me on.
That's worse.
Oh, someone did this to my chips because I did not.
They changed.
Okay.
Just play my song because I want to be dancing all night long.
Oh boy.
three of us have basically
Gova,
the same.
Matal wakes up with 8 in the big blind.
6-9, 6-8, 6-7 maybe.
Okay.
More 6-8,
Wait, how much do you have?
6-8.
I have 6-9.
Okay, so 6-9, 6-9, 6.
Oh wow, and we're all together. That's funny.
This is a very, very weird spot for Matal with such a short stack at the other table.
I never fold this.
Wow.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there,
You folded
Joe.
ace king of diamonds earlier to his 4-bet.
Don't tell me ICM's for poor people.
I thought it was you. You did that? You're a machine. Like, okay, no offense, bucket hat would not have been I thought it was him, and I was like, okay, that kind
Also have. You did have.
Yeah, but I thought it was you. Very impressive.
We're also just one
you just
away
didn't want to
from.
flip for your tournament? Like, you didn't want
one
to call this
person.
I never
flop?
folded.
Yeah.
It was just a specific situation.
Very
He was,
Hey, those are the folds that get you this far.
he was only 3-betting very strong.
Every once in a while.
Okay.
He was not doing too much.
Okay, no, that's fair. Okay, because
He was
like
out of the line.
all of my people were like,
first time
this
in.
guy is like
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I mean, but you know what?
He's gonna be hit
Good
with.
self-control. I mean, I have to say, like,
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Hey, Jelle.
I mean,
Ik
he was
volg
still, trying to beat your queens, but like, still, I was like, my friends were like, that guy's insane. I was like,
Voor een wereldkaartgroot. Ik moet schuiven. Ja, weet ik ook wel. Ja, denk ik.
oh, you took off the sunglasses? Wow, we get to see blue eyes.
I
Blue
cannot
eyes.
hide anymore. So,
Oh, sorry.
alleen op fold.
Yeah.
Oh, I can
It's not.
Action folded to Rania Nasreddine. King
Now
4.
I'm just taking a little time because I'm tired and I want a little time to, because if I play fast, I have to like keep playing hands, and so I'm just going to slow my butt down.
Seems reasonable. It's not like you're time banking for 8 minutes for a dealer change.
I want to know
what I
if there was some
fold.
strategy with the costume change.
Yeah, you showed what you.
Ronnie is
What did he fold?
He said
sneaky
he
costume
never
change
folded.
there.
She probably went
He
to a
had a one
fancy
ace?
said he
dinner.
had eights.
2-8.
Very
8-8.
probably.
I think
you
she and
We're
Stephen
gonna find
Song
out
are going to
eventually.
dinner after
Oof.
play has ended today. Not together,
Double up, double up.
but they're assuming play's not going to go on much longer. So during the dinner
No,
break,
I
Rania
probably
took a
would've
bath and
Where's the
changed her
magical?
outfit. She did
Oh.
not eat.
She was
Oh, you don't have that
Nice.
much.
I have
Actually.
only 900.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true.
So we have Queen 9 versus Jack 9 on an ace tray deuce board.
In the big blind.
There was just a hand just a second ago.
She was a big blind.
But we are going over to the
My
secondary
brain
feature
is like,
table where there is an all-in and a call.
Like if I'm in the hand, I have
565.
My apologies, no call yet, but Galbar has shoved with ace jack.
565. Question is, will they wake up?
They will. Fournier with 10s is in this for sure. Sub 10 big blind shove. Fournier calls. And with that fold, we are off to the races. And it's a race that Bar needs to win to survive. If 10s hold here, we are done for the day.
Either way, something's about to hit the bar.
Classic race underway at the secondary feature table. Queen, deuce, deuce on the flop. 10s are holding. Bar down to 28% equity, 28% chance of survival. Turn card is a king. Straight draw, no good. A 10 gives Fournier a full house. Has to be an ace or a jack on the river. River card is a 3. It's over.
Good night, everybody.
Galbar's incredible run in the EPT Barcelona main event comes to an end. He's our 17th place finisher. The remaining 16 will bag and tag and come back for the penultimate day as Galbar cashes for 62,150 euros.
I want you to take me to the Gal Bar. Gal Bar.
Winning.
So we will come back tomorrow and play out most of level 28. We're only 5 minutes into this level.
Quanto tem ficha tem esperança.
I feel bad. Brutal spot.
flopinho do Rei 10 ali.
And still a hand in progress at the feature table that needs to play out. Rania Nasreddine opening under the gun with ace tray, called by Boris Kuzmanovic with king 6. And on this 10-10-8 flop, it went check, check, 9 on the turn.
Can't be regretting that fold now, right, if you're Govert Metal?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very well timed. Guaranteed another day and another bag.
Yeah, good point, Ed. Great ROI for Galbar, considering he's satellited into this event. So ace high beats king high here on this double paired board.
I guess I feel a little less bad now.
And it's going to go check, check again, guys. That means Rania is going to take this one down.
What's this all about, by the way?
You're a joker. I thought you needed a joker.
Okay, this is not like a part of a scavenger hunt or something. I need to hold on to this.
No. So with Rania winning the last hand of the day and with Galbar eliminated from the secondary feature table, we close the book on day 5 of the EPT Barcelona main event.
Okay, when are we doing the bagging of chips?
Maybe they do a redraw now. So first they decide which table they're breaking, and then
That makes sense.
You're going to get a confirmed.
What's your bag, buddy?
I know the count.
Good shit.
I know.
All right, I mean, you were swinging.
I know the exact count, yeah.
6.7.
Oh, you have to also count it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So now.
Stacks will be counted, chips will be bagged, redraw will be conducted, 16 will return tomorrow.
Oh yeah, of course. But no, I'm still happy. I'm happy to just have fucking cooler Tim so hard. Aces versus kings.
We're still talking about that?
Yeah.
And
I was like thinking
pretty
about
much held on to
flatting,
the stack since then.
I don't even know what I would have to flat besides.
Oh.
Such a friendly guy. Doing it with ease. You know?
Wat?
Make it look easy.
Chopped, yeah.
Tuurlijk, maar
hij kan nog makkelijk folden. Hij opent hartstikke veel.
Ja, maar hij opent voor 120.
2.9
Ik zou 1000.
Ja, maar ze folden echt nog hoor, want ze openen hartstikke los.
What did you finish at?
Ja, ik denk ik pak eerst even plek. Ik heb nog nooit gevolgd.
Nee,
Dan speel ik over voor
lekker rammen, joh.
Voor veel groter bedrag.
Weet je wat het ook is? Zeg maar met jouw
I don't know
spek,
how.
de mooiste manier om chips te
No
verzamelen
offense,
is
like
met
I feel like
goede
it was like I
rejects.
played so badly.
Yeah, it's like
Pak je de
still
pot op,
whatever.
de blinde en de opening.
En de opening, dus je pakt,
ik weet het,
je pakt 4,5 big blinds met, vanaf 12 big blinds, zeg maar. Dus dat is echt
Maar ik
mooi.
denk aan fold never nooit meer.
Ja, maar dat is echt niet zo.
I mean, once you 5
Boer koning opent, fold
Did he say oatmeal latte?
Boer koning vond nog wel, vrouw boer vond nog wel.
I think you'll find it's a cappuccino, but definitely made with oatmeal. So we will come back tomorrow with 16 players. Let's look at the chip stacks of all remaining players in the tournament, starting with the bottom 8. Govert Metal still really short, still in the danger zone. Just 10 big blinds, not many chips for Barbosa. Myers sub 20 bigs, Hulme around 20 bigs. And then you've got Patea, Fournier, Zabradotsky and Myrna just sub 40 big blinds. Let's look at the biggest stacks. Let's look at the chip leaders. The top 8. Big stacks for the top 5. And no one bigger than Rania Nasreddine in terms of chips. She's actually quite a small person. 90 big blinds she'll have. And remember, we only played 5 minutes of this level. 40K, 80K blinds. We've got most of that level to play out when we come back tomorrow for the penultimate day of this tournament. And tomorrow we're going to start paying out 6-figure scores, because tomorrow we are going to play to the final table and beyond. More than 100K for 10th, nearly €1 million for second, 1.5 million for the winner. That'll be paid on Sunday when we present the winner's trophy. So 2 more days of coverage to come. If you want to know how we got to this point, if you want to know what's happening in the high roller and get updates on everything that's happening here in Barcelona. There are live updates on Poker News, but also the team at the PokerStars blog are doing phenomenal work. So we do encourage you to read their words. Great to have Howard Swains reporting here in Barcelona. And of course, Howard will be doing sterling work for us on WCube as well when that starts on Sunday. So check out the blog and make sure you join us for our Day 6 coverage, playing down from 16 to 6 when we kick off the broadcast at 12:30 Central European Summer Time tomorrow. Until then, from Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, Griffin Bencher, Maria Ho, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Barcelona.